Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for it.
Hasanabi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thursday, February 27, 2025. I'm Hasan Piker. I'm live. I'm alive. It's 11:19 a.m. and I am right on time. Yesterday I was early. Today I'm right on time. 11:19 a.m. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, don't dock my pay, folks. It's Out of Touch Thursday. Yep, it's Out of Touch every day, baby. Socialism but rich. How dare he? You already know how it is. All right, so. Technically, I'm like 4 minutes late. Sure, whatever. But yeah, this is this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, and I have a lot of news for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Getting started. First and foremost, was the IG story real? What do you mean? First and foremost, folks, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast after playing some Kingdom Come, and then after I was done coming on Kingdom Come, I decided to come a little bit more on my Steam Deck. That's right. I watched a little bit of Don Da Don, and then what else did I do? I watched some Don Da Don, and then I went and played some Kingdom Come on the Steam Deck, baby. That's right. It actually plays pretty well on the Steam Deck, like shockingly well. Now, here are some issues. One, the game doesn't save. Okay, I'll just say it right now. Even when you save and quit, it doesn't save. Or rather, I didn't save and quit when I ended the game on the stream. I Alt F4'd out of it, and I thought that auto saved it, but turns out it didn't. So I lost a whole bunch of progress, which was really annoying. Then on the Steam Deck, I was like, oh, I'll handle some of these side quests. Like, it'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, except I did a bunch of side quests. I even actually killed, I did a bunch of side quests. I killed like a vagrant that tried to attack me when I was doing the mutt mission, like looking for my dog. And I was just like, I'm clapping cheeks, right? And then I thought I could fast travel to a location. And while I was trying to do a fast travel to a location, it turns out it doesn't actually fast travel. You just walk. But like if there are people in the way, you can either flee or you have to fight them. And what ended up happening was the other vagrant just cooked me. He cooked my ass. Okay. I was like, yeah, sure. I'll take the smoke. But in any case, I lost like 2 hours worth of stuff that I had done. So I'm very annoyed. Why is there no save option? I think there should be a save option. But if I get the mod, I can't play on the Steam Deck, so I can't get the mod. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. You know, I did all that. I woke up early this morning. And what did I do? I played some basketball. I played with the Bengal bruv, Elam. Played some ball with Elam. Beat his ass, yeah. But also, here's another thing that is I noticed. Remember last week where I had issues about my back? I talked about it a little bit. It's like a weird mid-back thing where I can still work out, I can still do things, but like maybe I didn't even actually bring this up. I don't know, because I don't like to talk about my back pain or any sort of like injuries that I go through because everybody makes fun of me and says I'm old. So I usually just keep that to myself. But the thing is, yeah, my back was hurting last week. Okay. My back was hurting last week and I'm the co-chair of DSA Cuba. Hell yeah. Okay, this is great. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this thing. Yeah, the other reason why I don't normally talk about like back issues or anything like that is also because y'all get really unbearable and a little annoying. Y'all become like little doctors in the chat, so that's the other reason why I don't talk about it. But in any case, yeah, so my back, I thought it was because I did a bunch of like different back exercises and I was really tight for that reason. But no, the actual mid-back pain that I have is directly born out of basketball. It's a new thing. I think it's because I'm so tight and so stiff with my movements that I over rely on my mid-back when I'm like moving my upper body. And because my upper body is so tight and so heavy that it causes injury. It basically causes injury. So I have to fix that. I have to no longer be so tight. It's annoying. I got to work on that. Or maybe it's the COVID vaccine injury. You know, who knows? Who knows what it could be? Probably that. Probably the COVID vaccine injury making me gay and autistic and have back pain. But yeah. Other than that, not much else is going on in the world. I have a bunch of really sick collabs lined up. Gonna do one with the Crash Dummies boys. Okay. Gonna do one with the Crash Dummies boys this week. So that's exciting. Hit up Belly of the Beast on Twitter. It's ran by a Cuban journalist who worked with Ryan Gurman in the past, and she could probably help you set it up. Yeah. Japan throwback, Hasan being gifted in art. Oh. Yeah. Trump news conference with Keir Starmer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be live in a little bit. We're going to be taking a fucking look at that, right? It was scheduled for 11 a.m., right? They've done a bilateral meeting, but they're going to do a press conference in a moment, right? Keir Starmer. also known as Keedstarver. They gave the Epstein files to MAGA influencers. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, that's actually pretty sick. Yo, I'll take it. I'll take it from anywhere. But if they gave it to the MAGA influencers, if they gave the Epstein files to only MAGA influencers, they probably redacted a bunch of stuff and it's carefully curated and only shows, like, weirdly enough, liberals. You know what I mean? Which, as you guys know, obviously, Epstein is uniparty. American foreign policy is uniparty, and also pedophilic elite is uniparty. All right. So remember that. Yeah, we'll talk about Columbia Barnard as well. Obviously, that's a big situation. Let me just blast off real quick. There's not really much else going on in my life anyway. Okay. What is this? Immediately we got... I go on Twitter and the first thing I see is this. Truth nuke. Bad Empanada Instagram post. Ethan Klein claims the Hasan platforming got more viewers and Hasan needs to be held to account for this. The platforming in question was Hasan watching one video made showing that Lonerbox and Destiny justify genocide. Ethan's reaction was to invite Lonerbox on his show so he could justify genocide there too. Ethan never responds to the actual content. He just complains about who made it and calls it a day, hoping no one notices it proved him wrong and that he's avoiding responding to the actual facts and arguments and is especially terrified of live debate where he can be scrutinized directly. In reality, I got almost no viewers from Hasan. Most of the new ones are just people who saw me dismantling Ethan's pathetic Zionist gibberish, which I made numerous videos doing, none of which Hasan watched. Ethan, by being comically wrong and disgusting every time he opens his mouth, has created grounds for me to grow by using him as an example of generic Zionists to debunk. I thank Ethan, not Hasan. Okay, first of all, put some respect on it. You see, Bad Empanada, no, I truly, not true. I only know Bad Empanada because of you. Yeah, it's not Ethan that's scared to debate me. That much is true. Ethan is scared of debating me. But you know what's also true? Bad Empanada is afraid of me. Bad Empanada is so afraid. That's why he's doing this stuff. Okay. Classic. Yeah, this administration is insane though. We're gonna get to the real shit in a second, not this like silliness. Nah, he's the puppeteer, bro. Yeah, he's out here claiming that he's a puppeteer. I'm currently at risk of discipline in my department because I'm teaching a Palestinian American poet in my class. I'm fucking over it, man. Yeah, look, I guess the weird silver lining in all of this is that the censorious ways in which like ultra Zionists are trying to attack higher education, I think address the allegations. What is this? Why are dudes who look like they live in a polycule doing Nazi race realism now, Lamont? Okay, I look like I'm in a polycule, but I'm not doing Nazi race realism. You know what I mean? Chill. Who knows, man? Yeah, I'm doing something worse than Nazi race realism. I'm criticizing Israel for killing too many children. Killing any children really is unacceptable, but Israel certainly has gone above and beyond. So where was I? What was I talking about? Goth or emo, choose. I think I'd rather be goth than emo, maybe. Yes, I know there's PKK news. Chat. This is entirely too complicated for me to go into. Okay. I need to do a lot more reading on it. But my initial assessment on this is most likely Recep Tayyip Erdogan trying to set the stage for like a Kurdish nation state potentially, but like that is directly in control, or directly under the control and protectorate of the Turkish government, in an effort to sidestep like allowing like an Israel-style formation of ethnic Kurds that would never be allowed by any of the regional actors in general. Oh my God! See, you baited me. You baited me into fucking talking about it. Jesus, Lord mercy. I low-key don't even. I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about the dynamics. But most likely, like maybe a Kurdish autonomous region or something like that. God, I'm such a lame ass. Why are there Turks ashamed of being Arabs? I mean, Turkish people are, as a direct byproduct of the Ottoman Empire, not just Arab. They're Turkic, first and foremost. There is a lot of Arab in there as well. But also there's Greek, you know what I mean? There's Balkan in there too. There's just a bunch of different things. So that's the reason why they get very mad. Well, partially because they also, you know, there's a little bit of ethno-supremacist opinion baked into it, but it's also incorrect. And it's one of those unique dynamics where it's basically it's not dissimilar to saying that a Kurd is Turkish, right? Like a Kurdish person will say, no, I'm Kurdish, I'm not Turkish, right? And it's similar to that, where a lot in the Western world think that like Turkish people, Kurdish people, Iranian people, and Arabs are all a monolith. They're all the same. And so that's part of the reason why a lot of people correct the record on it. And then the other reason why they get really mad about it is because they're also kind of anti-Arab. Some Turks are, let's be real. Not me, but, you know, some Turks certainly are. But yeah, it's partially because of Western racism and partially because of some ethno-supremacist opinions that maybe some people have. Let's be real, if I'm being brutally honest. You know? So there is some good reason for Turks to get upset because obviously, like, one of the most common metas when at least I was growing up and would like visit America was, oh, you ride a camel to, you live in a tent and you ride a camel to work. You ride a camel to your school, right? Like that's what people thought, which is weird because like almost the entirety of the Arab region does not do that either. Like you're talking about a very specific subsect of like tribal people, tribal populations in like Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like it's crazy. Imagine being like, oh, are you Syrian? You must be riding a camel to work. It's just regular ass Western supremacist thought, Orientalism, racism, you know, all of it. You don't understand. Kurdish DNA is to be socialist, Arab's DNA Islamist, Turkish DNA Japanese wannabe. That's funny. Yes, I know who the Democrats pick for the joint address. All right, let's blast off. Let's blast off, baby. We got a lot to talk about today. Okay, today. Yeah. Okay. Where is it? Where is my blast off tweet? I forgot Yes, I know. Andrew Tate, ex-Trump collab. MAGA influencers get redacted Epstein files. Dude, if Brace was a real journalist, he would have presented himself as like a fucking MAGA influencer a little bit harder so he could actually get the goddamn Epstein files, you know what I mean? Streamers keep hitting the right-wing grift meta super hard. Ceasefire updates. You mean liberal Hitler? Who's liberal Hitler? Who calls himself liberal Hitler? First time posting a link, but I have to know if this is true. Look who Schumer picked to represent the Joint Dems address. I know, man. I know. Dems are going on a post-New Deal Republican arc. Yeah. Florida AG starts preliminary inquiry into the Tate brothers after they landed. I just don't believe it. Like, I don't believe that they're going to... I mean, Florida is the most Andrew Tate coded place on the planet anyway, but... Anyway, whatever. There's just... Everything sucks, okay? Everything sucks. Everything is bad. Columbia University student protest. Why is Bad Empanada afraid of you? I missed some lore. No, I'm fucking joking, man. Bad Empanada is... I think Bad Empanada is too insane to be afraid of anyone. I think he's just like the most insane person out there. So... I was just kidding when I said he's afraid of me. Okay. Let's blast off and let's get it going. Yeah, he is the actual Max Left. He is the true Max Left. If there's a guy who is Max Left, it is him, not me, okay? I'm a social democrat. I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist social democrat style guy, okay? I'm a centrist New Deal Democrat. I'm a centrist Republican neocon, okay? I'm just right wing. I'm actually reactionary. I'm full blown a MAGA Trump supporter. I actually have now officially outflanked MAGA. I think I would be the better deporter in chief. You should vote for me instead. That was quick. What do you mean? I'm just picking up the pace. I'm trying to be as Democratic Party adjacent as possible, chat. What are you talking about? No, they're saying that because of this. Hold on. Where the frick is it? Bad Empanada has been trolling and posting a bunch of stuff. When you dedicate 20 minutes of your podcast complaining about Bad Empanada Instagram stories, you might be just at the lowest point of your life. And then he posted this.
Hello, everyone. I'd just like to note to Ethan Klein that I personally control Hasan Piker. And you came at me, and in response, I personally told Hasan Piker what to do, and he does my bidding. He's like my little attack dog. He does whatever I want. I control him. You know, I'm the puppeteer behind the scenes. And you came after me. And now today, Hasan Piker is spending hours watching my videos on his stream, specifically to attack you. This is what's always going to happen to you, Ethan. If you dare to come after me, I will sick my attack dog, Hasan Piker, on you every time. How dare you, Ethan Klein? I control Hasan Piker.
It's true.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'd just like to note to Ethan Klein that I personally control Hasan Piker. And you came at me, and in response...
Stop watching? Yeah. Oh, God damn it. The truth is out, dude. It's out. The truth is out. It's real. It's real. Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada Truth Nuke. He leaked it. The real lore. Can you imagine if you knew anything about history, who would be the Janissary, okay? And who would be the Vizier? Who would be the Padishah and who would be the Janissary, okay? The Greek. This is an antiquated ethnic conflict. You understand? Turks have long utilized good non-Muslim soldiers from land that we have occupied. Wait, Bad Empanada is Greek? Yeah. He's he is isn't he? He's like Greek Australian, but also now lives in Argentina. Listen. It's epigenetic memories. It is predestined to be this way, okay? Greeks. This is how it's always been. Italian ex erasure. Pretty sure he moved to Russia now. You're insane if you think he's... Wait, what? Moved to Russia? There ain't no way this man is living in Russia, dude. He's... What the fuck? He's not like a Jackson Hinkle type of dude. Are you kidding me? The body keeps the score. What does that even... What does that mean? I got fake news in front of 18,000 people. I was joking. I promise. Yeah, you got fake news. Fake news. You got fake news. All right. Where were we? It's a book about trauma. Oh, the body remembers trauma. The body keeps the scores. A book on trauma and epigenetic memory. Okay. Y'all are nerds, man. Wikitubia says Bad Empanada is of Turkic, Greek, and Italian descent. Oh, he is? Oh, no. So we're a lot closer to one another. He just moved to one penal colony, and I moved to the other one. You know what I mean? Both. He's from one of the two indigenous genocide massacring settler colonial penal colonies. There's two of them out there that are pretty prominent, you know? Together we build AUKUS. Who were you talking to when you was pointing with that look on your face? I don't remember. But it was not Rob Blagojevich. Rod Blagojevich for Creator Clash versus Will. That's funny. Rod also has the same Ryan Grimm hairstyle. This is coming back in a big way, like that bucket style. When you got that bucket hair. Are you going to talk more about the plan to gut Medicaid? We don't have more information on how they're going to try and gut Medicaid at this moment. There's just a plan to gut it. That's all you need to know at this moment. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly how they're going to do that. Right now, they're just more so like, go back to the committees and figure out how to slam this. Brother, have you been invited back to the Piers Morgan show? Do you think you ever will again? Yeah, I get invited all the time. I just choose not to go on because I usually have some other shit going on. You know what I mean? The only, out of all of the shows that I've been invited on that I initially said no to, that I've now asked to go on, the only show I will say, the only person I will say that just came by to call you, wait, what? Oh, don't ban that guy. Come on, mods. It's fun. Assassin just came by to call you a clown, lol. Enjoy your fall into obscurity. Yeah. The thing I was gonna say is, out of all those people that initially asked me to be on, that I said no to, the only person that has not invited me back after months and months of back and forth was Lex Fridman. I think he unfollowed me. I don't think he likes me anymore. And I think it's partially because he really likes Destiny. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Do you love Albania? Of course. Can we get you on Democracy Now! With our Queen Amy? They're the same kind of... You got to accept that invite and call him a baboon in a suit every time he cuts you off? No. Hi, I'm from Germany and I'm getting more and more left radicalized lately. Do you have any recommendations on how to deal with the new worries one develops in this process? I feel so overwhelmed by all the fucking horrible world. Find some good comrades, you know? That's what you got to do. And also focus on setting goals for yourself. Not everything has to be about the immediate unlocking of the political consciousness. Focus on goals for yourself, set goals and achieve them, and you will get a lot of pleasure out of that. Yeah, there are a lot of things that are in your control in your life, and I urge a lot of people to focus on those things instantly. And I think you will get a lot of stability out of that. Okay, first things first. I talked about this yesterday, but it bears repeating. Jason Hickel says, not Jackson Hinkle, Jason Hickel. I think he was formerly at, he's a professor, but I think he also sometimes writes for Huffington Post. But he said, this is depraved. The U.S. government has just announced that they will be punishing anyone involved in Cuba's famous overseas medical missions, including government officials in foreign countries whose people have benefited from Cuban medical assistance. Their objective is to further isolate Cuba and break South-South solidarities. I was like, yeah, I would love to interview a Cuban doctor that's been on a mission. Get fucked, American government. What are they going to do? Put me in fucking jail for talking to a Cuban doctor who went out on a mission to go and like help people, save people's lives? What a psychotic thing. We are so officially bad guy territory. We are, like, America has always done a lot of bad things, right? But the Trump administration is so consistently moving in the direction of just outwardly being bad. You know what I mean? Where the Trump administration is basically going like, no, we are evil. Like, you misunderstood. Do you still sit when you pee? I've actually never been a sitting pisser. I feel like it's too much of a waste of time. I'd rather let it rip. But I understand why people do it. You're missing out. Sit pissing is goated. Try sometime. I don't have the time for it. Like, I'm ripping a piss on stream. You know what I mean? It's just like I have, around 35 to 40 seconds before chat goes crazy when I'm off camera. So I don't have time to just like sit down, pee, get up. You know what I mean? But when I'm pooping and I'm peeing, that's when I'm sitting down. All right. Everyone's going to be annoying and keep posting that bad empanada video, right? I already watched it, chatter. Come on. I already watched it. The list has been public since 2015. All one had to do is Google it. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein court documents. Like, the only thing that they released is literally just something that was readily available for people. Owns a Steam Deck and doesn't sit pee. Yeah, that's why I don't sit pee, because I own a Steam Deck. If you own a Steam Deck and you sit piss, it's over. Like, you're going to be wasting all of your time. Asmongo reacts to your stream about the Amaranth stuff. Okay. I wonder what he'll say. He's going to be like, yeah. This guy's not all right. He's just mad because a lot of people hate him. He's just mad because a lot of people hate him. It's all right. Probably because he's a radical anti-Semite. Yeah. Well. Okay, dude. He said you're wrong on almost everything. Is there a reason Asma won't just talk to you? I think it's beginning to become the same exact reason why Ethan won't talk to me either. It's because, look, the reality of the matter is, although a lot of people constantly yell about how I'm wrong or bad or whatever the fuck, a lot of these guys they're not very knowledgeable about the things they talk about. They just kind of talk about things from the angle of drama or controversy, or just simply regurgitate things that they see from YouTube videos. So in any sort of direct contest, in any sort of direct conversation, it would not be an actual debate. It would be more so similar to a lecture. And I think in the past, like Asman and I, we were cordial, but I don't think now he will, like, now that he has firmly solidified his position as like a right-wing content creator, I don't think there's a big financial incentive here to have a conversation with me and go back on any of his thoughts. You know what I mean? He's in denial about being the top one political streamer. It's funny as fuck. I don't know why he does that. I mean, it's not even like a dunk. It's just the truth. You shit on too much. You shit too much on Hasanabi. You shit too much on being anti-boobs in games. I love boobs in games. It's so funny to me how Ethan's community was frothing at the mouth for you to respond, and when you did, they immediately switched stances to, no, don't talk to him. He doesn't deserve your time, King. Like, what the fuck? It's usually Ethan's dream to directly talk to his enemies. So weird how that's changed. Yeah, because they want to keep up the idea that they want to keep up the idea that like things are working, you know, that the opinions that they're presenting are actually true. And if you have someone who knows better and you can't really misinterpret their stances in real time, that's going to be quite difficult to maintain this. It's going to be very difficult to keep lying to your audience, basically. That's it. In 1 year from now, this won't be relevant. The Asmongold stuff will be, but I don't think the Ethan stuff will be relevant. Yeah. Fresh and Fit had Amaranth on. I disagree. I think Asmongold's an independent thinker and promotes this type of arguments. I mean, if he's an independent thinker and he's open-minded, and I do think that there was a time when he was, certainly. I think Asmongold was definitely an independent thinker and open-minded, even though he had his obvious biases like titties in video games and stuff like that. But I think now he definitely is. I mean, he's gotten a lot of positive feedback doing a thing. Many of you in a similar predicament will probably operate in the same ways. Maybe not in this community because a lot of you are obviously political, but and have fully flushed out political worldviews. But like, if you are kind of a libertarian guy, okay, and you're like, oh, I'm an independent thinker, and then you watch a bunch of Trump videos and you kind of agree with Trump and you say he's based, and then all of a sudden you're fucking, you know, blowing up. Why wouldn't you do that? It's like in line with your worldview and it's not damaging inherently to the way you see the world. You don't go outside, you're relatively wealthy. It doesn't fucking matter, right? So in that situation, why wouldn't you do a right-wing pivot while still maintaining some veneer of centrism? That's the way I see it. It makes sense. I've said this before. People misunderstand this, but I've said this before. But I understand Asmongold very well. And the reason, there is obviously a major difference though, because like I do have ideological conviction. I don't think he has ideological conviction or a fully fleshed out worldview. Maybe he has like the bare bones of one. But as far as like what motivates Asmongold, I think I understand it very well. Look, if you're a top content creator on any platform, especially Twitch, you're going to be able to understand other top content creators on the platform and their ambitions and what motivates them, right? Hasan gives off smartest man alive vibes. No, I'm a fucking dumbass. I also always say I'm an idiot. That's the other thing. Like, I'm stupid. I'm a stupid guy. I think a lot of the things that I talk about I approach from the point of common sense. Don't ever admit you're wrong. You're perfect all the time, every day. Never made a mistake. That's it. You guys heard it here first from the man who has never... Like, I don't know why this fucking pisses people off so much. I'm stupid, man. I say I'm stupid all the time. I always say I'm not an activist. I'm not a leader. I'm just a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer. I don't know why. I don't know why people are just like, nope, don't hear it. Don't care. They take that you say you're stupid and claim you shouldn't speak about anything. Okay, well. True, you were wrong about Black Hawk speeds. There you go. I was off. I said a Black Hawk cannot actually change trajectory and directly launch itself like a missile, even on a landing, even on a plane that is landing, except I still believe that. A Black Hawk can only be in the trajectory of a plane that is landing and accidentally hit the plane. A Black Hawk can go up to what, 400 miles an hour or whatever, but it still doesn't matter. It can't fucking, like, you would have to be the greatest pilot of all time on a suicide mission to be able to get to be able to change the trajectory on a landing flight and just specifically go in and ram yourself into the side of a goddamn plane. Or 400 kilometers, not 400 miles. Or what was it? No, what was the plane? I'm forgetting the numbers. I'm not very good with numbers. Whatever. It's just changing directions is hard. That is true. Well, that was my point. Also, I do admit when I'm wrong. That's the other thing that people don't understand. 400 miles per hour would be nearly supersonic, bro. Read M. Hud's message. As far as streamers go, at least you've heard of things. Tim the Tapman couldn't find Russia on the map and also thought islands were just floating on the water. And he's the smartest guy on Twitch besides you. Helicopters fly slower than planes. That is not a controversial take. You weren't wrong about the Filipino boast, but I think us Filipinos wanted more acknowledgement. I will always give the Filipinos, the Swagapinos, the acknowledgement. I've watched Asmongold for months and watched Hasanabi for months as well. And Hasan's worldview is significantly more reasoned than Asmon's is. Asmon seems to gauge his positions based off whatever the current right-wing sentiment is. Yeah, except that's popular though. Obviously, Donald Trump won. You know what I mean? Clearly, people want that. Okay? For me, I try to make my worldview popular in a country that is incredibly resistant to hearing me out or hearing what I have to say out. Okay? That's the major difference between someone like myself or even someone like Sex Pestiny. Aside from the Sex Pest shit, like, Sex Pestiny is the closer to Asmongold than a lot of people realize. If Asmongold is just going off whatever the Republican Party is saying and whatever Trump is saying and whatever MAGA is saying, Sex Pestiny is doing that for the Democratic Party, for the institutions. Now, of course, because the entirety of society is designed to uphold these institutions, he also can absolutely back his arguments with research and even a cursory Wikipedia glance. So he comes across as infinitely more well-read than any number of different dumbass right-wingers that he dukes out in the marketplace of ideas for that particular reason. Okay? Yes, saying that like the world is the best it's ever been and things are fantastic in the Western world and that the American government is this like infallible institution of good is not exactly a difficult position to come by. And there is going to be a lot of valid, reasonable, seemingly centrist, objective information that's readily available in terms of research that you can point to. What is happening? Place. But in terms of like dick riding, one of the two planks, Hog Trucker 69, I think Asman's position is his view counts prove that he's popular and logical and correct position. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's part of it. You do come off as elitist when you prefer to pretend to be well-versed in hyper-complex subjects like what Asmongold thinks. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. More views equals I am right. It's true. That's why the most right person is Kai Cenat. Everybody knows this. I don't think it's necessarily elitist to also run with the assumption that like the average person can't comprehend any kind of academic literature whatsoever. I think that's silly. I think you can describe it in simplified ways, right? But I don't think that it's like elitist to entertain academia or research or rely on trusted resources of information. It's just how you can develop a better point of view. Yeah, I do think that with the bountiful information that's readily available to all, though, I do still think that in this day and age, we're getting dumber and dumber every single fucking year, straight up. I legitimately, this is one of my major issues with American society right now, is that we are unironically getting dumber and fucking dumber every goddamn day. It is very frustrating. We have no interest in the truth. We have no interest in establishing like a consensus opinion on anything. And that with supercharged American exceptionalism and American individualism, we have decided that like if I came up with a thought, no matter how fucking stupid it is, okay, it doesn't matter. I am unique. I'm a special little snowflake. And as that special little snowflake, you have to listen to me. There is validity to my claims, no matter how stupid it is. Pair that up with like a little bit of confidence, okay? With a little bit of confidence, or even the backing of one of the two major parties, and boom, you arrive at this crisis that we're at. Do you think TikTok Reels, kind of like clip culture, have played a role in that? Sure. Bad information is worse than no information. There was a point in time when I wouldn't have agreed with that, but I certainly do agree to that now. Yes, we are moving in the direction of idiocracy. Absolutely. And when you say YouTube is such an insanely powerful resource, or even TikTok, people say that about that too. Yes, there are wonderful things that you can learn on TikTok and in numerous other places. But the issue is, you don't know who you're getting this from, okay? I mean, wouldn't that include people like you? I like that you shit on others for their opinions, and I don't see you try to find much middle ground. No, because I'm not saying that there is supposed to be a middle ground. Hello? There is no middle ground between good things and bad things. There is no like, oh, well, we should do marginally bad things, and it will be fine, okay? Also, don't ban guys like that. It's fine. I'll clap them if necessary. What? Remember the other day you talked with the German streamer about the election? You said the crime rate is at an all-time low. Do you think I know about the German crime rate? But the government statistics say otherwise, especially the violent crime with immigrant background is way much higher than bio-German. First of all, bio-German is hilarious. And secondly, I don't know what the fuck the German crime rate is, dumbass. Why do you think I made a statement on the German crime rate? I never did. If I will talk about the American crime rate, which is at an all-time low. Also, what the hell is a bio-German? This is what I'm talking about, okay? This is what I mean. When you make neo-Nazi sentiment, when you make neo-Nazi sentiment appropriate, allowed, permissible, people just kind of drop shit like this. What do you mean? What is a bio-German? Do you think that like biology plays a role in you know, people assimilating or integrating into any cultures? Is that what you actually think? Because that's kind of crazy. I know some other biological Germans who believed that as well back in the day. Bio-German is something people say in Germany. It comes from has a German biography. It's literally called Bio-Deutsche now. It's not used by everyday people. Bio just means organic food in German. Bio-German or Bio-Deutsche was Unword of the Year in 2024. In Germany, it's AfD Talk. Yeah. I am the Bio-Deutsche. Nein! With bio, he means organic, like organic vegetables. We jokingly call the legacy Germans that. Oh, okay. Well, it was lost in the translation for me. I misunderstood. I thought you meant you're biologically German and not you're like organically German, which is still fucking stupid. Yeah, I'm pure. I'm of pure Germanic origin. How does that not ring any alarm bells for anybody, bro? That is crazy. I can't believe 2025 we got Germans who don't think they're neo-Nazis saying the exact same shit that Nazis said. Oh no, we're not saying deportations. We're saying remigration. It's different. We're not saying, Ubermensch. We're just saying bio-German, like pure German, the Volk, right? Like Volkswagen. Like, you couldn't even wait 100 years to try to restore Nazi Germany? How did this happen? It hasn't even been 100 years, man. Neoliberalism was the road to fascism. Lefties told you. I know. It's crazy. It's Nazi shit. No one in Europe says that. Yeah, I guess you can't even say that they're neo-Nazis. It's ironic how you can make fun about every country but can't come to homeland Turkey law. Wait, what? That's not ironic at all. I also shit on Turkey all the time. This is a thing that I never understand when people go, yeah, dude. Yeah, how about you say this in Turkey, pal? It's like, are you saying that you want America to resemble Turkey in terms of like censorship? Is that what you're advocating for? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's not. How do you make up accusations like that? What accusations? Asmongold just lied and said you're a radical because you introduced and talked to a terrorist. I mean, yeah, I am a radical. It's true. I'm a radical, dude. I'm pretty rad. Getting harder to defend you? On what? Dudes who have hated me. Dudes who have hated me for the longest time. Or, I mean, look at this. I just called my coworker listening to Destiny. He said you're pro-terror. It's officially the year of the coworker. It's getting harder to defend you, man. First it was a sex pest that called you a terrorist. Then it was Asmongold who has defended Elon Musk, both Sig Heiling and also defended something that was truly unconscionable from the perspective of gaming, was silent on Elon Musk's path of exile, fraudulent behavior until there was too much pressure from his audience to respond to it, and still defends Elon Musk to this day. Okay. Now he's also saying I'm a radical, pro-terror kind of guy. What's next, dude? Are you going to tell me that Sam Hyde has some bad opinions about me too? Oh my God. Nick Fuentes said he hates you, dude. Shit, dude. What am I going to do? Fuck. Oops. Yeah. You know who else doesn't like me? Andrew Tate. That's another guy. I'm cooked, I guess. It's over for me. You stepped out of your echo chamber for 2 seconds and got absolutely cooked. You are a disgrace, Hassan Piker. I don't even know what this person is saying, but we don't need to ban that guy. It's okay. All right. So no news today. Drama Thursday on the menu, Lamau. No, we're getting to the news right now. Also, drama and news do have the capacity to intersect. Best, did you blast off? I did. Chat hoppers got to stop coming in here from Asman to report stuff. We do not care what a guy with sit down air that could kill a dog says. Jesus Christ. Emhud being a WoW player has more smoke for Asmongold than I ever will. Let's be real. Which way, Western man? If you're a WoW player and you love Classic, you probably are over the age of 30. Okay? And if you're over the age of 30, you get your political opinions from either someone like myself, okay? You rely on someone like myself to describe to you what's going on, or someone like Asmongold. Many of them get it from Asmongold. A lot more people get it from Asmongold, especially in the WoW Classic community, I think. Why are you calling me out like this? I'm sorry. Okay. Idiocracy clip shows what you will be covering 1,000 years. Okay, let's get started. President Trump and UK Prime Minister Stalin. Okay, UK Prime Minister Keir Stalin in a bilateral meeting.
We have Russia, we have Ukraine. I think we're very well advanced. I think Russia has been acting very well. We have Representatives Steve Witkoff and Scott and Marco and JD. We're all involved. Everyone.
My goat, Steve Goatkoff.
And a lot more. But I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet. So I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done. I don't want to give it the bad luck sign. We don't want to do that. But we've had very good talks with Russia, and we've had very good talks, as you know, with Ukraine. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, does the Prime Minister have to choose a closer relationship with the EU as he is seeking and a good trade relationship with you? Which one should he go for?
Well, I think we have just a great relationship. We actually had a good relationship before. We've met a couple of times. I'm very impressed with his wife, I must say. She's a beautiful, great woman. And
I second that.
I said, you're very lucky. He's very lucky. And no, we've had a very good relationship.
Let's see if Kier sucks him off more than Macron. Oh, 100%. That's not even a question. Kier is omega cucked because Macron is French. So as a Frenchman, he's always going to have like a sense of elitism and an opinion that like Anglophones are limited in their behavior, in their culture. Anglophones are lesser. Okay. Having said that, however, Keir Starmer not only is British, so he's auto-cucked. That's just how it is. But also is a particularly servile individual, too. So I think Keir is a craven, cowardly individual to begin with, and he's British. Like, he's not a particularly charismatic person. He's really the worst type of person to talk to Donald Trump. It's Sir Keir Starmer to you. Yes, yes. Might I share two good news involving you, please? First, thanks to my Hasanabi Clips channel, I finally got monetized, and I'm going to keep grinding. Yesterday, we had our first Creatives Union meeting, and next meeting, we're setting up a charter. You were the inspo for this. Thanks for constantly encouraging us. Hell yeah. Keir tried to do the same as Macron, fact-checking him on EU-Ukraine aid, but it was Rizless. Yeah, Keir also is like incredibly uncharismatic. Macron is married to a pedophile, and Kid Starter is friends with pedophiles. That's true. But they're European politicians. Also, American politicians also have obviously direct involvement with pedophiles too. I mean, look at fucking Jeffrey Epstein, which we're going to be talking about in a little bit. So like, who amongst these people is not like in one way, shape, or form directly involved with a pedophile? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, Tate brothers, we got that going on too. It's become a very weird like political movement. On the gaming side, a lot of gamers made bigger titties in video games like this unashamed political movement for themselves, right? They try to hit that from the angle of like censorship and talk about how like if we don't have bigger titties in video games, if I can't like sweatily jerk off to every video game that I play, then, you know, this is a genocide. And basically a lot of other content creators and you know, just like right-wing people demonstrating right-wing ideology have actively talked about like undermining age of consent laws for some weird reason. And I don't understand it. Like, we are not only getting dumber, but we're getting grosser as well. It truly has made me anti-gooner. Despite the fact that I was almost always a pro-gooner kind of guy, these past couple of years, I think, has definitely changed my attitude a little bit, because like we are devolving. Like, I can't even joke about it anymore because I don't want fucking people to think I'm like those weirdos, you know? Anyway.
He's worried about Britain potentially undoing some of the benefits of Brexit by seeking a closer tie with the EU, who you said was set up to screw
No, I don't
the
worry about that.
United
I thought, you know, frankly, what they did was the right thing at the time, and I think that'll probably prove out over the centuries. You know, you have a long time to go, but I think I predicted that was going to happen, and it did happen, and it'll work it out. I think it's already worked itself out. Yes.
Mr. President, can I ask on Chagos, Mr. President? Keir Starmer has signed the deal to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Will you approve that deal?
Well, we're going to have some discussions about that very soon, and I have a feeling it's going to work out very well. They're talking about a very long-term, powerful.
There's some suspicion that after talking to all these European leaders and also getting this, the mineral rights, the mineral extraction rights from Ukraine, that Donald Trump is going to do a big dump of weapons to Ukraine to continue the fun, right? I don't know. I don't know if that will actually happen, but it also wouldn't shock me. I would say that Donald Trump actively saying he's pro-Russia over and over again has been more shocking than Donald Trump continuing continuing the Ukrainian resistance to the best of their ability narrative. Even the fact that he was saying, like, we're going to take all the minerals and stuff like that. Like, I don't think that in and of itself is all that shocking. That's just Donald Trump doing Donald Trump. He softened his tone on Zelensky today since he's coming tomorrow. He said he didn't remember calling him a dictator. Yeah. I mean, that's also classic Trump. If you remember anything from the previous administration when he was president, he would always like say some unhinged things. And then the more reasonable adults around him would be like, oh, he didn't mean it. Like Steve Witkoff, from what I understand, literally went around and was like, yeah, no, he's just saying like he wants to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. But like, it's just to get the conversation started, you know? He doesn't mean it. He just wants to get the conversation started. It's just a prank. He's just pro-ethnically cleansing Palestinians from the Gaza Strip as a way to get the other surrounding Arab coalition partners to get more involved in the conversation, as though they haven't been involved thus far. You know?
Lease, a very strong lease, about 140 years actually. That's a long time, and I think we'll be inclined to go along with your country. Yeah, I think it sounds. It's a little bit early. We have to be given the details, but it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Well, I think that the EU, yeah, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, but we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple.
Wait, what? Dude, the value-added tax is not... Wait, what? The VAT doesn't... What? First of all, that's not... That's... What? Is he trying to, like, redefine European tax policy in general? Like, what is going on? VAT is not applicable to just imported goods. What are you saying? Or specifically American goods? VAT is across the board. It's literally in the name. It is value-added tax. Like, am I misunderstanding something? Did he misspeak, or does he just truly not understand how value-added tax works? Like, but this definition is sales tax is a tariff. I mean, the problem with okay, if VAT was only applicable to American goods, then technically he wouldn't be wrong, I guess, in terms of the impact, because it would potentially lower the amount of American goods that are being purchased, because American goods would be more expensive. Okay, and that's precisely how a tariff works as well. A tariff is going to increase the cost of goods that are coming in, because at the point of when the middleman is purchasing the goods, at the point of entry into the country, they're paying an additional fee, which automatically increases the cost, okay? And that cost will always be carried over to the consumer. So a tariff can be seen as a sales tax. The difference is the VAT tax that he's talking about are they're not specific to the United States goods. They're not specific to goods coming just from the United States. It's not country specific at all. It's all goods. It's just another form of regressive taxation. The value added tax is pretty simple. It's in the name. When you're purchasing something, there is a percentage fee applied to that at the point of purchase. Okay? VAT, victory over America tax. Yeah. It also is added to domestic goods as well. The argument is that the tax is due by importers and not at the end of the chain by the customer. VAT is due imports on the EU and elsewhere, unlike in the United States where sales tax only applies in the final transaction in the chain. This could deter an importer of U.S. goods who would be stuck with a VAT bill by the time their goods arrive. Okay, but it's not specific to American goods. A tariff is specific to goods coming in, either specific to a good that has like in normal circumstances a competitive domestic manufacturing opportunity, or goods coming in the way that Trump is using it from individual countries. A value-added tax is across the board. At least as far as I understand it, it has been in the EU across the board. It's like for domestic goods as well. So I don't know why Reuters is trying to play catch up with Donald Trump, and I don't know why Reuters is trying to play catch up with Donald Trump and trying to make his sentiment make sense when it very clearly is wrong. "40 seconds in."
We haven't. The EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly.
This country does not charge tariffs on U.S. goods, so it's not clear what's next for Canada. But Trump now appears to be going after sales taxes, like the GST, or Europe's value-added tax, VAT.
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff.
Even though Trump's tariff...
Why are they sane-washing him? This is an objectively incorrect... Am I crazy? Like, this is an objectively incorrect statement. No, you cannot... Dude, he's interfering with tax policy of other countries. This goes beyond trade. He's like, no, I want everyone else to also be a libertarian paradise. What is happening? Is this the final stage of like global neoliberalism? Donald Trump is interfering in foreign markets and their own personal sales taxes and whatnot in an effort to make sure that their coffers are dry, and then, you know, his buddies can come in and purchase all of those underfunded public sectors. Is that what is going on? Like, is that what's happening here? He said, fuck the IMF, fuck the World Bank. I'm sidestepping everything. I'm just using big dick American trade and also our mighty military and global hegemonic superpower status to do this one last thing where if you want to fucking fill your coffers to pay for social safety nets, even if you don't have currency sovereignty, for example, and you actually do need to tax your citizenry in order to have these beneficial, expansive social safety nets, I'm coming after it. I want you to literally become a poorer country. I want your public sectors to be robbed blind so that my billionaire buddies can come in and purchase them and privatize them by force. Is he talking about VAT or sales tax? It's both 19% in Germany, for example. Is he confusing them? I'm so confused. No, reach? I don't think that's reach. I'm trying to explain. First of all, that's not a reach. That's not a cap. Donald Trump is objectively wrong. And he also is personally saying he sees a value-added tax as a form of tariff. It's not. He also is not even correct about tariffs to begin with.
tariff threat is now
I can't believe this is the one, dude. This is like kind of boring in general. This is like a kind of boring part of this conversation, and it also doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That he's like, this is what he's chosen to do. But like, a tariff can be, a tariff will have costs carried over to the consumer and can be seen as like a sales tax or a value-added tax, if you want to consider it that. The difference, however, is that a tariff is either industry-specific, sector-specific, good-specific, or country-specific. A value-added tax is across the board, unless you have exemptions. And I don't think these countries have, exemptions for domestically manufactured goods that can avoid VAT taxes versus fucking American goods that get slapped with a VAT.
With members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York contacted us, and they used to have a sign, dig we must, and we will be digging. But much of the European aid to Ukraine has been sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money, or just sent it, money after money after money, and never had any knowledge of ever seeing it back. Maybe $300 to $350 billion, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was difficult to get, but it's really very good for Ukraine and very good for us. The American taxpayers will now effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured into helping Ukraine defend itself, which by and of itself is a very worthy thing to do. We've paid far more than any other country, and with most of our support, it's been paid in military, the finest weapons anywhere in the world. This includes vast amounts of military hardware, ammunition, and various other things that we now have to start rebuilding our own stockpiles. Additionally, the minerals agreement will provide the basis for a more sustainable future relationship between the United States and Ukraine, and thus stimulate the long-term prosperity that will help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. It's been demolished, and the ruined infrastructure. The infrastructure, as you know, is in very bad shape. In just over 1 month, our administration has already achieved more progress toward peace than years in the other administration where they did nothing toward peace. They didn't understand what was happening. Our approach is basically common sense. As I said, so many of the things that we do are based on common sense. If you want peace, you have to talk, both sides. As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that that can happen quickly, because thousands of young people, in this case, we're not talking about Americans, we're talking about Ukrainians and Russians are being killed every week, thousands. And it's a rough battlefield. It's a flat piece of land, and the bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And this week, I saw the reports, and it's I don't even want to say what they are, but thousands of people, young, vibrant people died. And we want to stop that. Senseless. Should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such a terrible war will never happen on European soil, or for that matter, anywhere again. It's a horrible thing that's going on. The disaster in Ukraine shows exactly why it's so important for the United Kingdom and other NATO partners to make large investments in their defense capabilities, in many cases 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but probably need that. So congratulations on that. I know you got it through. After years of chronic underfunding, there's an urgent need to catch up for some countries. And I want to thank the Prime Minister once again for traveling here today. Working together, I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years.
So unique.
And I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries. And we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JD's working on it, Vice President, and Scott, and I'm just looking at this all from Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just want to thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and I look forward to you giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir.
Cock.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very...
Please acknowledge Canada. Everyone I know is afraid. We're right next to the USA. Chatters, Canadian chatters, I'm with you, okay? Anything that you do in an attempt to resist against the American empire, I'm with you all the way. You have every right.
It was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's
I can't believe I have such a lame community. They're saying unmute Keir Starmer.
To the other's aid, to counter threats, wherever
I never thought we would get to this point where my own community would say, please unmute Mr. Sir Keir Starmer. We want to hear what he has to say.
Countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right. There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now. Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal. We've discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair, that Ukraine will help shape, that's backed by strength, to stop Putin coming back for more. I'm working closely with other European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to support a deal, working together with our allies, because that is the only way that peace will last. Mr. President, in this new era, you're also right that Europe must step up. And let me tell you now, I see the growing threats we face.
I love that he says he's not on the side of invaders when he went to Cyprus and celebrated the British Royal, the British Air Force giving surveillance data to Israel to, strike Palestinian targets.
We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action. Rebalancing the transatlantic alliance, making us all stronger, and standing up for our shared values and shared security, as Britain always has. Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. We believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done, and that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair, balanced, and reciprocal. We're leaders together in so many areas, ranked 1 and 2 in the world as investment destinations, 1 and 2 for universities, 1 and 2 for Nobel Prizes, 1 and 2 in golf as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer. So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century. We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people.
We've basically given up on everything. That's why these guys keep talking about like moonshot cancer research or whatever. Like, yeah, oh, our collaborative efforts are going to fucking bring about a cure for cancer, I promise. This is weirdly enough, a brandinification of all global leaders. Remember, he said that too. Brandon was like, we're going to cure AIDS and cancer.
The King. Not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom. An unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before.
Why no world leaders?
It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King.
Why no world leaders standing up to Trump? Because he's Trump, dude.
So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom.
Because he's America. What do you mean?
Once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent.
That's amazing. Another handshake.
Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you told me that you believe that foreign countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And, for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade.
Everyone's so unfair
at levels
to us.
that nobody's really ever seen before.
The global
especially under
superpower.
the Biden administration, they really
The global superpower. Everyone's so unfair to us, even though we've dominated the world.
During my 4 years, we had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness. And the inflation for us has not existed. And I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife.
What?
Number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, Natasha Clark from
Hi.
LBC.
Yeah,
Mr.
why no
President,
answer to the Canada
trade
question?
deal with Britain, which we of course welcome. President Obama once said Britain was at the back of the queue for that trade deal. Where are we now? When do you think we're going to see that? And Prime Minister, the BBC has today admitted serious flaws over the recent Gaza coverage, suggestions of payments made to people linked to Hamas. Does the BBC still have your trust? Thank you.
Well, they didn't do well with President Obama. He'd never got a lot of things done, and he didn't get a trade deal done that was of any importance or magnitude. We've had great discussions on trade, and I think we're going to have a deal done rather quickly as it can be done. We're going to have something, I think, rather quickly. We expect to do that. Okay? Please.
On the BBC, look, I've been concerned about the programme in question. The Secretary of State had a meeting with the BBC. I think it was yesterday, could have been the day before. Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me. Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have
You're
a
doing
very
okay, man?
successful
No.
peace.
I don't think anyone is
And
doing
I think it's going to
okay.
be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot, because largely it's soldiers now. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be long-lasting. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I felt we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first. But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Okay. Please, Blue.
Mr. President, some experts think it could take more than a decade to mine the precious minerals from Ukraine. How much should the U.S. expect to receive, and when do you expect to see that come to fruition?
Well, we're never going to know that answer, but by our being in Ukraine and doing the exploration and also the digging and taking the rare earth, which we need in our country very badly, we'll be doing a substantial amount of work. probably about at least what we have in there, and we hope to be able to do that. You never know when it comes to that. You know, you dig and maybe things aren't there like you think they're there, but we'll be spending a lot of time there. It'll be great for Ukraine. It's like a huge economic development project, so it'll be good for both countries, okay? Please.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you've talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee were Putin to breach that agreement? And Mr. President, tomorrow you're seeing President Zelensky to sign this deal on minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States. Will you take the opportunity to apologize to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin,
Drama.
who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and
Drama. I mean,
that,
I guess like this is the only type of fucking response we're gonna
the
get.
United Kingdom need to step up.
Trump
in
doesn't
our
like
own
it. Look at his
defence
face.
And security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending.
I think you know what's funny. I'm gonna go along with the Krasnov Trump is a KGB agent memes because like the most extensive mineral maps on Ukraine come from the USSR. Okay, like USSR surveys. So maybe they gave it to him in the fucking 80s as the KGB asset that he was, and that's why he's like, I am Krasnov, sleeper cell for USSR. I need access to USSR mineral map. I have USSR mineral map of Ukraine in my penthouse. I know there is rare earth mineral.
Will be a lasting deal. And coming out of this, our teams will now be talking in detail about that.
And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow, 11 o'clock. And
I like that they never answer the dictator shit. Come on, man.
We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for them. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure it. They have really fought. Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense. Yeah, please, go ahead.
The ceasefire deal is nearing an end this
No
Saturday,
answer to the dictator
and
thing.
There's been some worry that phase 2 might never get there. Do you believe that phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza will come to fruition? And have you spoken to Netanyahu about it? And for the Prime Minister, this peacekeeping deal has been pushed forward by the UK and France as well. Have you been in discussions with any other European countries to join this initiative? And are you expecting Commonwealth countries to also join the effort? Thank you.
So we're working very hard in the Middle East and Gaza and all of the problems, and it's been going on for years and
he's working
centuries
very
and
hard.
centuries.
That's why he
It's
made the AI video.
it's
He
a
posted
tough
the AI video.
neighborhood, but it could be a very beautiful neighborhood, and I think we're going to come up with some pretty good solutions. But phase 1 is almost complete. We've had some people that have been very seriously injured, very seriously hurt, both physically and mentally. They've come out of there very, very, and some of them in very, very bad shape. It's shocking. Many young people aren't in bad shape. Young people are strong, healthy. They don't die. People have come out dead, young people and old people. It's a rough situation, but I think we're going to make it much better, and I think that we've had a huge impact on that since we've been in just the 4 weeks. I think we've had a huge impact on Gaza, the Middle East, and we have some pretty good talks going on concerning lots of other people that are going to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Nobody really knows, but we'll see what happens. But I think we've had a very positive impact. Prime Minister?
Yeah, on the question of...
very, very positive.
European countries, yes, I've spoken to a number of countries, particularly in the last few weeks. We had a meeting in Paris last week. I've got a meeting on Sunday with 18 countries to further our discussions.
Let's see what Asmongold's chat is saying about this.
Talking quite intensely to our French
Let's take a peek on the other
colleagues,
side
and to
see
NATO,
what the fuck
but
is going on
to
there.
other countries as well, because, as I say, I think it's important for European countries, including the United Kingdom, to step up and do more in the defence and security of Europe and our continent and the United Kingdom, and will do so. Well, we're talking to a number of other countries.
Thank you. Yes, in the
Cure
red,
is
please.
awful, so wasted time for a
Pink
whole month.
red.
Understandable.
Flaming
Kamala
red.
version 2.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. A question on Ukraine. Number one is, if you're not considering the security guarantees, are you open to other forms of, for example, intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? And Mr. Prime Minister,
Okay.
President Trump
I didn't
has
think they'd be
proposed a plan
pro-Israel,
for
but
Gaza. Does this fit into the two-state solution that the UK held?
I didn't know Asmund watches stuff too. Yes, Asmongold is literally the largest political content creator on this platform.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're open to many things, but before I even think about that, that's almost pleasant to think about, because that would mean that peace has been arrived at. We have to arrive at that peace. And, you know, you went 3.5 years with an administration that never even really had a meeting. They didn't have a meeting on peace. And there was no prospect of peace. I think, frankly, Russia wanted to go through the whole long deal. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they do. We had a very big impact on that whole situation. But I don't like talking about phase 2 until I get phase 1. Phase 1 is I have to make peace. And we have to get Russia to agree. We have to get Ukraine to agree. And I think we will. I think we've come a long way. I believe we're going to get it done. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think so. And I think it will be very important, very historic, and we're going to save a lot of lives.
On the question of Gaza, the last few weeks of the ceasefire have been very impactful. And for me, there are two images that I remember more than any other. The first is Emily Damari, who is British, being reunited with her mother. You may remember she had her fingers missing after what she endured. That was an incredible moment. I'd spent a lot of time with her mother whilst she was held captive, and her mother went through absolute torture. The other image was thousands of Palestinians marching through rubble, trying to return to their communities and their homes. So we have to do everything we can to ensure that the ceasefire continues, so that more hostages can be returned, so that aid can be brought in that's desperately needed. We need to allow Palestinians to return and to rebuild their lives, and we must all support them in doing that. And yes, I believe that the two-state solution is ultimately the only way for a lasting peace in the region.
And think of that. She came home with her fingers and part of her hand blown off.
That's terrible.
How bad does it get? And we had others that came home in much worse shape than that. Yeah. It's a terrible situation. Please, yes.
Starmer's a puppet reading a message he received on his phone, Lamau. He says that in front of Trump, yet imprisons anyone who dares say
Mr.
shit
President,
about criminals
did
from
our
Middle
Prime
East.
Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think
no interest
that
in
Vladimir
like
Putin
actually what
is
the
a man
fuck these
who
guys
will
are
keep his
saying,
word?
and everything is about the aesthetics. I feel like for these guys, they're just like hyper focusing on Keir Stalin saying a lot or being fake and phony.
They pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see. But he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think we. In all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it, and I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries. Okay? Thank you.
On the second part of the question, I think my views on Putin are pretty well rehearsed and pretty well known, and my concern is that if there's a deal, and I hope there is a deal, that it must be a lasting deal, that it's not a temporary measure. And that is why I think it's really important that Putin knows that this deal, a historic deal, which I very much hope comes about, is there is there and it's a lasting deal, and that we're able to deal with any inclination he has to go again or go further?
I think we'll have two deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you. And it's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank everybody very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
3 handshakes, baby. 3 of them. Kid Starver got the triple handshake. Art of the deal, baby. Art of the deal. Yeah, I mean, I often find myself knowing less, like learning less about where America is most likely going to go in terms of foreign policy after these press conferences. It is truly unique the way that these guys can get up there and say so much and virtually say nothing. Like, it is wild. I feel like every time I hear a Trump press conference, I'm like, I'm more confused than before the press conference started. You know? Maybe I'm losing my critical thinking skills. I don't know. But it's just like it truly feels as though they're saying a lot and saying nothing at all at the same time. It seems like they're saying a lot, but they're actually saying nothing at all. But seemingly, the reason why I also like to look at what like Asmongold's chat is saying in this situation, because he's the largest content creator on this platform and has a massive community of people who are seemingly tuning in to get some right-wing commentary, is because I want to understand like what their attitude is, like what their takeaway is from this stuff. And unsurprisingly, I guess it's usually just, you know, optics. Like they like that Trump is like dominating people, right? They like that Trump is dominating people. They think like Keir Starmer is a cuck, because he is. I mean, it is, that is true. He does do the like wishy-washy. He's basically Kamala, but, you know, English. And it's interesting because like Western foreign policy is all unified under the American direction, under the American umbrella. And that has been the case for a very long time. So it doesn't really matter what Keir Starmer says, just like, you know, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump in terms of the broader, in terms of the broader opinion is not that different. Trump is simply the great accelerator, right? He says the quiet part out loud, and he pushes the direction of foreign policy, the unified Western foreign policy, in the direction that it was supposed to go towards, but accelerates that process. How did EU become such cucks? I mean, they have been for a very long time. The European Union and this like allegiance has always been that way. Post World War II. It's all on the libs content with no idea the effects it'll have on them. It's all right-wing content is as of now. Yeah. So how do I convince friends that Ethan Klein's video on you is inaccurate? There's a bad empanada video that's like super long, but it goes through every single point if you want to, or a playlist that you can point them to that dissects virtually everything that he said that is completely incorrect. Anyway, but there is definitely a right-wing takeover. And here's XUC responding to what I had to say earlier. Like what I had to say yesterday, XC reacting to me, calling out Asmongold for the rise of right-wing sentiment that's making waves in streaming. And the reason why I talked about this is because like Amaranth and many other content creators that previously were like seemingly so socially conscious or somewhat progressive are now openly saying like unhinged right-wing shit. Okay, Amaranth made inferences to like, you know, LGBTQ activists dying in the California wildfires, right? And you look bad smelling. I smell amazing. But regardless, XQC responds to that. So let's take a look at what he had to say about it. Wait, why is there no?
people voted for Trump. Okay? Bro, regardless of what we were saying, okay, look at the amount of votes. Imagine saying it. The general population feels this way, but then the general population votes a different way.
Wait, I think he misunderstood my point. No, I understand that right-wing sentiment is very popular. XQC thinks I don't understand that. No, I actually do understand that. I talk about it all the time. I disagree with the popular sentiment, and I also predict that once the impact of the Trump administration's actions are felt by broader subsects of American society, then they will start realizing that it's no longer a good thing. The reality of the matter is, it's not necessarily that Donald Trump was incredibly popular. It was more so that the Democratic Party was incredibly unpopular, right? And this obviously, I mean, this has been the case for many instances throughout history where we look back and go, yeah, these were really incredibly violent things that we did to other people. Slavery was popular. I mean, Nazi sentiment in Nazi Germany was popular. It doesn't mean that it's correct. Okay? He simultaneously says you grift to the left because it's popular while also saying right-wing ideas are more popular. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It obviously doesn't make sense. But my point is, yes, the right-wing agenda brought forward by Donald Trump is very popular right now. And I talk about this extensively. I talk about this every single day. It's because a lot of people interpret the Trump administration as like doing something, doing anything, rather than keeping the regular order of business in line. Because a lot of people demanded a shakeup, right? That's it. A lot of people demanded a shakeup. And Donald Trump's approval ratings show that because they voted for Donald Trump and Donald Trump won because he was the mallet that would destroy the American government. Because for a lot of people, after years and years of neoliberal austerity and social safety nets diminishing and the quality of life, the relative quality of life getting worse and worse for people in spite of the reality that technological advancements have made us feel as though our lives are getting better. Okay. The relative quality of life has worsened in the United States of America. Productivity has gone up, whereas wages have remained stagnant. They have not adjusted to the productivity. This is at the heart of capitalism. And a lot of income inequality exists in this country to the same degrees that it existed in the Gilded Age. These are the reasons as to why many people feel uncertainty about their future. They're angry, they're resentful, they hate these institutions, and they thought that Donald Trump was going to break these institutions. And Donald Trump is breaking these institutions, but not in the direction that actually fixes these institutions and fixes the problems that people actually experience, but in a way that will worsen. Okay? Calling every single person in stream over 55,000 people a Nazi is not venting, is labeling. That behavior is exactly what the elite want you to do. They want you to alienate everyone that can be brought over to our cause. They want you to fracture and isolate. You're being too emotional. What are you talking about? The number doesn't matter. They believe what they... Okay, these guys are yapping amongst themselves. They're arguing amongst themselves. I'm not going to read it. But so there is no point where there's no point where I've ever said that like right-wing sentiment and right-wing policies right now are not perceived as an overall good thing and people are actually in support of it. They have a much better way of marketing the things that they're doing that is in line with a lot of people's misunderstandings, the broader population's misunderstandings about the federal government. People don't like the government. They hate it. Especially since the Reagan era. People have been anti-government and anti-taxation for that reason. I mean, Americans have always been anti-tax, but at least like when you compare it to European countries, like nobody likes to pay taxes, but at least in European countries with more expansive social safety nets, there's this collective understanding that like the money that you're giving back to the government is going to something that will inevitably help you down the line or help others down the line. We don't have that mentality here because the government has never worked in this country, or at least we have completely lost our confidence in the government ever doing something right by us. Okay? And decades of neoliberalism have ruined the federal government in its entirety. There's no concept that like the money that you're giving back to the IRS that is going into the government coffers are actually going to fix the potholes or fix education, right? Or improve your infrastructure, improve your access to the internet, improve your internet bandwidth. None of that is a thing that we believe anymore. We just notice that everything is getting worse and worse all around us, right? And we think to ourselves, well, fuck this, fuck these guys. These are corporatist elites. Break their backs. And when someone comes along and says, I'm the guy who's going to break their backs, I'm your leader, I'm going to do it, yeah, people think it's good. What they fail to recognize, however, is that Donald Trump is breaking the government in a way that will harm people, okay? This is my disagreement. So the popularity or the popular perception of Trump's policies right now does not change this dynamic for me at all. I am very well aware of it. And it is my job, I think, as a political commentator to explain why these policies are harmful to the broader American public. And that's what I do every day. But in terms of right-wing sentiment becoming more and more popular in spaces like this one, okay, that is, or at least like content creators pushing right-wing sentiment, is because of social perception. Unless they personally had a change of heart that dramatically changed everyone's opinions, including Amaranth, right? They're farming. That's all I was saying. It's a concept that everybody understands. It's called grifting. It's called farming. There are a lot of right-wing content creators out there. There are a lot of right-wingers out there that want to hear from right-wing content creators. It doesn't take too much to say the right-wing things that people will immediately give you positive feedback on. And that's precisely the reason why people do it. It's a grift. It's a concept that XQC understands very well. I think he literally says, I have grifted to the left for years and years and years. So I think he probably understands that, right? Or perhaps maybe he thinks you can only grift to the left, which is hilarious because very clearly it's much easier to grift to the right. If I were to be a grifter and these weren't my genuine opinions that I've defended for a decade now, I would probably become a right-winger and just, get a kick contract. It's not that hard.
People voted for Trump. Okay. Bro, regardless of what we were saying, okay, look at the amount of votes. Imagine saying it. The general population feels this way, but then the general population votes a different way. And you're like, well, I think you're just wrong. I do. I do think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. If tomorrow there was a vote to say we should enslave all black people and the democratic process went through, black people are 13% of the population, and people were, all these Americans voted for that, I would say it's wrong, right? And it's not even just slavery, but the reason why I'm using slavery as an example is because that was the general sentiment for the longest time. Like, even during the civil rights movement, in the aftermath of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, his disapproval rating was at 66%. He was overwhelmingly unpopular in the eyes of Americans. Many decades later, after a decent amount of whitewashing about his past, about his ideological leanings, now Martin Luther King is incredibly popular as a historical figure. My point is, it doesn't necessarily matter what the wishes of the masses are. Having said that, however, okay, my point is that I also do suspect that down the line, once Trump's, evisceration of the administrative state comes to fruition and people start noticing that the government is simply not working at all, even like the remaining parts of the government that used to work is not working, and the American quality of life is truly worse, then they will get resentful and angry.
That's it. This has happened historically with all kinds of policy, for the record. This is not unique to Donald Trump in general. After all, one of the greatest examples I can point to is abortion. Many Americans that said that they were on board with restricting abortion very quickly turned around and said, oh my God, we were wrong. We actually don't want to limit abortion that much. We just want to limit abortion this much. Like they basically clawed back and directly democratically voted by overwhelming numbers whenever it was presented as an option on a ballot to restore and enshrine abortion protections in their state constitutions. So why did they do that in states that overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump, for example? They did that because a lot of people don't understand the immediate impact of policy until it actually harms them, until it hurts them. Okay? Yeah, buyer's remorse.
What are we talking about here? I'm confused. You cannot say the general population doesn't like this, and then the general population.
So much of my naysayers unironically just go, I didn't understand what he's saying. I'm confused, but you must be wrong. You're arguing against a position that I have not presented. I'm not saying that Donald Trump's policies right now are broadly considered unpopular. Yeah, I don't think you understand.
Vision votes for somebody to be in office that holds those views. So who are you talking to? Like, who is the general population? Is it the residents of California? Is it the big cities' online personalities? Is it people that are on Facebook? Is it the Twitter Andes? No, stop saying the general population.
Also, especially in the United States of America, the majority opinion is not necessarily the majority of the voting public. That's the other side of this as well, especially because of Electoral College and many other reasons. Like the plurality of people, at least historically, the plurality of people don't vote. Yeah. 64% of the U.S. voted, and Trump won 49% of that vote. Exactly. But that doesn't matter either. Fair is fair. Trump fairly and squarely won the election. Okay, he did. Too big to rig, baby. He did.
That's what it is.
Really give a shit about politics. Too big to rig.
That is.
And then he continues to talk about like Asmongold's perspective or something. I don't understand, but
I disagree. I think holding the view that is the more popular does give you the more popularity. I think like another little hint of projection. If you hold leftist views in areas that are very outrage heavy and leftist, you get a lot of notoriety and you get a lot of appraisal. And his takes are extremely popular and are always in the center of what public opinion likes. And he speaks loudly about what people like, and he's just gonna.
He's saying Asmongold takes extremely centrist positions on broadly popular sentiment. He reads the room and tries to hit the center of that room. I don't think this is correct either. Like Donald Trump, even right now, despite the fact that he won the election, is not like an overwhelmingly popular president. He's not. He is more popular than he has ever been. What? Hasan, your commentary is good, but you're asking for charitability for people who have been told you're evil to listen to you. That's why you got to show, not tell, so they can't ignore you. For example, here's a 90-second clip from Michael Moore's documentary that says the same thing that you're saying. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
That this country, which provides free health care for its people, nearly free daycare, also makes sure that the school lunches are fit for a king. I had to ask myself, how do the French afford all of this?
Europe, for the past 4 decades, has been raising taxes.
Very high income taxes.
Some higher taxes.
They're sick of the high taxes.
Gerard Depardieu said, no more. I'm out of here.
Here's how much the average working American pays in income and Social Security taxes, and those taxes get us the basic services: police, fire, roads, water, war, and bank bailouts. And here's what the average French worker pays in taxes: a little more than we do. And for paying just
Also, the other thing I want to point to, is that I am an advocate for certain things, certain policies, right? Certain policies that I believe will truly uplift the American working class. And the best example I can give you is obviously healthcare, right? I want a nationalized healthcare system, but I'll take socialized medicine in any capacity in the interim, in the short-term period. And that is a popular policy. That is a broadly, incredibly popular policy. Having said that, even if it wasn't, I would still advocate for it. I would still try to actively change the minds of as many Americans as I can to get them to understand that this is a good thing, that this is beneficial for them. Okay? Do you understand? It doesn't matter if it's like, it doesn't matter if Americans are running around saying like, nah, free healthcare is socialism. I don't want that. I'd rather die than get a communist doctor to fix my health problems or whatever. Like, I don't care if every American held that opinion. There are so many issues where I take a broadly, incredibly unpopular stance and then try to actively educate people on why this otherwise incredibly unpopular stance is actually the correct way to go about business. This is it. Like, this is what I do for most things. Most Americans think Nancy Pelosi is a socialist, think communism, socialism is a pejorative in and of itself, and they hate everything about the Democratic Party for what they imagine is radical politics coming out of the Democratic Party when they're fucking unimaginably close to the Republicans in both domestic affairs, but certainly when it comes to foreign policy. Okay? What's an example of an unpopular stance you have? I mean, Palestine is a great example of this, I would say, because for the past decade, I have been unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Palestinian. Until recently, the pro-Palestinian position was a non-starter for so many people, including progressives, right? Now, post October 7, the tide has shifted, at least for people under the age of 35, okay? But pre-October 7, it was not even a question. It was not even a question. Other unpopular stances that I have that I think were appropriate at the time was advocating for a ceasefire in Ukraine when Ukraine had more leverage. Like the initial ceasefire proposal that was put on the table that fell apart. Everybody yelled at me for that. They said I'm, pro-Putin. I'm in the pocket of Putin. There are plenty of issues that I have been on the unpopular side of that a lot of Americans have basically walked their way to arriving at. Housing the homeless, moving towards a rehabilitative approach to criminal justice, supporting unions, so much. American foreign policy, the entirety of the American foreign policy, I'm very critical of, and Americans are very much in support of American foreign policy. I think that right now, especially at this stage, my advocacy for immigrants is unimaginably unpopular. Americans are so right-wing on this issue, especially now. So most of the things that I advocate for, either people come to that conclusion later down the line. That's why I always say history will vindicate me. Or even if they come to that same conclusion down the line, they still hold their older resentments. Their resentment continues, even if they agree. This is a very rare sight. You were right about Ukraine, must begrudgingly admit. But I respect it. I respect people who are, brave enough to, not even brave enough, but open-minded enough to recognize that, A lot of Hassan's general positions that would favor Americans are still contentious by both parties despite popular sentiment for those things, progressive ballot measure type stuff. Yes. One thing you said that blew my mind was to just document every immigrant. This will give more rights and help all immigrants, documented and undocumented. It would also help natural-born U.S. citizens as well. All right, let's continue.
A little bit more. They too get the basic services, but they also get all this extra stuff. We can get some of that stuff too, but we have to pay extra. And when we pay extra, we don't call it a tax. We call it tuition and daycare fees and the nursing home bill.
Yep.
And co-pays and deductibles and on and on and on.
But you see, when it's actually controlled by the government in the form of social safety nets, okay, the government has an incentive to keep those costs as low as possible. Ironically enough, this makes it so that your wages don't have to be that high either. This also makes it so that your GDP is smaller overall in comparison to the expensive GDP of the United States of America. Okay? So even if American cost of living is unimaginably high due to the fact that we have a virtually anarcho-capitalist state, and that all the money that we spend, all the money that we take from taxpayers, we just directly give back to corporations in the form of subsidies, and then those corporations don't actually lower prices all that much in return for that. All of that contributes to America being the wealthiest nation on earth. We're just cycling that money. But the problem is every nation cycles that money. It's just other countries distribute that money a little bit more evenly than the United States of America does. United States of America, on the other hand, distributes that money directly back to the top.
We don't call them taxes, but they are. And we pay a whole lot more than the French. One more thing. Every French paycheck has a detailed list of where their taxes are going, line by line. This is what our paycheck looks like. Other than Social Security and Medicare, it doesn't say a damn thing. Maybe if we saw where our income taxes were going, we wouldn't let Congress spend nearly 60% of it on this.
Yep. So yeah, an issue being popular or unpopular by the broader American public does not play a role in my personal opinion at all. And I think a lot of people don't understand this. This is a fundamental misunderstanding with my commentary in general. That's why I laugh whenever people say, "Oh, Hasan, you're grifting. Oh, Hasan, you're only adopting these positions because they're popular." When simultaneously they will readily admit that my positions are actually not broadly popular, and that people at a first glance, before they listen to me and I describe it to an audience that is charitable to hearing my opinion, my perspective, which is one that they either have A, never heard before, or B, have immediately contentious opinions on. But if they actually break through that mold, okay? If they break through that mold and listen to what I have to say without immediately assuming that I'm like lying to them or some shit, okay? Or immediately assuming that I'm somehow grifting to this like simultaneously popular position, but that's also unpopular in general, okay? Because I'm grifting to the left. I think that I will be able to convince them. But the underlying policy positions that I advocate for don't change. They don't change whether or not something is perceived as popular by the broader public.
Public opinion. So explain how that doesn't apply to him. Wait, no, they're not. They are extremely like public opinion glazing. What?
Yeah, that's the point. The overarching public opinion glazing doesn't change my advocacy at all. Whether it's incredibly popular or incredibly unpopular doesn't change the dynamic for me. I will talk about it. I will talk about why it's unpopular. I will explain to you why it should be more popular, how it will help you. But it's like, I'm the one who is working to advocate here. I'm not as audience captured as what my naysayers assume me to be. That's why it's always funny when they're like, Hasan is so audience captured. It's like, dude, have you seen the broader fucking American consciousness when it comes to when it comes to like leftist opinions? Your ego is clouding your judgment. Admit you were wrong about Hamas, says Young Herpes. My ego is clouding my judgment. Admit I'm wrong about Hamas. I don't think you know the first thing about Israel Palestine, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. Your name is literally Young Herpes, dog. I don't know what more to say. Right-wing content creators have done irreparable harm to young men. Look at the massive difference in male-female voters for Die Linke AfD aged 18 to 24. Yeah, I know. It is very, very, very... it is very, very scary. All right. Reporter, less than 1% of fentanyl comes into the U.S. That comes into the U.S. is apprehended at the Canadian border. Why use fentanyl as a reason? They should be apprehending much more.
Mr. President, less than 1% of all fentanyl that comes into the U.S. is apprehended at the Canadian border. So why use fentanyl as a reason?
Because they should be apprehending much more. They're only apprehending 1%. You're right about that. It's a little more than that. But they should be apprehending much more because a lot comes through Canada. And as Mexico gets stronger in terms of the border, it goes up to Canada. And a lot of drugs are coming in through Canada. We can't have that.
Yeah. It should be more. They're not apprehending enough. That's it. Yeah. Great stuff. It's actually breaking my brain to think about how he's misinterpreting that situation. Like, that's a completely other level of dumbassery. Dude, this man just said a VAT tax is Trump aura draining. Nah, you don't understand. If you like him, he's owning the lib, so he's aura farming. Earlier this morning, I directed my office to work with our state law enforcement partners to conduct a preliminary inquiry into these individuals. Florida has a zero tolerance for human trafficking and violence against women. If any of these alleged crimes trigger Florida jurisdiction, we will hold them accountable. Governor Ron DeSantis says Florida does not welcome Andrew and Tristan Tate after they are flying back from Romania. Donald Trump is in the Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate camp. I assume partially because Barron Trump probably likes him or something. I mean, it makes sense. He's an Aiden Ross head too.
Welcome here. What the state do to send back to Romania or whatever?
We have no involvement in that. I read about it through the media. Clearly, the federal government has jurisdiction, whether they want to rebuff his entry into the United States, and I have confidence that whether it's Pam Bondi or Kristi Noem, that they will be looking at that. I do know our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where...
Guys, after they took out Jeffrey Epstein, they needed a lower level Jeffrey Epstein, okay? It's simple. It's simple. I mean, you'd theoretically get a lot less hate if you didn't support terrorism and just admitted you were wrong. It's hard to support a group that kills babies. Brother, what are you talking about? Israel is the #1 baby killer on the fucking planet since the Rwandan genocide. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? There has never been a moment where I have supported the #1 baby killer since the Rwandan genocide, which is Israel. What the fuck are you saying? Wake up, man. Wake up. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I'm talking about Hamas parading around dead babies. I'm so awake. I'm just not woke. Hamas parading around dead babies is also a ridiculous. They did a funeral procession. That's what they did. That's what you're calling parading dead children. And they said that it was Israel that killed those children. Okay? And guess what? The Bibas family also does not appreciate that Benjamin Netanyahu is parading the Bibas family, the children that were slain, okay, without giving the Bibas family the actual autopsy report. What is more likely? That this family actually was slaughtered privately and quietly in the hands of Hamas, or Israel accidentally killed them as they have done and is lying about it? We don't know. We don't have evidence. The only evidence, quote unquote, that we have is the nation state that has literally done a genocide, also simultaneously has routinely lied about the hostages that they themselves have killed, only after numerous lawsuits have they had to reveal the true autopsy reports in the past for other Israeli hostages. Okay? I mean, strangled and their skulls crushed. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu literally, instead of giving the autopsy report to the family, turned around and paraded the autopsy report, which I doubt the veracity of at this stage, 100%. Okay? The Israeli government has used AI imagery to, talk about the children that died. Okay? And you're over here talking about how, I know for a fact Hamas actually strangled them. Yeah, here it is. The Bibas family has threatened to sue the Israeli government for exploiting the deaths of their family members for propaganda purposes as layers of evidence support claims an Israeli airstrike killed them. And you're over here using dead children once again, this time dead Israeli children, which by your estimation, I suspect, has a higher value than dead Palestinian children. After all, you literally do not even recognize that Israel has killed more children in any global conflict since the Rwandan genocide, okay? And that is not even a thing in your mind. That doesn't even matter in your mind. It's just pure propaganda. That's it. Here it is. Bibas family tells Netanyahu to shut up as he details the murders of Shiri, Ariel, and Kfir. Publishing unapproved information is abuse for its own sake, says Ofri Bibas. Hours after Netanyahu publicly gives graphic details for the second time, despite this family's request. Israel kills aid workers, journalists, teachers, nurses, doctors, tortures doctors. Even if you don't care about them because they're Palestinian, Israel still does that. On top of all of that, Israel kills its own hostages, sometimes directly by shooting them in the back as they're waving a white flag because they thought that they were Palestinian. They thought that they were Palestinian civilians. Okay? Israel also blows up buildings where hostages are without any care for their well-being. This, if you were in any way, shape, or form remotely interested in learning about the truth, okay, or even a little bit knowledgeable, if you read any Israeli media in general, okay, you would know, bro, stop, you're speaking bullshit. Okay, dude, I know it feels bad. I know, I get it feels bad for you, okay? It feels bad to hear the truth after you have been conditioned to believe something else. Here's the Bibas family from 3 days ago. We appeal to a number of authorities, including the Prime Minister's Office and the Information System, to make it clear that the decision to publish any details about the gruesome murders is solely the decision of the family, and no pressure should be put on it to exploit the murder for alleged public purposes. Our request is also addressed to the entire public. Please do not participate or share in the race to publish difficult, offensive, and private details. Even in these painful times, the Bibas family and an entire nation are mourning the murder of their family members, and while the family is busy preparing for the funeral and burial of their deceased loved ones, and before the report from the Institute of Forensic Medicine was received, the family surprisingly continues to receive repeated requests from domestic political parties, media parties, and private parties for needs that are assumed to be explanatory, or with the aim of satisfying the public voyeurism and mainly publishing the details of the murders. All this despite the family's request to avoid harming her privacy and dignity. If you knew anything about this process and the conditions that these hostages were put through, Israeli hostages were put through, even Noah Argamani recently testified. Noah Argamani is by no means pro-Hamas, okay? Or by no means pro-Palestinian. She is an Israeli occupying force soldier who was captured by the militant resistance groups on October 7. She was held captive. Israel propagandized her all the time. Israel, when she was released, lied about her conditions and said Hamas actually broke her arm. She openly stated that the Israeli government was lying about what had taken place, that her biggest fear when she was held captive was actually Israeli bombings that killed one of the hostages that she was with. You would know that if you just got your fucking news from any outlet that actually cares about the truth. But you don't care about the truth, okay? You just care about shit stirring for a fucking psychopathic, drama-loving weirdo. I know Noah Argamani was at Nova, not active military. Wait, no, she is. No, she was. I thought she was IDF as well, regardless of being at Nova. She was captured at Nova. Now, I don't think this family thinks an Israeli airstrike killed the children, at least not based on this statement alone. No. The family, I don't know what the family's opinion is beyond what they have told so far. And what they've told is they do not have access to the forensic investigation. Okay? That's number one. Number two, families have actually sued the Israeli government. Families of slain IDF hostages, okay, have successfully sued the Israeli government since October 7 because the Israeli government has lied about how these hostages have died. Okay? I need you to understand this. Please. If your immediate family members are killed, you would probably care about the truth more than doing propaganda. Okay? That is what these victims want. And that is the most understandable demand of all time. It's crazy. Yeah, speaking of Noah survivors, they also sued the Israeli government for deliberately putting them in harm's way as well, allowing there to be a fucking rave next to a concentration camp when all evidence suggested that that concentration camp was slated to break out at any given moment. And they refused to listen to any prior warning from the Egyptian government and prior warnings from Unit 8200, which is the surveillance unit at the Gaza envelope that surveils Palestinian activity. But of course, you don't care about any of this stuff, but it's fine. I will sometimes respond to trolls before you chatters get mad. Okay? before chatters get mad and say, Hasan, why are you responding to trolls? Because this is informational. Okay? This is a moment for a lot of people to learn the truth. It's not going to be the troll himself that actually goes, you know what? My bad. That rarely ever fucking happens because they're not in here. They're not in here to actually understand what truly is happening. They're in here to just shit stir. Okay? But it's a good moment for education. French MEP barred from Israel says Biba's family wasn't murdered, justifies Hamas attack. The Bibas family itself asked the Israeli authorities to stop commenting on the circumstances of the death of their loved ones, she said, arguing that they have not received official or any clear information on the reports communicated by the Israeli army. This is a twisting of the Bibas family's comments. The family has acknowledged that the autopsy shows that Shiri, Ariel, Kfir Bibas were murdered and has asked that no more details be given to the media for privacy reasons. In expressing anger that more explicit details of the deaths have leaked, they have noted that they have not yet been given the full details themselves. At no point have they questioned the forensic experts' assertions that the three were murdered by their guards. Okay, so yeah, the Bibas family itself also believed that that their family members were murdered by the guards. Okay, this still doesn't change anything in terms of having an independent forensic expert actually literally look at these autopsy reports. If they want justice to be served, and if they actually want to know the truth, they can demand for it. If they don't demand for it, that's fine. Is it likely that this will happen? Probably not. But what is the reason for my assertion that Israel might be wrong about this or might be deliberately misinforming the public about this? Number one, there is a second phase of the ceasefire negotiation that Israel does not want to follow through on because this phase of the negotiation, the ceasefire, would make the ceasefire permanent, would move in the direction of permanent ceasefire, a permanent cessation of hostilities. Number two, Israel has routinely lied about every detail, every step of the way since October 7, but certainly before October 7 as well. As a matter of fact, it's easier to figure out the times when Israel hasn't lied about an issue. Okay? It always happens in the same exact way. Israel doesn't even talk about many of the death and destruction that they cause until it becomes a newsworthy story in the West, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers. Okay? And their first response is always immediately to lie. Immediately. They get disproven time and time again. Sometimes if there are actual Israeli citizens that are victims to these lies, they have the capacity to sue the Israeli government, and then the truth is uncovered. The greatest example I can give you is quite literally the Israeli, the IDF hostage that was killed, whose mother demanded the truth from the Israeli government. The Israeli government said Hamas killed the hostage. Of course they did. They did. They were like, oh no, Hamas killed the hostage. What are you talking about? But the mother said that the asphyxiation was most likely caused by the bombing. And she kept suing the government, and lo and behold, Israel quietly admitted that Israeli occupying force hostage was actually killed because of Israeli bombing campaigns. Other hostages have talked about hostages that have died due to Israeli bombing campaigns. Hostages have talked about how their greatest fear was their own government blowing them up. And we're still having this conversation. We're still having this back and forth. It blows my mind. But this isn't the only reason why I think that the claims being made by the Israeli government might not be true. The other reasons why I think the claims being made by the Israeli government might not be true is because I don't believe that Hamas militants are the most moral people on the planet and are operating on this like unimaginable morality. Although Palestinian emancipation is the moral cause, individual actors are not always going to behave in this most moral fashion. That's not my argument at all. But they do still follow normal logic. Okay? They did not capture Israeli civilians and Israeli occupying force soldiers alike simply to go and kill them quietly. This is why since October 7, I've said over and over again, this is why I've said since October 7 over and over again that there is a reason for why they did this. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with the tactics or not. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay? The reason was obvious. It was leverage. They had demands. They're an entirely captive population that understandably felt like they had no other option but to fight back, to escape the conditions that they were in. They were forced into experiencing by the Israeli state that doesn't see them as human. Okay? And in that process, I kept repeating over and over again, if Hamas or any members of the Palestinian militancy kill any of the hostages, they will tell you. And they did. There was an instance where a Palestinian guard actually engaged in a revenge killing of a hostage. Hamas revealed that information. That did happen. There's also the other part of this process. Hamas has also killed hostages when Israel, during a ceasefire negotiation process, decided to militarily go and extract some hostages. Okay? And in the process, they did. They killed, I think, 4 hostages. They openly revealed this information as well. But not only that, but also, the Bibas family was slain in November of 2023. Okay? November 2023. And when they were killed in the process, and I believe that it was initially not even they weren't captured by the Al-Qassam brigades. I believe that they were captured by some random group, and they had a hard time. Obviously, under the bombing campaign that was happening, figuring out where every single hostage was and take accountability. Okay, taking account of where all the hostages are. But as far as it was the Mujahideen movement. Yes, thank you, Murat Butler, that initially took the Bibas family hostage, the Mujahideen Brigade. In November 2023, Hamas revealed that the Bibas family had been slain in an Israeli bombing campaign. They also said that they would voluntarily send the bodies back to Israel. In November 2023, in November 2023, okay, Israel said Hamas was playing politics. Think about that. I feel like that context is never really mentioned in this process. Why didn't they return the bodies? Israel refused. What are you talking about? When people fall for such sloppy propaganda, you know the illiteracy rate is abysmal. So, there is a massive onslaught of Israeli propaganda that the Israeli Knesset has spent $250 million on this year. We know that Israel is not shy about lying about the details of things that have happened. So excuse me for being a little critical about the initial statements that come from Israel, especially when they have shown over and over again that they do not actually give a shit about Israeli citizens. Here's another point of Israeli propaganda or the Israeli government lying and then turning around and openly admitting that they did something. The Israeli military directive, the Israeli military has a protocol called the Hannibal Directive. Okay? The Hannibal Directive directs the soldiers to shoot and kill Israeli civilians or Israeli soldiers if they are in the process of being captured by Palestinian militants. Because in the eyes of the Israeli government, those people are better dead than alive. Because when they're alive, their immediate family members are going to create a lot of pressure on the Israeli government. And initially, on October 7, there were Israeli civilians that were in some of these little villages that stated that the Israeli government had actually opened fire on those villages and most likely killed some of the Israeli villagers inside of the kibbutzim. Well, we don't need to speculate about it any longer because the defense minister, the former defense minister, who was the defense minister during October 7, actually openly admitted to utilizing the Hannibal Directive on October 7. A couple weeks ago. IDF carried out Hannibal Directive, new Sword of Damocles operation on October 7. All means are kosher. A look at the IDF's controversial Hannibal Directive explainer. The Air Force was carrying out the Sword of Damocles operation, a code name only being revealed on Thursday for the first time, to attack many Hamas commanders in their headquarters around 10:30 a.m., October 7, 2023, just as it was carrying out the Hannibal Directive of gunning down anything that moved around the Israel-Gaza border. This is from the Jerusalem Post. This is an outlet that is an ultra-Zionist outlet. The Jerusalem Post is famous for writing articles such as, well, southern Lebanon, more like northern Israel. Just so you understand, this ain't, the woke lords over at Haaretz. This is the fucking Jerusalem Post. The Air Force has been questioned about if the forces it had invested in attacking Hamas commanders deep in Gaza would have been better used to defend the Gaza border and to attack Hamas invaders in Israeli villages. And yes, it was reported at the time that Hamas had offered to hand over remains of the hostage baby and family. Okay, look, this was written about, wait, what? 1/12/2023. Oh, 12 December 1st, 2023. God damn it. Freaking Frenchman. Hamas on Friday said it offered to hand over the bodies of a mother and her two sons, one of them a baby, in talks to extend a now expired truth. Shiri Bibas, her 10-month-old son, Kafir, and his 4-year-old brother, Ariel, along with her father, Yarden, have become emblematic of the October 7 attacks due to the age of the baby, Kafir. Earlier this week, Hamas' armed wing announced that Shiri, Kafir, and Ariel had been killed in an Israeli bombing before the now-lapsed truce went into effect, a claim Israel's military has said it's investigating but has yet to confirm. Combat between Israel and Hamas resumed in the Gaza Strip Friday morning after an agreement could not be reached on the prolonging 7-day pause in fighting. Under the terms of the temporary truce, Hamas had returned scores of Israeli hostages in exchange for the release of more than 200 Palestinian prisoners. Throughout the night, indirect negotiations unfolded to extend the truce, the Palestinian militant group said in a statement on Friday. Hamas also offered to transfer the Bibas family bodies and release their father along for their burial, along with 2 Zionist detainees, it added. Israeli authorities remained unresponsive, it said. The Israeli Prime Minister's office, meanwhile, told the AFP Israel will not address propaganda-based reports coming from Hamas. As of Thursday, reports of the deaths of the 3 Bibas family members remain unconfirmed, according to the Army spokesman Daniel Hagari. The Army has previously said Hamas is wholly responsible for the security of all hostages. That we are literally bombing. We're bombing the hostages. The father did survive, yes. Government spokesman Aylin Levy, because the father was separated from the mother and the children. Obviously, you can't separate the children from the mother. But the father was separated. Government spokesman Aylin Levy, former government spokesman, on Friday blamed Hamas for the collapse of the truce, accusing it of having to having failed to provide a list of more hostages for release. He said Hamas was still holding 137 hostages taken on October 7, including the Bibas family. The family were among the roughly 240 hostages dragged back to Gaza after militants streamed into Israel in an attack that left 1,200 people dead, most of them civilians, according to Israeli officials. Israel's ensuing war, and this was literally in December of 2023, has killed more than 15,000 people, also mostly civilians, according to Hamas-run government in Gaza. These are the reasons as to why I am critical of the Israeli government's propaganda on this, and I am suspicious because I recognize Israel's motivations. I also recognize that Israel has, time and time again, lied about how hostages have been killed. You are lying. You can't. Wait, what? Yeah. I wonder if young herpes has a response to any of this shit. Probably not. It's really hard to learn the fucking truth and to question authority. I know. I get it. It's much easier for you to look at these ongoing atrocities and basically talk about it from the perspective of drama between content creators. Okay? They're probably being sarcastic. No, young herpes was not being sarcastic. He was just saying some dumb shit. He probably got banned. Yeah. Lake McGroove banned them. Here, we'll unban them and we'll hear what he has to say now. I think I've had a fairly moderate perspective, which is why it's also funny when people yell at me about this shit. Okay? We welcome young herpes back into the community with open arms, with hopes that he will maybe be a little bit more reasonable about it. It's a great moment for young herpes to learn something instead of just regurgitating falsehoods. Anyway. Breaking. Far-right extremists and notorious racist Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich to meet with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent next Wednesday in Washington. The meeting is expected to focus on economic cooperation in Israeli settlements. We're strengthening the ties, the working relations, said Smotrich's spokesperson, Eitan Fold. A key member of Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition, Smotrich is a vocal proponent of apartheid in Israel and Palestine. He advocates for the expulsion of Palestinians from their homeland and the reoccupation of Gaza, supporting what he calls voluntary migration of Palestinians. He's Mr. AFD. As minister in charge of civilian affairs in the West Bank, he oversees policies that further entrench Israel's illegal occupation while pushing for the full annexation of the West Bank and the removal of all Palestinians. His rhetoric and actions fuel settler violence and further erode any chances of peace. This meeting marks a shift as Biden kept Smotrich and far-right extremists at an arm's length. It follows Trump's decision on his first day in office to lift sanctions on violent Israeli settlers accused of crimes against Palestinians. Here are some of his choice quotes. "We will erase their smile again and replace it with with cries of grief. Gaza is destroyed and broken, uninhabitable, and it will remain so. Do not be impressed by the forces' cries of joy of our enemies. This is an animalistic society which sanctifies death and dances on the ruins of its life. Very soon, we will erase their smile and replace it with cries of grief and the wails of those who were left with nothing. Fantastic stuff. They're Nazis, okay? That's it. It's that simple. When there is no information, however, in Western news about the ways in which Israel's depraved government behaves identically to the fucking Nazi government of the past, okay? A lot of people are misinformed by it. And in that misinformation, if someone presents themselves as pro-Palestinian, but then does unrestricted pro-Israel propaganda, by not necessarily saying like what Israel is doing is super right, but instead by simply attacking. All of his commentary focuses on naysayers of Israel, criticizers of Israel, by attacking them and saying they're all terrorists. You know? They're fucking mindless drones. The fan base will come in here and also push this ridiculous bullshit. Anyway, Andrew Cuomo seen as possible White House candidate by some Democrats is great stuff. Fantastic. And the newly installed FBI director, Kash Patel, has proposed enhancing the FBI's ranks with the help from United Fighting Championship, UFC, the martial arts entertainment giant whose wealthy CEO Dana White helped boost President Trump's election. Also fantastic. We'll get to Andrew Tate in a second. We got the Epstein files as well. Andrew Tate obviously is frustrating to some. Okay.
To the latest on the Trump.
Jesus, that's loud. Okay. Trump administration directs agencies to make plans for mass layoffs. I saw a Substack post where a fan asserted that mods of pro-Palestine subs are secretly jihadists. Yeah, I mean, that's just... That right there is just straightforward Islamophobic nonsense, okay? That's it. Even just simply saying like, oh, you're a terrorist, like you're pro-Palestine, you're a terrorist, and here are the reasons why. That right there is no different than what like ultra-Zionists say either. You know, maybe you're not taking the extra mile. Maybe you're not taking the initiative. Maybe you're not brave enough to openly say how you really feel, how you truly feel. It's like when Republicans call black people thugs, okay? Rather than the N-word. Everybody understands exactly what it is, okay? Virtually everyone with 3 active brain cells knows exactly what's going on. So why the fuck do you not recognize it if you fancy yourself to be a progressive, if you fancy yourself to being to being an active member of a otherwise progressive pro-Palestinian community? It is psychotic. That's all this is. The utilization of the American terror watch list for your commentary is fucking idiotic, okay?
Trump administration's effort to reshape the government and downsize the federal workforce. Agencies are now facing a deadline to submit plans to restructure their operations. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is at the White House for us this morning. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And federal agencies and workers across the country are now bracing for mass layoffs as the Trump administration moves into its next phase of its efforts to try to shrink the size of the federal government. This morning, the Trump administration directing all federal agencies to submit plans.
Yes, I know the judiciary GOP is rickrolling people. It's much ha-has. Very funny. Yes. Yes. And even the people who want to know about the Epstein list are angry about it. I know. Because they don't give a shit. Because the real Epstein list features a bunch of prominent Republicans as well. Pedophilia, much like American foreign policy, is uniparty, okay?
For large-scale layoffs and restructuring by March 13th.
We're cutting down government. We're cutting down the size of government. We have to. We're bloated. We're sloppy.
Thousands of probationary workers have already been fired. The president saying the Environmental Protection Agency could cut 65% from its workforce.
We're going to speed up the process, too.
Some agencies have reversed course. One day after the Department of Veterans Affairs cut $2 billion in contracts, the department reversing some cancellations that may have affected medical care and benefits for veterans, including safety inspections at VA medical facilities and supporting cancer programs. But the president has told billionaire Elon Musk to be more aggressive, inviting him to his first official cabinet meeting, surrounded by all his secretaries, asking Musk to speak first.
So I'm going to ask if it's possible to have Elon get up first and talk about Doge.
Sources say some in the president's cabinet were caught off guard when he ordered federal workers to respond to an email listing 5 things they accomplished last week or lose their job. Trump almost daring those officials to speak up.
Hey, Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw him out of here. Is anybody unhappy?
Several cabinet members pushed back on that ultimatum from Musk, telling the workers they didn't have to respond. The president saying those who didn't are still at risk of losing their jobs.
They are on the bubble.
Musk warning employees can expect another email to go out. ABC's Mary Bruce asking him just how many federal workers he wants gone.
We wish to keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well. But if the job is not essential or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
The Department of Government Efficiency is claiming $65 million in savings, but that's not verifiable. They haven't provided all the receipts. Democrats slamming the administration's efforts.
What this really is just an effort to denigrate and demean people who are working hard. Some have worked as a career in the service of the country.
As he looks to make those sweeping cuts, the Washington Post reports Musk and his businesses have received at least $38 billion in government funding. ABC News confirming SpaceX and Tesla were awarded at least $18 billion in federal contracts.
So today, the president is expected to meet with the Prime Minister of the UK, who is expected to urge Trump to continue to support Ukraine. Many of our allies were caught off guard when the president initiated these peace talks, starting with Russia first. But perhaps no one was more surprised than Ukrainian President Zelensky. He is expected to travel here to Washington.
Guys, you don't understand. No conflict of interest, please. Don't say it. Don't say that there's a conflict of interest.
To meet with the president tomorrow to finalize that minerals deal. And all of this, George, it's still unclear what concessions the president will ask Russia to give up, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Speaker Johnson, you had quite a night last night and ended up meeting with President Trump and the majority leader over in the Senate, John Thune, today. Do you think
angry protesters have been seen at GOP town halls? Here's who the Speaker of the House says is responsible. AIPAC promotes new merch. A John Fetterman edition hoodie sells for $45. We're one of our favorite quotes of the past year, AIPAC says on the hoodie, featuring a quote from Senator Fetterman, who literally does not know how to speak. Hamas supporters, your views. Hamas supports your views. When Hamas supports your views, it's time to reevaluate your core values. I mean, what's the difference between this and fucking what Ethan Klein says, by the way? Straight up. Yeah, this is okay. Update. AIPAC has removed their new John Fetterman inspired hoodie from their website. AIPAC also deleted the LinkedIn post promoting it. Ethan Klein is based, yeah. What? A majority also viewed Hamas as corrupt. Despite this perception, many were fearful of criticizing the group openly. Wiki. In October 2018, Human Rights Watch released a report detailing how both the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas authorities in Gaza routinely arrest and torture peaceful critics and opponents, as opposed to the wonderful state of Israel, which, by the way, the Human Rights Watch literally right now considers is doing a fucking genocide. Like, what a funny thing to bring up NGOs that actively have been yelling about Israel doing a fucking genocide. That's what it is. That's what's so, that's fantastic. Maybe you should read more fucking, maybe you should read more of their resources if you rely on them so much. I can't believe that by the way, Fatah-led Palestinian Authority is really funny because the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority is just more Israel, okay? It is literally a part of the Israeli security apparatus. So if they're actually torturing people, that's just more Israeli torture of people in the West Bank, which is occupied Palestinian territory that is occupied by fucking Israel. Insults? Great, that's intelligence. No, don't listen to other chatters. Don't try to fucking use that as an exit ramp. Respond to my words directly. Musician Tom, what happened? The Palestinian Authority is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. They routinely torture people for suspecting them of being anti-Israeli dissidents. The Palestinian people that they torture, okay? And they offer targets to assassinate for Israel to go in and assassinate. I have major problems with the Israeli state. I've raised money for Palestinian hospitals. I am simply against Hamas. Wow, wonderful, dude. I love that. Yeah. Is this Ethan Klein's alt account? Is that what's going on? Hey, remember, guys, I've given $6,500 to Hasan's fundraiser that he did for the Palestinians, even though I was fearful that it might go to Hamas. I am simply against Hamas. Great position, man. Okay, great. If you don't want Hamas to rule Gaza, guess what? End the occupation. The fuck? Who do you think has? You realize both can be evil? Okay, let's say both are evil. I'm a lesser evil voter, dog. I'm voting for Hamas every time. If it's Hamas versus Israel, Hamas is the lesser evil. Killed way less children, okay? Killed way less civilians. The soldier versus civilian deaths in the hands of Hamas on October 7 is nothing in comparison to the soldier versus civilian deaths that Israel has brought about the entire Palestinian population. Israel is also simultaneously invading the West Bank and hasn't really stopped invading the West Bank. It already occupies the West Bank, but the Bantustans that they've carved out after settler colonial terrorism that they've enacted upon the Palestinian population in direct contravention of international law, they've decided to actually kill more Palestinians and forcibly displace more Palestinians. Okay? You realize both can be evil. You're not making a fucking brilliant point here, okay? Yes. The tactics of the people that have been absolutely destroyed by the settler colonial country that is dominating every aspect of their lives are going to be brutal. But that brutality, if you know anything about the evolution of Palestinian resistance and Palestinian militancy, if you know anything about that evolution, you would understand that it has evolved to become more violent as Israel has increased its violence. Just simply saying, oh, you realize both can be evil, it's not either or, is an idiotic statement. You're not actually making any sort of statement. There were better Palestinian political leaders. Some are still in prison. I support them being freed. Yeah, you know who else supports them being freed? Fucking Hamas. That's right. Hamas. You agree with Hamas, I guess, because that's exactly what Hamas also wants. Also, what prison are they in? Are they in Hamas prison or are they in Israeli prison? Oh, that's right. They're in fucking Israeli prison. Sometimes a broken clock tells the right time. Yeah. If you were to look at that clock, you would realize that it was broken by Israel. Hamas wants war. It legitimizes their existence. Oh, man. Yeah, totally. They love getting fucking murked over and over again. They're just violent, barbaric individuals who love the death and destruction. They love it. Like Yahya Sinwar, he was like, oh, I hope I fucking die to tank shells. That's my favorite thing, is dying. Like, what kind of fucking idiotic proposition is this? No, man, when people are pushed into a fucking corner for 75 goddamn years, 76 years now, okay, about to be 77, and with no way out of it, yeah, they try to fight out of that corner. That's why I said all of the cards are held by Israel. I love the supposedly pro-Palestinian guys who come in here and try to fucking argue with me on this stuff. If you don't want Hamas, then you can't advocate for anything that Israel does. You have to understand that Israel, both directly and indirectly, has supported Hamas, while also simultaneously killing every other secular leadership for the Palestinians, assassinating them, even if they didn't touch a single weapon ever. Okay? They thought they could control at least the Western support. There are other Palestinian political movements that need our support. Okay, great. Sure, I agree. What's up? What do you mean? You didn't come in here with that energy. Also, you literally are talking about the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority. You don't know anything. You're over here talking about both the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority, not realizing that the fucking Palestinian Authority is also a part of the Israeli security apparatus. You literally are just saying all of the leadership that Palestinian Arab dogs are electing into power are actually very harmful to Palestinian emancipation. Well, guess what? The other Palestinian political movements also participated alongside Hamas on October 7. What do you have to say to that? Literally all of them. The PFLP, DFLP, Islamic Jihad, they all fucking participated on October 7. Supporting Hamas distracts from this. I'm sure you care about Palestinians. I know this hurts because of the immense suffering. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. There is not a single Palestinian emancipatory group that did not participate in October 7. It was a united front. Every single one of them. So which one do you choose to work with? Do you know any of the other factions within the Palestinian emancipatory movement? Do you know the history that regardless of the tactics, every single one of them have been branded terror groups by Israel and then immediately by the United States of America? You don't understand. I just want peace. Like, no, you just want to fucking shelter your feelings. Okay? I get it. It's terrifying for you to even in any shape or form, to quote unquote hand it to any Palestinian militancy. You don't want to do that. I get it. Okay? Oh my Lord. He's still talking about Marwan Barghouti. Okay. The United Palestinian Resistance that took hostages led by Hamas are literally using the Israeli hostages as a leverage point to bargain for Marwan Barghouti's release. So you literally are saying you fucking love Hamas, okay? That's what you're saying. If Hamas loves war and simply wants to remain in power, like your assertion is prior, and that's why they're doing all of this stuff, right? And they love being killed, then why the fuck are they advocating for the release of the one guy, the only person in Palestinian politics right now that could democratically overthrow Hamas? Why? Not by these means, we must be better. Okay, bro, go fly out there and you fucking tell them how to resist. You know? Otherwise, we become what we hate. No, dog, you would never have this fucking attitude if I were to ask you about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising or the ANC, okay? Or the Algerian Revolution or the IRA. Well, you might have it about IRA because a lot of British people are fucking annoying about it, okay? I don't see you there. I've been in the Middle East helping refugees. I don't see you there. Yeah, dude. Well, maybe I paid your fucking salary to go help them then. Dumbass. Shut the fuck up. I don't see you there. You know why I can't go there? Because I get fucking killed, okay? Anyone that wants to go there will get killed. You would get killed if you went there, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? My assertion there was purely rhetorical. I wasn't expecting you to actually go to Gaza because you'll get fucking killed. And not by Hamas, mind you, by Israel, before people misunderstand. Yes, killed by Israel. That is the reason why people can't go in to Gaza right now. That is the reason why Western journalists can't go into Gaza right now. Okay? Because they will be fucking killed by Israel. Anyway. Let's continue. Yes. 2024 was the deadliest year for journalists with 124 reporters killed. Committee to Protect Journalists says, I wonder who killed them. About 2/3 of them were Palestinians who were killed by Israel during its war against Hamas. Yeah. There is nothing dumber than living in the fucking comfortable bosom of empire and being like, people that have been ritualistically dominated and genocided, I am going to set their standards. Okay? I might have my disagreements with the domestic affairs of the militant resistance against Israeli apartheid. I might have disagreements with their tactics, but I'm not going to sit here and spend an insane amount of time being like, well, I think there's a better way possible when all other options have been consistently exhausted. It's so fucking stupid. And they also never actually point to like the better way possible. Like the irony there with musician Tom or whatever the fuck his name is that he talked about Marwan Barghouti, who has been in Israeli prison for decades now. Okay? For fucking decades. Like at no point does he realize that like Israel doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit. Okay? Well, I respect you for responding to me at least. I've been at gunpoint before. Great, man. Okay, I'm so happy for your bravery. Like, what do you think? You think like people haven't asked Israel to stop gently, peacefully? They have. You know what Israel's response was during the Great March of Return in 2018? They fucking shot all of the civilians that were peacefully marching. Okay? And then the Israeli government flexed on it too. They literally, the IDF's own Twitter account openly was like, every bullet was accounted for. And then they were like, oh, oopsie, this is actually a bad look because we shot the kneecaps off of children. We shot women in wheelchairs. We shot nurses. Perhaps we shouldn't admit to intentionally maiming nurses. And then they deleted the tweet. Give the power to the Christian Palestinians and there will be a better chance for peace. Yeah, if you knew anything about Palestinian resistance, you would know that there have been a metric ton of Christian Palestinians that have been in leadership roles, and Israel has fucking assassinated them too, sometimes in Lebanon. So shut the fuck up. It's so stupid. The problem is not Islam either here, okay? The problem is, the major problem is, there's living room there, and Israel wants it. Like, people think that the Palestinian militancy was always led by Hamas. That is not the case, okay? 1978, Hamas was a fucking Islamic charity, a Muslim Brotherhood cutout. They didn't even become a political party. They didn't even become a militant resistance group until the 90s, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yes, 1987 is when they 1988 is when they put forth their first charter as a political party, and it had a bunch of anti-Semitic shit in it too, for sure. But they never really abided by the charter regardless, and then they updated it in 2016 or 2017, if I'm not mistaken, in order to get because they foolishly thought that the Western world would be more understanding. They of their reasonable fucking demands at the time, which was an end to the occupation. That's it. That's the only thing that people want. Okay. IDF ran over an American citizen attempting to stand up peacefully, and she was a white American girl, and her nonviolence activism got her crushed by an armored bulldozer. Some of these chatters are living in a fucking fairy tale world. Yeah. The Israeli government invited World Central Kitchen to do propaganda. Okay. That's what happened. World Central Kitchen does great work. But the Israeli government brought forward World Central Kitchen to do propaganda to say, oh, look at us. We're actually helping the Palestinians, to avoid the rest of the NGOs saying, oh my God, you're denying humanitarian aid from going into Gaza. You're killing these people. You're starving them. But because of their disorganized, chaotic, genocidal ambitions, they fucking killed, after engaging in deconfliction, they killed the entire convoy of World Central Kitchen aid workers that Israel had brought into the Gaza Strip after the World Central Kitchen aid workers had directly communicated with the Israeli government on where they were going. Okay? What are you saying? Israel has killed Israeli civilians. Israel has killed Israeli soldiers. Israel has killed Israeli hostages. They don't give a fuck about anything. I cannot believe, like, I don't know, maybe people just recently got interested in this stuff. Maybe. Is that what it is? Like, where are these people coming from? What? I know you're not anti-Semitic, but consistently breezing over it misses a lot of the reason why Israel's okay with straight up geno. The fuck do you mean? I think that is completely unacceptable. What are you talking about? Like, what? I know you're not anti-German, but consistently breezing over why the concentration camps were built to begin with misses a lot of the reason why Nazi Germany is okay with the Holocaust. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Yeah. I can't believe that someone has the fucking audacity to do genocide apologia. 2 questions. Hasan, please educate me because I don't see you talk about it a lot. Genuine questions. What do you think / claim Israel wants to do? What do you think is the solution? Also, how do you think this genocide will end? What do you mean? I think Israel wants to wipe out as many of the Palestinians as possible and then slowly but surely rebuild settlements in the Gaza Strip and turn the Gaza Strip back into the West Bank, overtake larger parts of the West Bank, and also completely destroy any sort of Palestinian existence in the region. They just want all of it. And inevitably, they will move on to other parts of greater Israel. They will move on to southern Lebanon. They have already moved on to a larger part of southern Syria. Okay? They already have. Just because they don't talk about it, just because we don't talk about it in Western news doesn't change that reality. Israel has already overtaken large swaths of southern Syria, as a matter of fact. They just want all the Palestinians to fucking die or make it so that they just cannot live at all. False, the Jews weren't killing Germans before the Holocaust? What are you talking about? Yes, it is a fucking... Do you not understand the comparison I'm making? Yes, I don't agree with the Nazis. I'm saying that they fucking lied. What? No, Jewish people did not kill Germans, and then that's the reason why Germany had real security concerns. That's just a lie that the German government told at the time. That's the lie that the Nazi Party told. The fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, this chat is entertaining because so many stupids. All right, let's get back to the angry protesters seen at GOP town halls.
Think that the Senate is going to make big changes to what you passed last night?
No, I don't think they will. I think they understand the necessity of letting the House lead on this. We've got a smaller margin than they do for the first time in the modern era. The Senate Republicans have a larger margin than we do in the House, and I've got a much smaller needle to thread here. And I think they recognize that. I got 165 more personalities to deal with than they do and a much more diverse caucus. So Senator Kennedy's one of my closest friends. I love his one-liners, okay? But I think what he was referring to there in that soundbite, Caitlin, is that he doesn't want to cut Medicaid benefits for anybody, and we don't either. I don't either. We're not going to do that. That's not part of this plan, and the Democrats have been lying about it, and so it's important for us to clarify that. That's what I think he was referring to. We're going to take care of those who are rightful beneficiaries of the programs. We're going to cut the fraud, waste, and abuse out of Medicaid, and that's where we're going to get part of the savings to accomplish this mission.
But are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment. Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. No.
That fraud is not coming from individuals. It's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. Okay. It is not happening at the point of recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay. You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott. You wouldn't make him the current, what is his current office? What is he? He's the Richard Lynn Scott is an American attorney, businessman, politician, Navy veteran, serving as the senior United States Senator from Florida, a seat he has held since 2019. And also, I believe this past election cycle, he was literally the fucking head of the, what was it, like the Senate committee or something? Like the Republican fundraising initiatives. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he, to this day, is still also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They want to cut SNAP. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut the funding of Medicaid. They want to make it harder for people to receive Medicaid. They don't want to actually go after the medical providers or the insurance companies or the nursing homes that are lining their pockets with major donations. Those are the people who actually engage in the fraud. It's not your uncle that's like lying about their condition and stealing money from the government by, going to the doctor or whatever.
No one's for that. We've got to make sure we eliminate it. We have the algorithms now to do that. We have advanced technology to find it. We need to provide identification for people who are Medicaid recipients to make sure they are not illegal aliens. That's another big carve-out that we will make to save a lot of money. There are a lot of places to find efficiencies in these programs and ensure they're going to the people they're intended to help.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, these programs aren't going to remain solvent, and so that's a big part of the equation here.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse that you're going to look at instead of making cuts otherwhere. But last year, between Medicaid and Medicare combined, there was about $100 billion in improper payments. Now, no one is excusing that or fraud or any waste and abuse, but you're looking for much larger than that. So where is the other $780 billion going to come from?
Well, look, we're talking about cuts that are in the range of $2 trillion, but you're also talking about the whole of the federal government. We're going to involve 11 different committees of jurisdiction in this process. So all this attention is being paid to Medicaid because that's the Democrats' talking point. We're talking.
It's not a Democrats' talking point. That's where a lot of the money is, and you want to cut it. It's just what is happening.
About a massive piece of legislation that looks at all of the fraud, waste, and abuse across the government and looks at programs that we do need to eliminate that isn't talking about health care for people that are relying upon that. Look, everybody needs to watch the process play out. We passed the budget resolution last night. It is merely a...
Also, I wish that was a Democrat talking point. How sad. Think about how much we have devolved in American politics. Like, it's not even a Democrat talking point. Like some Democrats talk about it. You know, you got Greg Kazar, AOC. There's a couple Democrats who like come out and pop off about it, but I wish it was a fucking Democrat talking point, you know? The level of resistance is so bad by the Democratic Party that it's not even a fucking Democrat talking point.
Framework to set up.
Democrats are too busy trying to, Democrats are too busy trying to set up Andrew Cuomo as the next mayor of New York because God forbid the DSA back socialist adjacent anti-Zionist Zoran actually becomes the mayor. That would be terrifying. Democrats are also too busy, prosecuting children for being pro-Palestine. That's what they're doing. They're also courting Silicon Valley tech CEOs to say, I promise when we get back in power, we will give you the same level of access that Trump has given to Elon Musk and these other right-wing billionaires. That's what the Democrats are doing right now. Democrats are also doing this. You know what they're doing? Aside from Cuomo seen as possible White House candidate by some Democrats, aside from running for New York mayor, where's the other thing that the Democrats are doing? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I retweeted it earlier today. If you want to understand where the Democratic Party's attitudes are, where they're going, okay, here, this is who they picked to represent the party and respond to Trump's speech. Eliza Slotkin. She was the first Democrat ever endorsed by Liz Cheney, voted for the Laken Riley Act, which is the if you suspect a person who is brown, who happens to be undocumented of doing a crime, they can be deported instantly act, okay? Which is a violation of the Constitution anyway, violates due process. Empowering Trump to detain people without due process, and is a top Democratic voter of Trump's cabinet, okay? As a senator, one of 12 Democrats who voted for the anti-migrant Laken Riley Act that empowers Donald Trump's ICE to detain people without due process, voted for 8 of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees while his administration dismantles the entire government. As a House member, she was one of 62 Democrats who joined 148 Republicans to express disgust at South Africa's International Court of Justice suit accusing Israel of genocide, and to praise the White House spokesperson John Kirby, calling the case meritless, counterproductive, and completely without basis in fact whatsoever. Eliza Slotkin also voted for the TikTok ban and the forcible sale bill. Eliza Slotkin opposed student debt assistance on a vote supported by 93% of her caucus. Eliza Slotkin voted against 85% of her caucus on whether the U.S. should even study the impact of its sanctions on other countries. Eliza Slotkin, as a House member, voted to overturn locally enacted criminal justice and voting rights reforms in Washington, D.C. As a House member, she voted against 94% of her caucus to bar security clearance from anyone who has used cannabis. On the UAW strike, Eliza Slotkin from Michigan, by the way, remember, that's pretty significant. She said, you can't let a perfect deal be the enemy of a good deal, okay? She doesn't care about her own constituents. She doesn't care about her own caucus. She is a light Republican, and that is the person that the Democratic Party is tasked with responding to Donald Trump. Former CIA, of course. Yeah. She voted and I'm not done yet. Eliza Slotkin, as a House member, voted with Republicans against a bill banning U.S. aid to Saudi Arabia's war on Yemen. Remember? Bernie wanted a veto on aiding Saudi Arabia because they were doing a fucking genocide in Yemen. Remember that? As a House member, she also voted against a bill to remove U.S. troops from Syria. And also, she's a CIA agent, or was a CIA agent. I guess you don't really ever quit being a CIA agent. It doesn't work that way. It's great. America is a real democratic country. There's so much democracy. Look at all of our beautiful options. Oh my God, I can't understand how Donald Trump won the election. Oh my God, he's destroying the administrative state. What are the Democrats doing in this process? Oh, just voting for his cabinet picks and not really saying anything about it and kind of showing their bellies, waiting for the opportune moment to farm you for fucking campaign contributions once again, hoping that you recognize the harm that the Republicans have done and be fearful enough to, you know, expect the Democrats to at least win a majority in the House or the Senate during the midterms so they can obstruct the Republican agenda. Well, there won't be an agenda remaining by the time the midterms come around if Donald Trump keeps bouldering over the administrative state like this anyway. Why are the Democrats doing this? Don't they want to win? No, dude, they don't. Okay? They don't. They don't. They don't. They just want your fucking donations, and they want to maintain the same corporate hegemony. They want to, because they're funded by the same exact corporations that the Republicans are funded by, they want to look like they're marginally better than the Republican Party by saying, hey, you know, we're pro this, we're pro that the Republicans are not in favor of. Hey, we don't want to kill trans people, but also we won't do anything to fucking defend trans people. And maybe we defended trans people too much. We should also kill trans people. We're better than the Republican Party. We care about undocumented migrants. This is a nation of immigrants. Also, when we're in charge, we won't do shit about the undocumented migrants. We won't actually push for amnesty or anything. God forbid. Their strategy is quite literally do nothing and expect W's. James Carville openly said this, by the way. The best thing Democrats can do in this moment is to roll over and play dead. That's what James Carville said. Yeah, we stand for nothing. We won't do anything. Yeah. But hey, we're marginally better. Yeah, the stand for nothing and not do anything party is still marginally better than we want to fucking kill you party, okay? And then every single goddamn liberal that is unconditionally loyal to the Democratic Party that does not care about their fucking well-being whatsoever will forget all of the instances where the Dems didn't do shit, okay, stood idly by and let the Republican roll over the entire administrative state, will come into my chat and be like, Hasan, sweetie, are you telling me that the Democrats are not marginally better? Not realizing that year over year, the marginally better position is basically just, you know, the Republican position from fucking 4 years ago. That is precisely what happened with Kamala Harris's idiotic campaign.
What will come the reconciliation process. It's going to take us 5 or 6 weeks probably to dig through all those details and come up with the final proposal. So everybody just reserve judgment, watch us work, and you'll like the final product. I'm very excited about the moment that we're at.
You say Democrats are lying when they say you're going to cut Medicaid. The plan that you passed does instruct the House Energy and Commerce Committee to find $880 billion in cuts, right?
That's right. That's one of the committees.
So how did they get
Caitlin,
$880 billion in cuts from that committee without touching Medicaid?
Because ENC has it actually has the broadest jurisdiction of any committee in Congress. It covers everything, energy and commerce. You know, the name indicates how broad the jurisdiction is. I challenge you or anybody on your staff, do a word search for Medicaid on the resolution that we passed last night. You will not find it. That is not part.
Yeah, because Medicaid is a part of the expenditure that the committee that you've tasked with cutting billions of dollars, okay? This is so stupid. This is so incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Medicaid is not in the bill. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. That's why Caitlin Collins is saying, yeah, Medicaid is not directly mentioned in the bill, but you have tasked every committee to cut billions of dollars. They have to cut Medicaid in that situation.
Part of this equation, okay? We're talking about finding efficiencies in every program, but not cutting benefits for people who rightly deserve that.
That's a little twist of tongue too. People who rightly deserve it. There's people who wrongly are getting far too much Medicaid, you know? We're gonna make sure that those fucking poors are not getting that extra health care that they don't deserve. We're only going after, we're only cutting the people that don't deserve the health care that are getting it.
Work requirements for Medicaid. That is something that is public opinion polls almost 90%. You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to...
So you are cutting Medicaid. Okay, got it. So you are cutting Medicaid. You're just deciding, who to cut Medicaid for. So it wasn't about waste, fraud, and abuse. Nice. Yeah. Of course, they're going to fucking tack work assignments onto it. It's an idiotic way that they try to do this. You mean Asmongold's audience? Yeah. Yeah, they'll think it's based, though, when Donald Trump says, nah, it's only the Mexicans who are no longer getting any sort of Medicaid. Trust. They'll be like, oh, I don't understand. Why did the federal government cut off my Medicaid? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm literally beneath the poverty line. That's why I need this fucking, I need this additional aid from the federal government. Why did they do this to me? I thought it was based. I guess you're Mexican now. That's right.
To work. That's what everybody supports. That's what the Republicans are for. And by the way, we find dignity in our work. That's going to be good for everybody.
And I want to follow up on that, but on that Energy and Commerce Committee, the vast majority of funds that they have are Medicare and Medicaid. So when you talk about $880 billion,
that's simply not true.
So where are you cutting from within that committee?
Energy and Commerce's jurisdiction would take us 20 pages.
Yeah, able-bodied adult without dependence is built into Medicaid processing. He's outright lying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They want to add additional work requirements, okay? And if you're literally ineligible for work, they will find some bullshit reason. And it's also an incredibly costly endeavor. Other right-wing states have also tried this before, okay? This failure of a program to add additional work requirements to government-funded health care. What is Medicaid? Medicare is for older people, okay? Your eligibility usually it means that you're above a certain age. You've retired, and that's why you need it, or you're disabled, okay? Medicaid, on the other hand, also works with disabled people as well, but for the most part, Medicaid is like the Medicaid eligibility means that you are below a certain level of poverty that you desperately need fucking help from the federal government. Okay? Yeah, it failed. You're talking about, I think it was in Georgia, where 6,400 people signed up and they spent $80 million to create $80 million to create a pilot program to basically force people to do work. And if they couldn't do work, they had to do community service. Okay, if they were disabled, they had to do community service. And it fucking failed. Yes, Medicare, it cares for the elderly. Medicaid, it aids the poor. Exactly. That's a good way to remember it. Right-wing states like Texas have the Obamacare block Medicaid for all provisions for adults without a disability since the OG bill passed. Many right-wing states did not even want the additional federal government funds. They literally refused to allow Medicaid expansion in their states. And then people had to forcibly claw it by voting, by getting it on a fucking ballot measure, and then democratically voting for that ballot measure, even though their Republican congresspersons refused and their Republican governors refused to allow Medicaid expansion. It directly caused tens of thousands of people in these red states to die in the process, okay? Because not having access to medical care, not being able to pay for medical care, causes you to not get medical care. And if you don't get medical care, you fucking die, okay?
To go through, Caitlin, they've got
Right, I'm
almost
talking about the
everything
biggest
in the U.S.
pools.
economy. There are large pools in the healthcare components, but we're not going to cut benefits for people who are rightfully deserve it. And watch this play out. Just reserve your judgment. The White House has said that we're not going to do that. The House Republicans have said we're not going to do that. And Senator Kennedy said, hell no. Okay, so you heard it from the Senate, the House, and the White House. So let's let this play out. We have a long football game to play.
Just let it happen, Caitlin. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Shh. Just let it happen. Let me just cut a little bit of Medicaid. Come on. Come on now. Let me just cut a little bit.
Last night was the kickoff of the game. So just watch it play out and you'll see. I think the American people are going to benefit greatly by the package that we're going to produce for them. We are going to deliver the America First agenda, and it's going to be good for everybody. We're going to spur economic growth. We're going to cut regulations. We're going to cut the deep state and the bureaucracy to make government more efficient. We're going to secure the border. We're going to get energy dominance back again for our country that is long overdue. And we're going to spur on the U.S. economy. And by the way, Caitlin, the big drive of all this is to ensure we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history at the end of this year, which is what will happen if we don't get this bill passed. I mean,
dog. That is literally because Donald Trump last time around, when he put the tax cuts, I love this. This is fantastic. In 2017, Donald Trump actually pushed for massive tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. In the process, he also pushed for tax cuts for everyone beneath the top marginal tax rate. Except those tax cuts for regular people like yourself, were set to sunset, as in go back up by 2025. Now, the reason why he did that is because he thought he would be a two-term president. And it would be the Democratic administration's thing to deal with, okay? But of course, he lost the election, and then he had the eligibility to run again, so now he's the president. So now he's watching his own legislation unfold. The tax cuts for the top marginal tax rate, tax bracket, okay, the 1%, are permanent. Tax cuts for corporations are permanent. Tax cuts for the working class are not permanent. So he's over here saying, oh, we're going to see a massive tax hike. We're going to see a massive tax hike. This is terrifying. Terrifying, massive tax hike. Okay? Brother, you put those in place.
Well, and Speaker,
the average U.S. taxpayer is going to have a 22% tax hike.
Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate a good football reference, but you just mentioned work requirements and maybe changing that.
See, this is also another incredible battle for a decent, competent Democratic Party, okay? This would be a fantastic opportunity for the Democrats to swing from the fucking fences and talk about how the Republicans love giving tax cuts to the wealthy, and their initiative obviously was slated to sunset those tax cuts that you've enjoyed, those marginal tax cuts that you've enjoyed. Okay, now that's going to go back up. What we should do is reverse the Trump tax cuts and basically, if you want, modestly increase the tax cuts, or modestly increase and negotiate, find a middle ground for the working class, while simultaneously greatly increasing the tax rate for the top marginal tax bracket and also the corporations. You swing for, not from the fences, ESL man. Sorry, swing from the fences. Or swing for the fences. I apologize. And it's not like, when are you interviewing a terrorist again? Soon, brother. Don't worry. I'll find another person that you consider to be a terrorist to interview. I mean, I'm the terrorist. So technically, every day, I'm doing terrorism. Did you say swing from the fences? Yes. These people are such bots, dude. Don't ban these guys. I want to hear what other wonderful attitudes they have. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm working on interviewing a doctor from Cuba, which the American government also considers to be terrorists. So don't worry. I got more terrorists. I hate this guy's smug ass smile. I know. He's such a fucking demon, dude. Yeah. Why global day of jihad? Every day is a global day of jihad at this broadcast. Anyway. The American government considers Luigi Mangione to be a terrorist. It would be fucking awesome if I could interview him. I would love the opportunity to interview Luigi Mangione. Perhaps this will help you understand that, like, just because someone has told you someone else is a fucking terrorist doesn't mean that they actually are. In many instances, maybe they've not even done any harm to others whatsoever, like the random Yemeni teenager, who I did think was Houthi initially, because I don't fucking care. I would interview someone from the Ansar Allah movement. I wouldn't do it on Twitch any longer. I'd most likely do it on YouTube, but I'd do it nonetheless. This is the thing that people don't understand. And they think, oh, he admits it. He's so stupid. They don't understand. I have no issues with that. I don't have a problem interviewing. I do not have a problem interviewing militants, okay? Now, the interview might be different in terms of the attitude, in terms of the vibes overall. Why would you not on Kick? Why the fuck would I ever go to that platform? Anyway.
Will you reduce the federal match or try to establish?
Yeah, I would interview Donald Trump too if I had the opportunity. Yeah, it's really funny when people go, dude, I can't believe Hasan interviewed a terrorist. Meanwhile, they literally have a dude who chopped heads off running the current Syrian government. And that motherfucker's going on podcasts like he's a former Al-Qaeda guy. Like, he used to chop people's heads off, dude. Now he looks like Zelensky and is going and talking about how important institutions are. So fuck. Anyway.
A cap on federal funding as you sort through this for Medicaid?
No, I just explained. Per capita caps is off the table. The FMAPs, we're not going to cut into those programs that way. What we are going to do is present this large tax increase. You realize if we don't pass this bill, small businesses, 26 million businesses in this country, their tax rates are going to go up to 43% overnight if we don't get this bill passed. So we have no margin for error. We have to get this done, and we will. We're going to deliver on this mission for the American people.
Yeah, I was just asking because, as you know, your home state of Louisiana, about 80% of the Medicaid spending there is covered by the federal government. We've seen it in a lot of red states, of course, across the United States. It's not just a blue state issue. As you have seen through this, and we've seen the blowback that some Republicans in your caucus that are getting when they go back home to their districts, worried about these cuts or worried about what DOJ is doing. Do you have concerns that that's anything that Democrats will be able to use to run against?
Sky News and AP both interviewed the Yemeni teen as well, but we're supposed to believe because you interview him that is a crime against humanity? Yes, but it doesn't matter. They're also saying that I interviewed him by glazing him, which I did. I did glaze him. Okay? I did. He's not a part of the Ansar Allah movement. I asked him about whether or not he was anti-Semitic. This person had no reason to lie. I've addressed this a million fucking times over. Okay. And also both of those places, both of those outlets literally said that he is not a part of the Houthi movement. Okay. It is probably one of the most idiotic things that people still chirp about. Where they're like, he glazed a terrorist. See how brown this kid is? See how Muslim this kid is, dude? How dare he? Suck my dick. Even fucking Fox News admitted that he wasn't a terrorist. He was not a part of the Ansar Allah movement. Weird, once you realized he wasn't a combatant, you treated him like a teenager, which is what he was at the time. Yeah, also, even if he was directly a fucking, even if he was directly a combatant, okay, I still think that there is importance to interview these people, okay? It just doesn't really matter. I mean, the direction of the interview would be different, especially if he was like, nah, I fucking hate Jews or some shit like that. Obviously, then it would definitely, the direction of the interview would change. He seemed media trained, to be honest. I thought so too at the time, but I think it's a fucking stupid thing to make an assertion over, especially when you think about it for a brief moment and realize the conditions in Yemen. You know? I thought so too at the time. And then I realized, yeah, I don't think he's fucking media trained. There's already, like he's a 19-year-old from Yemen. Fuck it. Say we cancel Vice for doing the ISIS documentary. Dude, Hind Hasan and Lila literally interviewed Yahya Sinwar and were responsible for the last ever Western media interview that Yahya Sinwar gave before Israel killed him. Okay? The fuck are we talking about? Like, get out of here. That was an incredible interview, by the way. It was an incredible get. That's real journalism. They were in the fucking Gaza Strip. ISIS isn't even comparable. Yeah, that's the other side. Like, it's fucking ridiculous to make this comparison to ISIS. It's just, you're a gross Islamophobic piece of shit when you make those assertions. A movement with a banner, don't care about media. Yeah, exactly. They're fucking, the Ansar Allah movement's banner literally says a curse upon the Jews, okay? Now, obviously, Norm Finkelstein has talked about this extensively. I've also talked about this as well, about like what on that part of the world, like what they associate with. Like, this is also a point of contention right now with a BBC interview where they were saying, oh, you guys like changed the translation of the person saying Yahud to Zionist. It's like fucked up. Okay? Yeah. Colloquially, because Israel uses Judaism both as a defense mechanism here in the Western world, but also as an offensive mechanism over there, Israel is not seen as a marginalized group of people that are constantly fucking under attack, understandably. Why the fuck would anybody else feel that way? It's literally the same as saying that from their perspective, they see the Star of David being carved onto the fucking face of a prisoner. They're not making this distinguishing factor where they're like, well, maybe some Jews are not firmly committed to doing a genocide. Of course they think that. It's not correct. They're also crying that BBC translated jihad, the struggle. Oh yeah, there was that too. Listen, they're going to make Medicaid nearly impossible. There you go. Actually addressing it. Dog, I'm sorry. If you think this is the first time I've ever addressed this, you are funny. Do you know how many fucking times I've talked about this? And not just to like directly respond to shitters either. Like straight up. Anyway.
Against those Republicans.
No, because no, I don't. Because the videos you saw of the town halls were for paid protesters in many of those places. These are Democrats who went to the events early and filled up the seats. If the videos had panned
you can't argue
outside
they
the
were all
building,
paid protesters, though, Mr. Speaker.
Many of them were.
A
I don't know.
Republican acknowledged they were his constituents.
one Republican acknowledged they were constituents. That's fantastic. Okay, but they had Democrats come and fill the seats early.
Oh, they were paid protesters. You got
Right?
it.
This is an old playbook that they pulled out and ran, and it made it look like that
I wish the Democrats were that equipped, dude. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine the Democratic Party actually getting together to like, create some kind of popular resistance, mount some kind of popular resistance against Republicans at town halls. Okay. They're too busy yelling at their own advocacy groups right now, saying, why are you yelling at us? Go yell at the Republicans.
What's happening in Washington is unpopular. But I'm going to tell you, Caitlin, the American people are behind what's happening. The DOGE efforts is polling over 80% right now. They want us to find efficiencies in the federal government. They want the government to be smaller and leaner and more accountable to the taxpayers. And that's what these efforts are all about. That's what the Republican Party is about. That's what our commitment is to do, to make government work better for the people. This is a restoration of common sense above everything else. And I think the American people are going to remain in favor of what's happening here.
Okay, those lawmakers do also represent Democrats. That doesn't mean they were paid to show up if they're upset about this. But I want to move on because just to get on what you are trying to do overall here, I know you're used to difficult tasks. You've had a small majority. You survived a threat to your speakership. But a question that a lot of people have is how you are going to balance the budget without touching Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid while also increasing defense spending, which is what the White House laid out today.
Yeah, well, look, part of the equation is all the new revenue that the President Trump and the administration are delivering for the American people. Look, the tariffs are estimated, just the tariff on China, the 10% import tax on China, and of course they've been fleecing us for a long time as an unfair trade partner. That alone is going to yield $600 billion over 10 years in new revenue to the government. The DOGE savings. Elon Musk has said that he can find close to $1 trillion in fraud, waste, and abuse. I was with him late last night in his office, going through what he's doing. This is very real. We're going to have new revenue and savings that we have never had before. The gold card that President Trump announced yesterday, I mean, that could bring in...
That's the other... Bro, there is already a visa structure. It was just cheaper, okay? It was $1 million. Now it's $5 million, okay? The notion that this new gold card is going to bring so much revenue into our coffers is idiotic, unless they're just giving it to every oligarch. Okay. And even then, there's not that many oligarchs out there. So I doubt that they would be able to fucking get. Donald Trump said they would bring in 10 million people into the United States of America. Okay. If we got 10 million people to pay $5 million to become American citizens, think about how much money we'd have. What happened to the America First races, by the way? That's also funny. Yeah. How did they feel about that? Anyone with 5 million liquid dollars will use to hire an immigration attorney and get a visa for much less than $5 million. To call this stupid is to insult stupidity. They are assuming correctly that most rich people are white. No. First of all, most rich people are not white. What are you talking about? First of all, why the fuck would a rich white person come to America? Okay? Where are the white people? They're in fucking Europe. They're in Russia, if you consider them white. I guess, like, some people don't. But what fucking Norwegian millionaire is like, oh man, I was really excited to come to America. Let me spend $5 million on it. Are you insane? No, the people that want to come to America that are that rich are not going to be coming from white nations, okay? They already have different places to go. They can go to Monaco. They can go to fucking Zurich. Yeah. No, it's going to be the whitest people that are going to get an American citizenship are going to be coming from Russia. That's it. And even then, there's not that many super wealthy people to spend $5 million on a gold card. It's going to be Gulf nation, royal family members. It is going to be, cartel overlords. It'll be people coming from, ironically, Latin America, India, maybe China, probably China. A lot of millionaires in China. It's so funny that Americans think that it's going to be like Norwegian multimillionaires that are like, oh, I'm so excited to come to America. Yeah, it's mostly going to be Chinese. He said companies will use it to get the people to bring them over. Yeah, that's fucking moronic. What company is spending $5 million on one singular employee? Are you insane? The H-1B visa process already works. It's significantly cheaper than that. Yeah. Dude, do you understand how anything works? If there was unique talent, okay? If there was that much talent out there, sports leagues, great example, okay? You fucking think that anyone would spend $5 million to get, like, I don't know, the next LeBron James from a Balkan state? No, they would already have reason to get a separate visa. There is a separate visa for that. Exceptionally talented people get a different visa for that. You think Wemby has to pay $5 million, or his team has to give him, or his team has to pay the American government $5 million to bring Wemby in to play at the fucking NBA? Are you stupid? Yes. It's called the O1 visa. Individuals with extraordinary ability or achievement. Yeah. Filing for an H-1B is $780. You get fined $4,000 if you're a company that already has a lot of them. Who is stupid enough to pay $5 million? Yeah. You know why we have so many different visa avenues, by the way? Because America, I can't believe I'm going to bring forth this truism. America's a nation of immigrants. We've always been a nation of immigrants, both undocumented and documented. When I was a talent manager, I got an O1 for a mid DJ. You're right. It's incredibly easy. Exactly. It's so fucking stupid. Worldwide taxation, exit tax, estate tax, gift tax, foreign accounts registration, foreign business interest registration, etc. are also reasons why very few of these will be sold. Yeah. Was that a Biden sound clip? No, I was doing my Brandon, though. My best Brandon.
That could bring in hundreds of billions of dollars. So we'll see how all this plays out over the months ahead as the budget and the spending habits of Washington change and the efficiency of Washington changes. I think the American people are going to like what they see.
Yeah,
and you got to wait and see how this balances out.
And we will. None of that.
Damn, it's almost like this law is just fucking stupid and it's just there to justify mass deportation, but the slop tubers told me it's good, so probably not. Yeah, I've decided I'm only learning politics from slop tubers who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, who don't know anything. They barely are functional human beings. But hey, guys who basically fucking look at Reddit posts to make a comprehensive drama YouTube video without any investigation whatsoever will tell you all about the fucking many benefits. I like that people immediately, when I say this, start saying their favorite slop tuber. Like, I'm not even talking about Asmongold here. Like, literally, there are so many people that you think I'm referring to in this instance. No, it's not Moist Critical. Guess what? Moist Critical knows more about the immigration process because he's been dicked by the immigration process as a esports team owner. Ironically.
That's guaranteed. We'll see what those numbers look like. Did Elon Musk approve of the blueprint that you passed last night? Did he think there were enough spending cuts in there?
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. These are numbers, a floor, at least 1.5 trillion in savings that we're going to find, and trying to get higher, maybe 2 trillion or higher.
If my company fights me over $10 on overtime, who's going to spend $5 million amount? Yeah.
Start. Look, you don't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime. It takes miles of open ocean to turn an aircraft carrier. That's what the U.S. economy is. It took decades to get into this situation, but we are going to begin to bend that curve, and
Yeah.
it's a great thing for the country.
I was just curious, since you met with him after this happened. Speaking of, deadlines that are a lot sooner than what you're talking about, there's a shutdown deadline that is looming on March 14th, which you well know. Do you think Congress is going to end up passing another continuing resolution then?
Well, look, I wish we didn't have to, but it looks like the Democrats are trying to push us into that. They've added these really crazy conditions onto the negotiation over the last week or so. They've added a condition that says we have to tie the hands of President Trump, that the legislative branch they want us to dictate to the executive branch, for example, a base number of employees for each agency in the executive branch. I don't even think it's constitutional what they're requiring, but it's certainly an absurd notion. But they're standing by that. So
CR go, do you believe?
Well, we haven't negotiated that yet, but if it's a CR, it may be an entire year-long CR with some anomalies on it. You know how all this works, but it's not what we prefer. We would like to do individual appropriations bills, but it takes both parties to negotiate that. And right now, the Democrats are trying to, it looks like, trying to set up a government shutdown. We can't allow that to happen.
For all the glad-handing platitudes.
Andrew Tate returns to the U.S. with brother after travel ban is lifted. Okay. Speaking of the dumbass that we were just looking at earlier, Michael Penis, Speaker of the House, enough is enough. Pro-Hamas mobs have no place on our college campuses. Barnard College and Columbia University must put an end to the anti-Semitic chaos on campus. Okay. Yeah, pro-Hamas. American college students protesting ridiculous expulsions in an Ivy League institution of other American college students who did the most unthinkable thing of all time, which is hurt the feelings of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. Okay? Are we pro-Hamas or just pro-Palestine? This right here is a fantastic question, chatter. It does not matter. The point is not that they are, the point isn't that these students are like, we love Hamas, we love October 7, we want October 7 to happen. Even then, okay, that is not the point. They're saying everyone is pro-Hamas. They're saying Hamas is bad, it's a terrorist group, everyone is pro-Hamas, all Palestinians are Hamas when they're doing a genocide, everyone that defends Palestinians are also Hamas. The entire fucking point of this is literally to say, you are not allowed to protest against Israel. You are not allowed to be pro-emancipation. You are not allowed to say you are anti-apartheid. You are not allowed to say you are anti-genocide. Okay? That's it. That's it. The point of this is not to like gut out the people who are pro-terrorism. Like, also, what the fuck? What do you mean? What is, let's say someone is pro-fucking ISIS even, okay? Let's say someone is pro-Nazi Germany, okay? And plenty of them are, in the Republican Party especially, okay? In the previous administration, the previous Trump administration, not only did they advocate for Nazis to fucking come to college campuses and harm the actual students, they would have gone crazy if you actually fucking deported, or not deported, but expelled a pro-Nazi student. Do you really believe that these people give a fuck about anti-Semitism? That's it. They're using Hamas's terrorism designation, okay, to say everyone and anyone that is anti-Israel is deportable or is prosecutable. And for the record, make no mistake, they're also moving in this direction already. It doesn't just extend to Colombia. Here's the Newsmax article. DOJ anti-Semitism task force will put Hamas supporters in jail for years. When protesters face jail time, it will stop, said the official. When you see universities start losing millions of dollars in federal funding, you're going to see a change in their behavior. When you see court orders protecting Jewish students, visas of anti-Semitic students being revoked, you will see a major change, he added, announcing a tour of 10 universities accused of harming Jewish students and allowing harassment. Okay? That's it. And for the record, just make no mistake, and I'm saying this very clearly, this is exactly what the fuck Ethan is doing as well. Okay? That is exactly what Ethan is doing as well. And the only difference, and this was shared, I saw, because when I go on my subreddit, I still see the H3H3 Productions post. This was shared in the H3H3 Productions subreddit, Ethan's own subreddit, of his former co-host's Twitter post saying, America First Party is starting to put people in jail for hurting Israel's feelings. Lamau, fuck this country, man. And his fucking fan base of supposedly progressive people were actually excited at the prospect of someone like myself going to fucking prison under the Trump administration. Amazing. I don't know if they've deleted it. I screenshotted it when I saw it. They might have been a little embarrassed about how fucking riled up people got under the post. Just normal social democrat things. Yeah. Their top post in their sub is pretending you can't go to Gaza because Palestinians will harm you, not Israel. Oh, I can tell you, it is not the Palestinians that would harm me. It is 100% Israel. Okay? That is the only reason. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, mods removed that post with the following comment. Hi, thank you for your post. We did, however, remove it as it comes too close to agreeing with Trump's policy, which does not represent us as a community. We need to be careful about what we project into the world. It's important to maintain our support for Palestine while opposing Trump's continued slide into fascism. Thanks for understanding. Cheers. Oh, nice. I think they would cheer if he got killed. I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I saw the fucking comments instantly under it. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, what are you afraid of, Hasan? Says Lexi Nope. 3 awards instantly in 20 fucking minutes. Look. Hold on. I wonder if it's being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. That community is being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. 3 awards on it. Bro, I can't see shit. Okay, well, it doesn't fucking focus, man. Shut up. I don't know how to do it, okay? I guess I could send it to myself and then show it here. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. You're the biggest online anti-genocide, anti-Zionist voice. If you don't think they would have no, it's not even just me, chatters. It's not me. I'm not saying I'm some fucking special person. Okay? I'm saying that anyone and everyone that is doing any kind of journalism that Israel doesn't like is directly in the crosshairs, as Israel has demonstrated time and time again that they are willing to kill journalists. The fuck are we talking about? Or really anyone that is anti-Israel within the crosshairs of an IDF soldier, including Americans. I mean, they've killed aid workers, man. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. I found the link to the post. Oh. Oh, damn. By the time they deleted it at 157 upvotes, 102 comments. To be clear, this should concern you for obvious reasons. I can see a very near future where any support for Palestine is supporting Hamas. Think about who's in charge of the DOJ. We already had something like this called the Red Scare. People were teachers, actors were as well. Thank God there's still fucking people pushing back on this shit. Jesus Christ. Hopefully they can understand what the community is turning into. Hasan is absolutely vile, but we shouldn't support this. Hasan should face legal consequences for his participation and direction in a targeted smear campaign. What? But that consequence should not involve jail time? What smear campaign? Some of those activists are insane, but if you don't think this will be abused against good faith protesters, then you're wrong. Hasan is an idiot, but don't let this make you think the actions of a fascist are justified. I think they're mainly focusing on, what they're mainly focusing on is the protests on university campuses where people were blocking Jewish students from coming in. I don't think they were rounding up online activists. Doesn't make it better. Targeting protesters is wrong. How is blocking Jewish people from entering parts of their campus protesting? If there was a specific incident where they were checking people's ethnicity before giving them permission to be there, that's probably a hate crime. It should already been prosecuted. Thanks. This article proves my point. Legal action was already taken. Further attempts to target protesters and assault on free speech. 3,100 college campus students who engaged in the lawful, constitutionally protected act of protesting, okay, as protected by the Constitution, were arrested in a deliberate effort, under the Biden administration, mind you, in a deliberate effort to squash any sort of free speech from taking place. It's called a chilling effect. That is the entire purpose of this, is to arrest and prosecute people for criticizing Israel so that other people that see that think twice before they also engage in an act of lawful protest. Many of those protesters that were arrested were Jewish, by the way. Why not exactly? Guys literally trying to sow anti-West sentiment in the West. At what point can we say enough is enough? His actions may not be violent, but his devout followers thinking they're justified will be. The progressive community, by the way. What an incredible fucking take. Incredible. Oh. I'm not saying this bill's a thing that should happen, but when it comes to specifically to Hasan, I think there's a good case to be made to limit his growth that will inspire future violence. The amount of power these people think you have is insane. I know. It's wonderful. They've been made to believe this. They think I fucking control subreddits and Discord servers and I mean, whatever. I don't know what the fuck Ethan is telling his audience, but clearly there's plenty of people in this supposedly progressive community that's willing to be like, yeah, honestly, it's not so bad. Ethan thinks you are directing all of the subreddits that criticize and make fun of him in an effort to smear him. That's what they mean by the smear campaign. They think you're doing what D does. Dude, at some point they have to understand that at some point people have to recognize that I'm a fucking boomer that doesn't even have any control over my own subreddit, let alone other subreddits. What the fuck? The only time we've ever done like any sort of enforcement was ironically to limit the amount of Ethan posts. Weird, because you haven't convinced anyone that he's a piece of shit. He did that all on his own. Yeah, no, literally. Their subreddit is just a snark page about you now. Yeah, I know. Ironically enough, it's always projection. It's literally always projection. He's been complaining about fucking subreddits coming after him that are comprised entirely of his former fans, while simultaneously he has directed his community of very active Redditors to basically turn their relatively active subreddit into a fucking snark page that on any given day will complain about my shoes that they think is ugly or complain about my fizz or whatever, which by the way, you know, I think they look pretty good. I think I'm going to be fine. before I'm sure that this recognition will extend the subreddit thinking like, oh, well, he noticed us. He sees our posts. My community doesn't like the shoes either. I like them. Because my community doesn't understand swag, okay? Margiela tabbies are fucking wearable art. But were they $1,500? I think it was cheaper than that, but I mean, it was still very expensive. Yeah. They're Margiela tabbies, chatter. Yeah. I had to get them for the red carpet fit. I'm a fucking fashion girly. Frames only or lenses too? What? No, we're talking about the shoes. We're not talking about my glasses. Vans are $50. You're a grifter? Yes, I know. I'm a grifter. That's why if only Hasan didn't like dead Jewish children. Like, this is such a psychotic thing to fucking assert, dude. Like, you're a real freak. I hope you know that. And you very clearly don't give a shit about anything. Have you, here, you have them cheering on a buddy of a certain Nazi? Shout out to Harley. Also, again, in terms of fits, stones from glass houses, you know what I mean? You're a fan of Ethan Klein and you're talking about other people's fits. It's pretty funny. Who's that? I don't know. I don't know where. He's Epic Mealtime, and I've linked up with him. He seemed like a nice guy, but I don't know. I don't know what his like recent opinions are, because I remember him. Like working out with Sam Hyde and then feeling bad about that decision because he's a fucking Nazi and a pedophile. Okay. Sam Hyde is. And I don't know if he's like homies with him again or some shit. I think I saw, if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw something that he said that was literally like him defending Sam, being like, oh, it doesn't matter if he's a Nazi or not. Like, he's nice to me personally. And I'm like more afraid of Hamas than I am of like American Nazis. Yeah, he was in Creator Clash. I know. I don't know. It's just sad, man. I wish people didn't have these opinions, but there's not really much you can do about it at a certain point. Oh, this is what. Oh, yeah. Epic Mealtime is a hypocrite. So, dude goes out to bat for Ethan, which, whatever. I know he's a pro Israel enthusiast too. Talks about how we need to stop anti Semitism, yet in the same thread glazes Sam Hyde, which is insane if you ask me. What is this? No, it's time to block you. Sure, man. You really care about Jews. Keep virtue signaling. You will never criticize Sam Hyde, who's an actual anti Semite, after you train with him because you're a coward. The meanest shit said to me on this app didn't come from him or his audience. The meanest shit said to me on this app came from people that I agree with on 99% of issues. It's been very strange since October 7 for someone like me. Do you disagree with what I quote tweeted? I'm not talking about him being mean to you. I don't care how he treats you. If you're genuinely concerned about anti-Semitism, you won't be playing defense for him, training with him, and supporting him. That person hates Jews more than any Hamas supporter. Your outrage is fake. You're wrong. He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Meanwhile, I've seen Hamas supporters kill and attack Jewish people. I've seen Hamas supporters spit on the dead bodies of Jewish people as they were paraded around town. So what the fuck are you even saying? He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Again, I don't care about how he treats you. He always admits his racism doesn't impact his relationships. How do you explain the Jewish conspiracy theories, the Nazi march, the Roman salutes, being friends with Nick Fuentes? The existence of bad Hamas supporters, the existence of bad Hamas supporters doesn't disprove what I said. Similarly, there are Jews who spit on dead bodies as well. Doesn't mean Jews are evil. And then a Coinbase, coin tracker app. Fantastic way to end this Twitter thread. But yeah, it is pretty crazy. I think to be like, nah, Sam Hyde was nice to me personally, even though he is like a literal fucking neo-Nazi. Like that's insane, dude. He is like, I promise you, okay? I promise you, an American neo-Nazi is always going to be infinitely more harmful to you as a Jewish person living in America than people that you're perceiving are anti-Semitic. Okay? For their pro-Palestinian position. A regular YouTube guy using Ben Shapiro logic for American anti-Semitism is pretty interesting. I mean, that's actually shocking. That's a shocking thing to say. He's French Canadian. Okay. Again, an American neo-Nazi that has, Canadian neo-Nazi fans as well is going to be infinitely more harmful to your existence as a French Canadian Jewish person living in America than people that you are suspecting of having anti-Semitic reasons for supporting Palestine. That's crazy. Epic Mealtime guy was in a Tom McDonald music video as well. Wait, what? You're getting farm for drama content. I promise you don't need to talk about these losers. It's just sad to see because I thought Epic Mealtime guy was a good guy. You're fucking disgusting. 10 years on the internet and you've defended the worst shit I've ever seen, and H2's community helped me realize this. How the fuck can you defend this shit? Wearing tabbies in public? What is wrong with you? True. All right. Let's get back to Andrew Tate.
Smiles and Diplo speak you saw at the top of the program there from Washington. The scene from Florida could not highlight in starker terms the divergent worldviews.
Perhaps that's the reason why Sam Hyde doesn't talk about Israel too much, even though he is literally a fucking rabid anti-Semite. And many of his fucking fans... Wait, what? I'm aware that being around Destiny at the moment is very questionable. I wanted to meet him despite people's valid criticisms. I'm aware that this is a bad look, and posting a photo with him will upset many people. Not the best decision on my part. What are we doing, man? All right, let's just get to Andrew Tate.
Of former human rights lawyer turned Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and US President Donald Trump. 3 years ago, the self-proclaimed misogynist and controversial online influencer Andrew Tate and his brother were arrested in Romania and they face a number of both civic and criminal cases for allegations of rape, trafficking minors and money laundering, all of which they deny. Now, up until now, the Romanians have not let them leave the country. Then all of a sudden, that changed. And this morning, they're on a private jet on their way over to Florida. They landed just over an hour ago. This is what they had to say.
This is a democratic society. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, as my brother and I are. And I think it's extremely important that we stop allowing media spin, wrap-up smears, lies, or carefully constructed narratives from George Soros-funded operations trying to destroy the reputations of good people who have no intention to do anything other than follow the law.
I should just say that mention there of George Soros, the billionaire philanthropist names, who's often invoked by members of the far right, has been at the heart of multiple conspiracy theories.
Is it at this point? Is it far right at this point? I feel like we've literally, the needle has moved, man. Like, Andrew Tate has said a unimaginable amount of anti-Semitic nonsense that, like, him saying George Soros is probably the least anti-Semitic shit that he said about Jewish people. Not to say that the invocation of George Soros is not anti-Semitic, but simply to say how many insane things he said about Jewish people. And not just Jews either, just in general, across the board, everything. He is on the wrong side of virtually every political subject. It's basically gotten to a fucking point where people that use dog whistles still, okay, people that use dog whistles still to this day are ironically kinder than the average neo-Nazi that sees no reason to use dog whistles. This isn't to say that those guys are in the right or anything, obviously. Lol, Taylor Swift said the same thing, but the vid did not gain attention. Taylor Swift talked about George Soros? What? Yeah, you might as well. Society is so fucking far right now that if you're using dog whistles, you're basically woke Antifa at this point. I'd love a Hasan Andrew Tate stream. Listen, brother, last time he did that, he went to jail. So I don't think he wants that fucking smoke.
Why the change of heart from the Romanians?
Yeah, well, the answer to that may also lie in Washington. So just over a week ago, it was reported that representatives of Donald Trump's administration were pressuring Romania to lift the travel ban. Now, neither the US or Romania have commented on that. In the last couple of minutes, actually, in the Oval Office there, Sir Keir Starmer said he'd look into it. Donald Trump said he didn't know anything about it. But lo and behold, their first port of call on the travel ban being lifted was the US. Now, I caught up with the Secretary of State for Innovation and Science this morning, so Peter Kyle. The first thing I asked him was, Andrew Tate and his influence, is that a threat?
We think that Andrew Tate is not a force for good in the world, and if there are criminal charges that are outstanding against him, then we need to make sure that there is a way for him to be, for those victims to have their voice heard. But for those people who are alleged to have committed crimes, then those victims must be put first and foremost, and their voices must be heard.
You may think it's a threat, but Donald Trump intervened and pressed the Romanians to allow him to travel to the US.
I don't know the details of what has happened, but as I say, we in this country, but particularly the Prime Minister, who has introduced legislation to protect victims, cares very, very deeply about those people who might allegedly be victims. Their voices are very, very important, and in situations like this, they must be listened to, as well as the voices of those people who are accused of committing crimes.
We may not know the exact details of his flight, but when it comes to the likes of Andrew Tate, you clearly have wildly different views on him to the President of the United States, who we're currently trying to negotiate trade deals with and how we tackle AI. You are nowhere near in line with the President of the United States, are you?
I have different views from every single person I meet every day, because we're all individuals. Different countries have different priorities. The Prime Minister is out there in America putting Britain's national interests first, as is the President of the United States. But that doesn't mean that we can't find points of agreement.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Andrew, how are you?
In Florida, after a long...
Of course he came to Florida. It's the #1 spot for sex trafficking criminals, dude. #1 spot for cryptocurrency hawkers, pedophiles, sex traffickers galore.
Flight from Romania, Andrew Tate was as combative as ever.
We live in a democratic society where it's innocent until proven guilty, and I think my brother and I are largely misunderstood. There's a lot of opinions about us, a lot of things that go around about us on the internet. We've yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever.
Did Donald Trump help get the travel ban lifted?
The social media influencer is a big fan of the US president. In Romania a month ago, this was his message to his millions of internet followers.
Donald Trump is the future of the Western world. Everybody knows it, and everybody needs to get in line and obey him. He runs the world, and he's a good friend of mine, and I'm going to help him.
The Trump administration, it was reported recently, pressed the Romanians to lift the brothers' travel ban. A Tate insider said the brothers had been allowed to travel to the United States for a month on business and would return to Romania, where they face rape, human trafficking and organised crime charges. They're also wanted by UK police on similar allegations.
The fact that Donald Trump would line himself with one of the world's worst alleged human traffickers and serial rapists is just gobsmacking.
The Prime Minister's meeting him today. You've got a message.
He's got big shoes to fill. After all, the last guy that did this famously in Florida is now dead. Okay? So, what if he just doesn't go back? Your audience is just a bunch of self-hating white people. Your streams are a safe space for them. You ever get tired of hating white people in the West? That's my answer to you. I welcome this though. I miss these kinds of fucking haters, because recently every single person has been like, you are not nice enough about my favorite apartheid state. This is like some OG shit. You're an anti-white racist. Yeah, okay, dude. Well, I'm fucking white, dumbass. Shut up.
For Sir Keir Starmer?
Stand up for these British women who have alleged horrible crimes against Andrew Tate, these victims of alleged multiple rapes and human trafficking. Stand up for them and stand up to Donald Trump on this issue.
The lawyer hopes to get Andrew Tate into the UK civil courts as well, where he's being sued over rape claims by 4 women. They said in a joint statement, "We are in disbelief and feel re-traumatised by the news that the Romanian authorities have given in to pressure from the Trump administration to allow Andrew Tate to travel."
Bro, what are the Romanians supposed to do? If the fucking Trump administration says, yeah, free him, like, we're talking about Romania. Americans do this in Japan. Okay? The American government literally actively does this in Japan for soldiers that have not only raped people, but also have killed people who have also been convicted of raping people and killing people. And the American government goes, come on, release them. Send them to us. Don't delete this VOD, please. Wait, what? Why? Why would I delete this VOD? None of my VODs get deleted. You can come back and watch my anti-white racism every single day, if you would like to do so. It's like, don't delete this VOD, please. I would like to go back to this moment where you recognize me.
Around Europe and to the US. The Tates say they've been given back cars and other seized assets, as well as their temporary freedom. The brothers are former kickboxers with joint US and UK nationality. They're controversial figures who flaunt their wealth and lavish lifestyle on social media. Influential to a generation of young men, to others crude, sexist and misogynistic. The Tates deny all the allegations against them. A Romanian judge had agreed to the brothers being extradited to the UK, but only after their trial in Bucharest.
If the police want to get hold of the Tate brothers because they face criminal charges here in the UK, yes, I would expect those extradition treaties to be used.
If they don't go back to Romania, a new extradition request may have to be sent to the United States. Martin Brunt, Sky News.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already landed.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I do. Look, obviously this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk, and so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware?
Still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Shut the fuck up, Kier. Bitch, this ain't about you. He's like, oh, yes, I will also prosecute. Amazing.
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
This was about calling Zelensky a dictator.
So the Department of Justice is expected to release some of the Jeffrey Epstein files today. This comes out.
Hey guys, this is probably going to come across as shocking to virtually zero people here. but the files that they quote unquote released, they released to MAGA influencers. It was scrubbed clean of any sort of new details. And that's it. One good part of this, however, is that this is a very direct promises made, promises not kept moment. And a lot of the MAGA influencers are very upset. Some are very upset because they were not a part of the MAGA influencers movement that got access to the files. Others are very upset because the files feature nothing new. Okay. And many of them are now extra suspicious. Of why the real files have not been revealed. Given how stupid things have become, I'm going to be very careful in saying this, but given how stupid things have become in general, I think this would have more of an impact on Trump's reception from many parts of the MAGA base in a negative way than literally if the Trump administration caught Medicaid and like killed their parents. I'm not even kidding. I'm so for real about this. Okay? I can't begin to explain to you. This isn't to say that like it's not important. The Epstein files are insignificant or anything like that. I think they are. But these people are more tuned into that shit than anything else. I could totally see this being like the breaking point or a jump off point for numerous hogs. Hogs are melting down all over Twitter for not getting the Epstein files released. And obviously the House Judiciary put a fucking Rick Roll clip to say breaking Epstein files released. And everyone's like, women were raped. The monsters who organized and participated still walk amongst us. And you're joking about it. This is a fucking insane thing to do. Not the first time Jim Jordan looked the other way when serious crimes were committed. This ain't gonna go how you thought it was. Now, it's because, much like Luigi Mangione, the understandable anger and resentment that Americans feel towards our pedophilic elite is bipartisan. But of course, when you are a part of the pedophilic elite, regardless of your party affiliation, you don't understand that. You think it's like, haha, who cares? Lol, a meme. For a lot of people, it is not a meme at all. Okay? And for many of those people that I'm talking about, they're not even, their obsession with this is definitely beyond like a normal, understandable level of enthusiasm and interest. I nor the task force were given or reviewed the Epstein documents being released today. A New York Post story just revealed that the documents will simply be Epstein's phone book. This is not what we or the American people asked for, and a complete disappointment. Get us the information we asked for, says Representative Anna Paulina Luna, official representative for Florida 13. This is not going the way that they thought it would go. I don't know why they thought that like people wouldn't understandably get mad at this shit. Who is subverting POTUS? The Epstein files are a total joke. I know Cash, Pam Bondi, the president. This is not the file. White House tells me that they believe usual suspects at FBI/SDNY has the actual Epstein client list and are refusing to turn it over. This is an internal civil war if true. I will be doing a special X-cast in a few minutes. Attorney General Pam Bondi says FBI withheld information on Epstein files currently held at FBI New York City field office. Bondi wants it delivered to DOJ tomorrow, but it must go through many different levels of protection of victims before released. Oh my God. How much you want to bet they're going to fucking eliminate all of the Republicans and Republican donors from these lists and only keep like, and probably a lot of the Democrat donors too, but only keep like a key number of Democrats from it? Yeah, I already got it. I'm already looking at this link. I do want to mention to every single person that, one, I believe that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad and CIA operative who engaged in blackmailing high-profile individuals on his Lolita Express, including but not limited to sex trafficking minors, and that the American government will never truly reveal the heinous crimes that it committed. Okay? Just so you understand. There is, I didn't think you'd say it out loud. Wait, what? Why? Why wouldn't I say it out loud? Motherfucker, the Ehud Barak visited Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion in 2016. What the fuck is Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, doing at Jeffrey Epstein's? Is it not anti-Semitic to say that? I'm genuinely asking. Why is the former Israeli prime minister, Ehud Barak, at Jeffrey Epstein's fucking mansion in Manhattan in 2016? What the fuck? What are we even talking about? No, it's not like a polar bear in Arlington, Texas. It's like a polar bear in the Arctic Circle, okay? Are they in Antarctica? That's where the polar bears are, right? Can you explain the connections between him and the CIA and Mossad? I don't know, man. How did a fucking internationally renowned sex trafficker pedophile get a slap on the wrist by, at the time, Florida prosecutor Alexander Acosta, who then became Donald Trump's labor secretary, by the way, later down the line, because people told Alexander Acosta that Jeffrey Epstein had was too valuable of a fucking asset. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's second in command, okay? Ghislaine Maxwell's father is like the fucking OG espionage guy. Robert Maxwell. Hasan is making insane claim. Wait, what? For writer who broke Epstein case, a rumored Mossad link is worth digging into. Reporter Julie K. Brown isn't convinced the accused sex trafficker took his own life and says associate Robert Maxwell may not have been the only one tied to Israeli intelligence. Yeah. On this day of justice and transparency, I'd sure like to hear from Trump's former labor secretary. Yep. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. That's what Alexander Acosta, former U.S. attorney in Miami, said after explaining why he cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart non-prosecution plea deal back in 2007. Bro, you're going to get canceled over this? Be careful. What are you guys talking about? I think you might be new here, okay? You might quite literally be the newest person here. Famously, back in the day, my YouTube page was completely blacklisted because I went over Jeffrey Epstein's entire case for 8 hours, okay? It was a 10-hour broadcast, and 8 of it was directly dedicated to Jeffrey Epstein. I put that fucking video the 8-hour video directly on my YouTube page, and then YouTube blacklisted me completely. Okay? The next couple of videos after that got like 10 views. I had to delete the video. How did you get unblacklisted after that? I had to delete the video. It's coming to dangerous territory. What is the dangerous territory? Do you think that Mossad and CIA don't operate side by side on certain issues, but also definitely on other issues hate one another as well? What are we talking about? Hello? Like, what the fuck do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is? How the fuck did Benjamin Netanyahu be the consistent leader of Israel for so many years? What do you mean? But okay, maybe I'm dramatic. Just saying I've seen people lose careers over less than this. Dog. What are we talking about? Nothing I have said is incorrect. Also, hello. Did you forget that there are some relatively sizable content creators from virtually every fucking part of the ideological spectrum of permissible commentary on American soil that is actively calling me a fucking terrorist? This is what's also, everything I've said so far is things that I've said time and time again. Jeffrey Epstein boasted about being a Mossad agent like Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, according to the bombshell claims from ex-girlfriend. Yeah. Also, you know, I've also talked to the journalists that are tasked with investigating this stuff many times over. Anyway. Why would he work with Mossad? Genuinely curious. I don't know. Why don't you fucking ask former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak? He's still alive and well. He goes on television. Don't ask me that. Yes, I'm talking about the famous liberal journalist Brace Belden and Liz Franzak. But Brace is no longer just a liberal. He's also the leader of the white Chinese movement.
After a Republican push for transparency, Griff Jenkins joins us live from Washington with the details. So who's on the list, Griff?
Boy, Lawrence, that is the question. Good morning. And there's no timeline, Lawrence, for when this bombshell may drop today. But if Pam Bondi's teaser to Jesse last night is any indication, we could get some shocking revelations.
200 victims, 200. So we have, well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. What you're going to see hopefully tomorrow is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Recall this all started after President Trump first told our own Rachel Campos Duffy that he was open to releasing some information.
Bro. It's so funny people forget. President Trump killed him. Like, what are we talking about? And I don't even think he did it because he's like secretly a massive Jeffrey Epstein supporter or whatever. Okay. Like Donald Trump, ironically enough, I shit on him all the time. If you know anything about their connection to one another, Donald Trump ironically cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein far before the Clintons did. Okay. As a matter of fact, the Clintons never really cut ties with the Epsteins. Like Donald Trump literally used to be homies with him. Okay. That's why those videos exist from the 90s. And ironically enough, when he was homies with him, Jeffrey Epstein would use Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground to get underage girls that he could sex traffic. And as soon as Donald Trump found out that he had this court case, he was like, it's done. There is no other evidence of these two people ever connecting with one another. I still, however, believe that Donald Trump's administration killed him because he was a fucking asset. Too many rich and too many powerful people, liberal and Democrat alike, would get in trouble if the Jeffrey Epstein tapes were ever revealed. That's it. Wait, what? There is no Jeffrey Epstein client list, period. It's a figment of the internet's imagination and a means to just slander people. Oh, she's saying that there is no like official Jeffrey Epstein client list. He was known to record people and save evidence against them. Really? Imagine telling this to fucking Julie K. Brown. She's being sarcastic here, by the way. Julie K. Brown is almost entire. I don't want to put too much stress on her, which I'm sure she's had to deal with for many, many years at this point. But she is quite literally the responsible party for why this Jeffrey Epstein stuff blew up again. Like almost single-handedly. Julie K. Brown, well, if you actually read my book or anyone's, you would know that the FBI file on Epstein is public. Google it in the FBI's vault. It is, however, heavily redacted. So yes, there is a file. The real stuff that I would want to know, that I think a lot of Epstein, like a lot of Epstein people that have been tracking this stuff for many, many years want to know, is what those marked DVDs and CDs had in the Epstein mansion. Okay? I don't think we will ever find out, and I'm almost certain that they fucking deleted all of that shit. I mean, maybe if they just kept it as blackmail, maybe they didn't delete it. But when the police raided, when the second case opened up on Jeffrey Epstein, and the police raided his Manhattan home, they found hard drives. Okay? They found hard drives, CDs, DVDs that were all marked with names that are redacted. The FBI since then has said, oopsie, it may have changed hands and we don't know where they are or some shit like that. I think if they're blackmail on very wealthy individuals, I doubt that they would delete that because that's very important blackmail material. But I understand where Julie K. Brown is coming from in terms of like the Epstein client list.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
What?
Then last month, President Trump signing an executive order calling on agencies to release secret documents. Well, now Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna says she just heard from the DOJ in posting the letter sent from them to X, which reads in part, "The integrity of criminal investigations and prosecutions is essential to every component of the department's mission to uphold the rule of law, keep our nation safe, and protect civil rights." What's unclear at this point is how this might affect Epstein's co-defendant, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently serving 20 years for her role in covering for Epstein. Steve?
We're standing by for it. All right.
Wait, go find the full clip. He straight up says, no, I actually don't think I will do the Epstein stuff. Shut up. Did he actually? Can someone find that?
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are following some breaking news regarding documents detailing some of the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein. Taking a look here at a post from Fox News on X in which they say Epstein files : Pam Bondi sends fiery note to Kash Patel accusing FBI of withholding docs. So according to Fox News, Attorney General Pam Bondi sending that.
I can tell you one person I know for a fact is a Jeffrey Epstein client and friend. Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. Straight up. Kimball Musk met his girlfriend through Jeffrey Epstein. Yup. Yup. She was one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. Oh, we found the full clip.
Yeah.
And no, not every single one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls that he sex trafficked were minors, chap. There were minors as well, for sure, but never every single one of them were minors. As a matter of fact, a lot of them were not minors.
Files.
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died.
Oh!
It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would definitely do the January 6th.
Dog, you were the president. Your main guy at the time, old Bilbo Barr, was in charge of the DOJ. This is a very convenient fact that Trump supporters keep forgetting. Anyway, I just wanted to point this out. I don't think it's because I'm not libbed up and saying like, oh, it's because Trump is compromised or whatever. I don't think he was. I think he was initially compromised, but I think he cut ties far before any of these other pedophilic elite did. Having said that, I think Trump did it because he knows not to rock the boat. That's what I think. What? Just because he's president doesn't mean he knows what happened in the 7.5 minutes where 2 guards left Jeffrey Epstein unsupervised. Excuse me. the 7.5 minutes where two guards let Jeffrey Epstein unsupervised, that also there's no footage of, because unfortunately in those 7.5 minutes, the cameras actually broke. It worked before and it worked after, but not for the 7.5 minutes that Jeffrey Epstein was left unsupervised. You know what's really funny? This is probably the one, like, quote unquote conspiracy theory that mainstream media immediately was like, oh, it's not true. He killed himself. He was suicidal. Shut the fuck up. So I guess technically this is the one conspiracy theory I believe. And it was shocking to me that there were people that literally, at the time when I was covering it, were telling me like, no, but the New York Times said that it was a suicide. Why would you say that? There were literally people in my chat that were trying to be like, no, you don't understand. It was definitely a suicide. Please shut the fuck up. Like, I actually love conspiracy theories. I love hearing about conspiracy theories. I talk extensively about like how conspiracy theories work, in terms of why they are necessary for a lot of people to hyper focus on the wrong shit. Okay. If you recall, I have talked extensively about how like liberalism needs conspiracy theories so that people don't recognize that it's capitalism that is at fault. If you don't have a materialist interpretation of the political economy, then you have to, if you operate on good bad dynamics, then you obviously will inevitably arrive at conspiracy theories. Many of them are obviously anti-Semitic. Okay? Or at least historically, it's always been Jews that have been responsible for everything in the minds of every fucking freak throughout history, right? So, outside of all of that, outside of all the silly, funny, and sometimes scary conspiracy theories, this is, I think, one area where I 100% think that the mainstream media is actively wrong and deliberately not investigating it. Yeah, it was. We talked about it on stream with Brace a few years ago, and you ran a poll on it, and 60% of the chat said it was just a regular suicide. Yeah. Like 9/11, JFK assassination, stuff like that. I don't have the full, like, I don't have the same level of confidence in what truly took place there. I guess with 9/11, like, there is obviously a little bit of confidence in terms of, like, you know, at least America's negligence in the process. But with JFK, I don't know. I mean, I meme about like George H.W. Bush, but like, I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't have that same level. I don't have that same degree of confidence in the JFK stuff as I do with Jeffrey Epstein. Possibly because I was literally fucking there when this stuff was getting uncovered. So I paid close attention to it. And yes, I still think that Jeffrey Epstein was an American government asset. Jeffrey Epstein was an American government asset who, alongside Ghislaine Maxwell, actively worked within the highest rungs of American and global society, really. And he was a rapist, sex trafficker of minors. And I think his job was basically to connect very wealthy people with one another and also simultaneously blackmail incredibly wealthy people as well. It's not like some kind of satanic conspiracy theory or whatsoever. I think it's a pretty straightforward honeypot blackmail operation. That's it. Personally, it is ridiculous that this person who got busted dead to rights for child sex trafficking got the most sweetheart plea deal of all time from U.S. attorney at the time and then Trump's labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, that literally allowed him to leave the prison. Okay? There is no world in which you do child sex trafficking and you're caught dead to fucking rights, and then the government lets you leave the prison during your sentence on the fucking weekends. That is not real. That doesn't happen in Norway. Okay? That is crazy. Nord Stream 2 pipeline? Okay, that's not a conspiracy. I was vindicated on that fairly quickly. What the fuck? Yeah, that was the shittiest manufacturing consent attempt from the American government. That's when I knew we had no motion. I think that was when I really, truly thought it's over for the American empire. Okay? That actually was like the dumbest way to fucking insta hit that propaganda point. Well, oh, maybe Russia blew up their own pipeline. That was when I was like, damn, we are running out of juice, bro. We got no fucking juice. We're juiceless. We're sauceless. We got no fucking motion. And that was under the Brandonian regime. You know what I mean?
Because,
yeah.
Oh,
yes,
beyond
so
all of
far.
them. Because what happened, how about the Unselect Committee? They had meetings, you know, they had all.
Anyway. Why would the YouTube want to censor you back then? Because there's probably a bunch of stuff, like it was probably treated like vaccine shit. YouTube was far more censorious back then for stuff like that as well. This is before the vaccine stuff, but I'm saying that like they have auto filters for certain things that immediately hit you with the fucking black mark of death. Yeah, probably because of Pizzagate and stuff too. But also, it could have been because I posted an 8-hour video. That could be the reason. You know? Like, I don't think they were actively going after people that are talking about Jeffrey Epstein like that.
Letter to FBI Director Kash Patel today, accusing federal investigators in New York of withholding thousands of pages of Jeffrey Epstein documents she has vowed to make public. Now, I do have a copy of that letter that was obtained by Fox News. A live now look at the Capitol building as I read to you what the Attorney General had to say. She goes on to say this: Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily in flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn of this new information. She goes on to say by 8 a.m. tomorrow.
What do I make of this intra-hog administrative warfare? I think it's bullshit. I think they're faking it. They're fake. I think that they are basically fake fighting because there's no shot. Like, in order to believe that the Trump administration is honest about like releasing these files, you have to legitimately be a QAnon conspiracist. You have to legitimately think that Donald Trump is actually interested in undermining the deep state. Okay? Donald Trump has never been interested in undermining the deep state because the deep state, a concept that was literally initially invented in Turkey, okay, with the MIT, is a parallel government, a parallel governance, an espionage agency that operates not at the behest of the government, but actually operates alongside the government and oftentimes will undermine the government. Now, while I do believe that in the United States of America, especially in periods of the Cold War, there were instances where the CIA and numerous other agencies like that did operate outside of the boundaries of the American government, but ultimately still at the behest of American capital. Okay? Donald Trump is virtually the greatest deity of American capital. He is a heaven sent for American
February
capital.
20.
Why the fuck would the deep state be against him? No, he hates the annoying, boring, lawyer-ass libtards in the fucking FBI. That's it. Why do you think he never talks about the CIA, for example? He rarely ever talks about the CIA. He just doesn't like some of the gay libs at the FBI that still care about, like, institutional legitimacy or whatever the fuck. That's it. And also, he's a very petty man. He just hates the whole Christopher Steele dossier shit. That's it. He doesn't hate the deep state. There is no parallel interest. There's no parallel governance within the American State Department. Donald Trump is the American State Department. Deep state started with a secret society of assassins that met the Crusaders. Leap of faith, bro. Dude, you are so weird, man. You say this all the time. You say like the weirdest shit in the chat, Tolkien Society. Please stop. For the past 2 days, you've just been chirping nonstop with like fucking things that you're hallucinating. I know that's an Assassin's Creed reference, but I can't tell if you're being serious or not because you literally routinely say some of the weirdest shit.
The FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how much information was obtained. There will be no withholdings or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. Finally, she says, I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. I appreciate your immediate attention to this important matter. I know that we are both committed to transparency for the American people, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to serve our president and our country. And then it's signed.
They're not going to destroy it. They're just going to put it under a mountain of paperwork. They're going to put it on that like inaccessible information processing system that they fucking have, which if they haven't already, inaccessible by outside internet or anything like that. Why the fuck would they? I just don't think that they would delete blackmail. It's really hard to come by. You know what I mean? Jeffrey worked really hard to get the blackmail. I doubt that they would just delete it. You know what I mean? Yeah, the air gap system that they have, this is probably where they fucking put it. They wouldn't delete it, I don't think. But I will tell you this. I do not think that they will actually reveal any new information. Okay? Or if they do, it'll be like legitimate evidence about Hillary Clinton's involvement, potentially. Even that is a bridge too far in my estimation. But you bet your fucking ass Ehud Barak is not going to be talked about. You know what I mean? You think the Trump administration would actively undermine Israeli assets, for example? Fuck no. If you think that they would, if the Trump administration will burn Israeli assets or even CIA assets, you're out of your fucking mind. That is a big if, by the way, even for the Hillary Clinton shit. They're protecting the Clintons for sure. I don't know if you're being sarcastic when you say this, but I genuinely mean it. I think that they would also go so far as to protect the Clintons as well. 100p. Because these guys are all fucking elites. Okay? That's it. They're all elites. Donald Trump hates the Clintons, even though he was friends with the Clintons for the longest fucking time. There's no shot because it's too disruptive. That would be unironically too disruptive. That'd be the most disruptive thing that Donald Trump has done thus far. Regardless of his petty grievances, Trump knows where his bread is buttered.
Sincerely, Pam Bondi. Now, you
That's
may
why,
remember
that's
that.
why his pussy ass didn't even throw the Clintons in jail, dude. Coward. You know? He kept saying, lock her up. What happened, bitch? You didn't even fucking lock her up. You couldn't even give us a moment of solace in all of the madness your first fucking term. You didn't even do lawfare on Joe Brandon, you fucking demon. What the fuck's wrong with you? He literally did lawfare on you. Look at the DOJ. They came after you for all the minutia. But notice how all of the minutia that they came after Donald Trump was not for the normal elite corruption. It was for like very obvious instances of paperwork mismanagement or things that are not replicable by elites down the fucking line. And obviously, lo and behold, nothing came of that regardless. But where are we at? Why? Why wouldn't you do... Why wouldn't you investigate Joe Biden? Why wouldn't you throw Joe Biden in prison? He's going to fucking die in the process anyway. Make his last years on earth a living hell. Embarrass him. But Trump is a fucking phony and a coward and a bitch, okay? He's bitch made. He won't even give us that. It's true.
Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, she was the one who swore in FBI Director Kash Patel, as you see from this video just a couple of weeks ago. Just to reiterate here, a Fox News reporting that the Attorney General saying that she had requested the full Epstein case file before Kash Patel was confirmed as the head of the FBI and received about 200 pages of those files, far less than a number of pages released last year in a civil lawsuit connected to Ghislaine Maxwell, the trafficker's former lover and convicted accomplice. She said the FBI had never disclosed the existence of those files and demanded that they be turned over by Friday morning, 8 a.m. Friday morning Eastern time, in accordance to that letter. I do want to bring up some more reaction posts on X from several Congress members, representatives.
If they had evidence on Biden, wouldn't they have tried to blackmail Ukraine about Hunter? Wait, what do you mean they did? They did do that. What are you talking about? That's why he got impeached. And no, they did not have evidence. They had evidence on Hunter Biden, obviously getting a job at Burisma that he didn't fucking deserve to get. But they did not have enough evidence to tie Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Tie Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. That's it. I thought they were just partners, but not romantically engaged. Wait, what? Romantically engaged? What are you talking about? Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were romantically engaged, like Joe Biden was having sex with his son? Is that what you're saying?
Several lawmakers here. The first one being Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, saying that...
Oh, you're talking about Maxwell and Epstein. No, they were former romantic partners, and then Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell worked side by side in the sex trafficking and blackmail operation.
Epstein list is going to be released, and much more is coming. There's currently a war raging within. The resistance within will be beaten, and the truth will be revealed. I'm so proud of AG Pam Bondi and FBI Director Cash, both warriors. And so we'll continue to follow this very closely because, again, this letter is calling for all of those documents to be handed over by 8 in the morning, Friday, February 28th. And we'll be following.
What is this news report? It's kind of weird.
Phase 1.
Like the way that they're covering it, I feel like they're just making up stories to muddy the waters. He fully has cat turd brain. This is the story. President Trump and AG Pam Bondi committed to releasing the Epstein files. They did. About 200 pages. Bondi smelled a rat because there was nothing juicy in the 200 pages. Just flat logs and a Rolodex of phone numbers. No smoking gun. Still, Bondi promised to release the documents. She prepared a binder for them. She prepared a binder of them. Then, last night, a whistleblower contacted Bondi and revealed that the SDNY was hiding potentially thousands of Epstein files, defying Bondi's order and to give them all to her. We're talking recordings, evidence, etc., the juicy stuff, names. These swamp creatures at SDNY deceive Bondi, Cash, and you. Be outraged that the binder is boring. You should be, because the evil deep state lied to your face. The binder is powerful because it's tangible physical evidence of the disgusting stunt the SDNY tried to pull. The binder is powerful. Bondi is now demanding all Epstein evidence from SDNY plus an investigation into the persons who committed this act of defiance. The legacy media has betrayed you again. They lied to you. They smear you. They gaslight you. They deserve no special access to real-time exposure of corruption because they played a role in covering it up in the first place. I mean, be for real, dude. You give it to fucking Jack Posobiec, former Naval Intelligence Officer Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, and fucking libs of TikTok, if you were truly serious about revealing this information, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would. Who would I give it to? The guy who runs the End Wokeness account. Okay, and libs of TikTok. First of all, it's just not. You are the media, and be very, very angry that the deep state. Yeah, it's the deep state SDNY agents that are hiding the truth, and not our big beautiful boy Donald Trump. Even though he was fucking killed when Trump was president. You are way too informed on all these weirdos getting lost. Okay. So the Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein files were given to MAGA meme guy DC Drano, libs of TikTok, former OAN anchor Liz Wheeler, who we're reading with that funny voice, Pizzagate promoter Mike Cernovich, and numerous others. Today I met with Chad Prather. An eagle-eyed tipster points out one more in the above pic. On the left with the MAGA hat, celebrity gossip influencer RFK enthusiast Jessica Reed Krause, a.k.a. House in Habit. Meanwhile, MAGA comedian Chad Prather scored a binder as well. Yeah, the person that they gave this to, truly unreal that the Epstein files are being selectively released to, of all people, Mike Cernovich, a pro-rape advocate, this is real, an accused rapist who served as a cat's paw for Epstein attorney and likely Epstein client, Alan Dershowitz, to smear Epstein victim, Virginia Giuffre. Cernovich trained as a lawyer. In 2003, he was accused of raping a woman he knew. The charge was later dropped, but a judge offered him to do community service for misdemeanor battery. His record has since been expunged. Under Nixon, this court should not allow itself to be Cernovich's partner in gratifying his private spite for victims of sexual by giving him depictions of sexual assault to be read or published. Nor should the court gratify Dershowitz's private spite for Miss Jeffrey by allowing Cernovich to act as his proxy. Mike Cernovich was harassing Virginia Giuffre, one of the major, if not the most significant Epstein victim. Okay? Virginia Giuffre, that Alan Dershowitz obviously fucking despises and shits on all the time when he's not like, you know, talking about how Israel is the best country on the planet. Cernovich cites no civil case in which a court modified a protective order to give an intervener access to discovery information about the sexual assault of a minor, except for a case when the intervener was the handicapped victim's mother. Instead, Cernovich cites authority that this is inapposite and self-evidently distinguishable. Honest question, what is stopping Patel from just putting whatever he wants in the Epstein files? Doesn't the Trump White House have complete control over whatever comes out? No, they're not going to fucking I don't think that they would put fake information into it. And it's the same reason why they won't actually release the real information that they have either. Okay? Do you understand? Yeah. Alan Dershowitz, the Dersh, who famously advocated to lower the age of consent from a constitutional perspective, of course. Alan, who famously said, "Oh, I've gotten massages at the Epstein home, but I always had my underwear on." That Alan Dershowitz. Also, the only thing that came out of this, the information that came out of this is not new anyway, okay? Which is not very surprising in my opinion. Prather and DC Drano posted the exact same tweets about the binders word for word. Breaking, social media influencers who received the Epstein binder were caught posting identical messages, making it seem like a coordinated advertisement. Today, I met with President Trump, VP J.D. Vance, AG Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. They handed me a binder copy of the Epstein files. This is the most transparent administration in American history. The best part? This is just the start. Attorney General Bondi confirmed there are 1,000 more Epstein file documents being secretly held in the SDNY, and they will be delivered to the DOJ in D.C. by February 28th. People will be going to jail for what they've done. Fanatical Zionist neocon tech billionaire Peter Thiel, who created J.D. Vance's entire career and whose CIA-founded company, Palantir, is a core part of Israel's machinery of genocide in Gaza, is of course also closely connected to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile sex trafficking ring. He even met with Epstein long after he'd been convicted as a pedophile child sex trafficker in 2008. So it is 100% confirmed that Thiel was in on it. These are the real reasons why, yes, the actual Epstein client list, if it even exists, or even like the blackmail stuff will never come out. Yeah. In anticipation of the seemingly inevitable deluge of dubious info about Epstein in the upcoming months, I dug up an archived version of the original 2015 Gawker article written by Nick Bryant that revealed Epstein's little black book for the first time. Oh, also, this website no longer exists. Do you want to know why this website no longer exists? Because Gawker outed that same libertarian psychopath, fanatical Zionist neocon tech billionaire Peter Thiel, as being a homosexual man. And Peter Thiel hated Gawker for that so much that he vowed revenge against Gawker, and Hulk Hogan was the weapon that he used against Gawker, as he openly admitted to burying Gawker under so much litigation that they would never recover from it. That's what he did. He took out an entire media franchise. Many of you are new here, probably don't know any of this stuff, but yes, Hulk Hogan, was it Bubba the Love Sponge's wife that he fucked? And there was a sex tape, and Gawker released the sex tape saying that it was, information for the public to know. And Hulk sued Gawker, and Peter Thiel funded that lawsuit. and took out Gawker. Yeah, Hulk Hogan also famously said the N-word in the sex tape. Yeah. Thiel's company Palantir was founded by the CIA, and through it, he and his slave boys Alex Karp, who I've mentioned a couple times recently, the one with the crazy hair, who's always like, "We're gonna kill our enemies, we execute our enemies" on fucking investor meetings, and Mike Solana are a core part of Israel's genocide of Gaza. Thiel also funds the entire Zionist propaganda network, including low-rate hacks like Rinsberg. Rinsberg is the low-rate hack that wrote that fucking Pirate Wire article that Ethan Klein fucking used on his broadcast to claim that there was a mass conspiracy against him because of a bunch of, in his words, pro-Hamas Discord people that were controlling every Reddit. Ooh, secretly. Yeah, when people say you sound like you're crashing out, it must be because of this pro-Hamas Discord server that Peter Thiel's Pirate Wire's website revealed. That's why. And no, this is not to imply that Ethan is like connected to this fucking ring either. He's just, he's not. He's just a dumbass who personally will use anything and everything without actually investigating it even a little bit. He will use any and every unhinged Zionist Hasbara propaganda dish rag to suit his narcissistic desires. Okay? That's it. Yes, he's desperate and gullible. The vast Zionist propaganda and censorship network is directly funded by Peter Thiel and his slave boys, Alex Karp and Mike Solana, who are also CIA and Mossad assets. When you see students expelled, professors fired, people jailed, it all comes back to Thiel. This is correct. What possible answer is there for Peter Thiel, a fanatical Zionist CIA and Mossad asset, being close personal friends with Jeffrey Epstein, including after he was outed as a pedophile sex trafficker of children? There's no answer except that he was and remains a core part of it. It's actually insane how all the main funders of Trump and Trump himself are directly and personally tied to a pedophile serial rapist, Jeffrey Epstein, who was a Mossad asset, blackmailing all the world's elites with pedo tapes. They're all in on it. Does it not shock anybody or weird anybody out that Alan Dershowitz, who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, okay, who defended him in a court of law, was allowed to just operate in polite society, including but not limited to fucking Fox News all the time? He still to this day goes on Fox News all the time, half the time when he's not sucking up the Israeli state's penis over and over again, talking about how it's the most moral nation on the fucking planet. He's literally shitting on Jeffrey Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre. Isn't that strange at all that all of these supposedly QAnon-style conspiracy theorists at Fox News, including but not limited to Tucker Carlson of all fucking people, regularly had Alan Dershowitz as a fucking guest host? How does that work? And it's so funny because all of these dumbass conspiracy theory enjoyers literally can't even put two and two together when it's directly in front of their fucking faces, because they're so hopped up on partisan fumes that they think, no, this is just a Hillary Clinton move. It's not just it's not like there's no bipartisanship in the pedophilic elite. You know? If you were to name all the fanatical Zionists who are directly and personally connected to Epstein's pedophile child sex trafficking ring and their close association to Trump, is all these are saying Mossad asset blackmail pedophile alert. It's virtually every single fucking liberal and Republican elite, okay? That was his purpose. His purpose was to be the facilitator and the connector. Honest question. This list is taking so long to come out and the timing is coming out. Can it even be considered a reliable source considering lawfare and Trump striking back? If that evidence were to be real evidence, the severity case, stalling the evidence is kind of sus. Dude, there's no real evidence coming out. Most of the posts on Ethan's Reddit are, I was a Hasan fan, and then you check the profiles and they're reposting on the Epstein subreddit and other Zionist subreddits, but you're the one having a crash out law? I know. I mean, this is a very sophisticated network of blackmail, harassment, serial doxing, smearing. Like, Israel is a very important asset for the American State Department. Okay, and beyond that, given its major importance, obviously, for the American State Department, Israel has also benefited from being able to operate inside of the American boundaries as not a foreign entity, but instead as an extension of America. There's no other country on the fucking planet where the American government in 38 fucking states has turned around and made it illegal to criticize said foreign country. What are we talking about? Like, does that not strike anybody as odd? And before people say, oh, it's because of the Jews, Hasan is so red-pilled, he's calling it out. No, it has nothing to do with fucking Jewish people, dumbass. They go after Jews all the time. They go after anti-Zionist Jews all the fucking time. Alan Dershowitz very famously destroyed the career of Norm Finkelstein for calling him out as a fucking serial plagiarizer and a shambolic liar for all of his pro-Israeli work. Just make no mistake. This is not about Judaism, even a little bit. And everything to do with Israel. George Soros is Jewish. Yeah. George Soros, okay, is a stupid person's way of trying to be anti-Semitic without like actively being anti-Semitic. Okay? That's it. It's for Republicans to be like, yeah, that's right. Jews are doing the thing. They're controlling the Jews are controlling everything, every aspect of our lives. It's like, no, he's just a fucking he is a libtard billionaire, okay? That's it. He's just a libtard billionaire. There are plenty of billionaires that have spent more fucking money dominating American politics than George Soros. Small fry in certain instances, if you think about it. Yeah, it's just like Alex Jones when he told Kanye, blame George Soros, not the Jews, right? Anyway. He does support more progressive causes than the typical American Democrat. He's been much more progressive than average on Palestine. Yes, that's why I said he's a libtarded billionaire. Yes. Unlike the rest of the billionaires, he has like Open Society Foundation and all these other fucking things. Like he is more of a liberal than the overwhelming majority of billionaires. That's why he gets so much play. That's why people yell at him all the fucking time. This doesn't mean he's a good guy. Look up George Soros' involvement in Ukraine. Or even... Anyway, I don't want to touch this part. Never mind. I don't even want to get into it because then I'm gonna be yelling about a lot of the, let's say, liberal-minded billionaires were heavily involved in Ukraine. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Maybe some of them funded very important publications of investigative reporting. And it wasn't George Soros himself. He's fucking 900 years old anyway. Okay? A lot of the liberal side of the billionaires were really heavily involved in creating civil society organizations in Ukraine. I think this also kind of explains why Donald Trump fucking hates Ukraine, aside from his petty grievances, but he sees it as like a libtard project. And also because he loves Vladimir Putin. No, I'm not talking about WAPO. I'm talking about Pierre Omidyar and the fucking Intercept, okay? Who are the... You think Jeff Bezos is a liberal billionaire? No. What? No, I'm talking about Pierre Omidyar and George Soros. Those are the liberal... Those are the liberal billionaires. I still don't understand why Trump loves Putin. Why wouldn't you understand that? Trump loves fucking Xi Jinping as well. Trump loves Xi Jinping. He doesn't like China. Trump loves he loves Kim Jong-un. He doesn't love North Korea. I wouldn't even say Buffett and Bill Gates are liberal or that progressive. I'm talking like I don't know. None of this matters. Billionaires are not involved in politics in the same way that you're involved in politics, okay? They don't have like allegiances to liberalism or whatever. They're billionaires. Anyway. Bezos hasn't expressed his political beliefs. Oh yeah, he has. He's playing catch up to Elon Musk right now. Him and Mark Zuckerberg got cooked so hard. They literally bet on the wrong train. They got on the wrong train, dude. They foolishly were like, "Oh yeah, I'm agnostic, but like kind of liberal, you know?" They fund both parties. It's more a matter of, you know, where the 51% rather than the 49% goes to. And they basically fucked up. So now they're playing catch up right now desperately by doing shit like this. Anyway, I can't talk too much about Boss Man here, okay? At least he looks good. Unlike fucking Elon Musk. For those of you who don't know, Gawker was nuked by Peter Thiel, who funded Hulk Hogan in his lawsuit against the publication for publishing the wrestler's sex tape. Do with that information what you will. Link to the original Black Book article. Also, I didn't compare a few pages of the unredacted book that has been floating around since 2019 and 2020, and from a few pages I looked at, it appears it's the same as the original 2015 Gawker book. You can see that one, which is easier to navigate below. And a bonus one, the 1998 Trilateral Commission members list, which includes proud member Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, so you're a sellout? What do you mean? A sellout? Can you seriously not talk about Bezos? No, I'm fucking memeing, dude. What are you talking about? When I said, oh, I can't talk too much shit, that's Boss Man, I'm joking. Dude, I just spent the last hour and a half talking about fucking Peter Thiel, a dude who has killed and will kill again. The fuck do you mean? I'm too much of a small fry for any of these people to actually actively take notice of and then eradicate. Anyway, you underestimate how dumb chatters are being. Today was so weird. It has Portnoy posting like a lib. I'm going to be fair. These questions need to be asked today. Why is the release of the Epstein list always a shit show? What point of booting out illegals and criminals while somehow becoming a safe haven for the Tate brothers? Why is crypto in the toilet if Trump is crypto king? How far does Tesla stock have to crash before Elon goes back to work? Oh my God. This is brilliant. They got fucking Pork Boy posting like a liberal. Oh my God. Peter Thiel's model ex-boyfriend died in 2023 under suspicious circumstances. Yes, he fell out of his apartment after having public and private disagreements with Peter Thiel on numerous occasions. That's right. That's just how it works sometimes. Yeah. I wonder how, you know, all of these guys who have direct ties to Jeffrey Epstein, including but not limited to Elon Musk, can just get away with just constantly posting about Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, let's leak the client list or whatever. Okay. They always talk about the pedophilic elite, Jeffrey Epstein and the pedophilic elite. They always say this shit, and they're like Epstein associates. I think it's because they know that the truth will never come out. I mean, like I've said, we're talking about people who have direct Epstein links. Virtually all of these like rich, wealthy people. Jeffrey Epstein's links are so fucking expansive. Noam Chomsky met with Jeffrey Epstein's like butler and shit. Okay? Like, who the fuck isn't an Epstein orbiter at that point? Don't bring it up, bro. I know. I don't like talking about it too much, but I mean, this is the truth. So yeah, Stephen Hawking is a Jeffrey Epstein orbiter. Bill Gates is a Jeffrey Epstein orbiter. So many academics is really sad. Pinker too. If you know anything about Pinker's work, it should not be surprising to you that he's a fucking Jeffrey Epstein associate. He is a ginormous piece of shit. So of course, Stephen, everything is great. Liberalism is awesome. Pinker is, a Jeffrey Epstein orbiter. He's like, if I were to point to someone from a lineup, knowing about their background, knowing about their worldview, I would say Steven Pinker is like, the number one guy. Anyway. What's going on at MIT, Lamau? Come on, dude. A lot of these... Yale is for the CIA, and MIT is for all the tech nerdy defense contractors, and also for the CIA as well. Yeah, there were a lot of reasons why academics would end up in Epstein's orbit. Part of what he did was ingratiate academics to him through numerous generous grants and offers to host them for discussions, and then talk to them about how they could preserve his egg-shaped penis. Yeah, MIT for the NSA, Yale for the CIA. Sorry, you're right. Anyway. Genuine question. Why do you think so many rich and powerful people are just insane sex criminals? I don't know. They like to fuck, and they're fucking losers, and they don't care about victims. You have to be a real sociopath to already get to that level of power and prominence anyway. Do you know what I mean? Wait, so what was the hour conspiracy that conservatives were missing out? What do you mean? A shell-shocked Karine Jean-Pierre recounts the days of their Biden's disastrous debate performance, lamenting how hurtful and shocking the firing squad of Democrats coming out against him was. Instead of coming together to really be unified and trying to figure out how to save our democracy, how do we fight back? That was what I was seeing.
It was a firing squad, and I had never seen anything.
Dude, you are such a fucking clown. You are such a charlatan. Oh my God. Oh, it was a firing squad. Yeah, your job, which you were really bad at, surprisingly, okay, was to make it seem like this fucking carcass was actually a competent human. Where is Biden now? Where's he at? Where the fuck is Joe Biden? Why isn't he coming out and criticizing Trump? You know why? Because he's fucking dead, okay? He's been dead. He's been dead. Ridiculous shit. He's been dead since like 2019 too. It's not like it's new. I can't fucking believe that so many goddamn liberals who are infinitely more susceptible, I think, like Republicans are susceptible to supposedly independent propaganda, okay? And the dumbest forms of it, as long as it's like being told by a Republican. But liberals are just as susceptible to fucking propaganda. As long as it comes from MSNBC and it uses academic language, liberals will believe in anything. They'll believe in anything. They believe that Joe Biden was mentally competent. Brother, you're coming after a queer black woman, tread lightly? Oh my God, shut up.
Anything like it before.
She's a fucking genocide dare, dude. I have the same level of smoke for her as I did to every single member of the Bush administration, including the people that managed the press pool back then.
I'd never seen.
Luckily enough, all of them have MSNBC jobs now.
A party do that in the way that they did. And it was hurtful and sad to see that happening. A firing squad around a person who I believe was a true patriot, a person who I believe did everything that he can for this country, a person who I believe, as I mentioned before, has done more in one term than most presidents had done in 2 terms, historical things. And I was shocked by what I was seeing.
Yeah, shocking. Like it was shocking that these fucking liberals that normally would never chirp about anything literally saw the truth for what it was, that the president of the United States of America was a walking carcass whose mental faculties had completely diminished.
Just to clarify, these are other Democrats and Democratic leadership coming out against Biden.
Yep.
Do people like her believe what they say? No, dude. She just wants to fucking work for Obama's production company, okay? And maybe secure an Oscar down the line when they make a video about how sad they feel about Palestinians or some shit 5 years from now, okay? That's what all of these fucking rats want at the end of the day. They're careerists. They're sociopathic careerists. You look back at every single one of these dipshits and the things that they advocated for at a certain point in time, the things that they wrote extensively on, okay? Virtually every single one of those positions change. I wonder why. Because they killed a part of their fucking soul that actually speaks truth to power, or at least is just like a normal person, okay? I mean, yeah, look at Van Jones. Van Jones used to be a Maoist, dude. Van Jones was a Maoist. He got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. Van Jones was a Maoist. Van Jones now is going to the pro-Israel rally in Washington, D.C. to speak after Pastor John Hagee, who once famously, the evangelical Zionist pastor, who once famously said Adolf Hitler was godsend so that the Jews could create the nation of Israel. And that he was also, Adolf Hitler was also Jewish, he said. Okay? That guy, Van Jones goes and speaks at that fucking conference, the Let's Do More Genocide Please conference, and then turns around and cries about fucking college campus protesters being too anti-Semitic. Get the fuck out of here. None of these people give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Okay, suck my dick.
I had never seen anything like that. That was, if you're asking me, the thing that I saw in those 3 weeks, that was shocking. Shocking. And instead of coming together to really be unified.
Barack Obama too. That fucking coward. Homies with Saeed and also Rashid Khalidi. Okay. Literally sold out his pastor after using him for fucking clout in Chicago. Yeah.
And trying to figure out, how do we save our democracy? How do we fight back? That's what I was seeing.
Yes, they're all ambitious monsters, every single one of them. Fact post, new FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino calls for Trump to fabricate executive powers by setting up a fake courtroom in the White House to override federal judges. Why can't the executive just be the judge? Love how the right pretended for so long to care about the Constitution, and now they're like, why can't the executive just be the judiciary?
Donald Trump's the executive. He says we have a problem in the executive branch. Hold on to these payments. The judge can't order these. He's just making it up. So here's my suggestion. If liberals are okay with judges making up constitutional powers, are they okay with Donald Trump fabricating executive powers? How about this? How about Donald Trump in the East Room of the White House sets up a courtroom, like, remember the Batman movies? Scarecrow has the courtroom.
Oh, God, of course. No conservative analogy can ever be complete. No conservative analogy can ever be complete without, like, a reference to Marvel or DC or a hamburger, okay, or a gun. It's just like we're led by children. This is the deputy director of the FBI, chat. Okay. I feel like Batman or Halo. This is currently the deputy director of the fucking FBI. Americans, when thinking about undermining the Constitution and eviscerating the judiciary by making the executive office take control over this power. Imagine Batman. Imagine Batman and hamburgers and also a gun. Batman has a gun and he's eating a hamburger. That's what I imagine Trump like.
What was it, the Bane one? Was that the Dark Knight or whatever? That's what we need to do. We need to set up a courtroom. Donald Trump can sit there. He can even wear like the wigs they wear in the UK court system, and he can just start making judicial decisions. He can't do that, bro. The judge can't do it either. What's the difference? If the judge is the executive, why can't the executive be?
Yes, he also, of course, literally took the position of the villain in the Batman story. He's like, yeah, why can't he just be the villain? Oh, God, this country is so fucked, dude. Anyway. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that Epstein had connections to the Israeli intelligence community, says Julie K. Brown. Robert Maxwell certainly had those kinds of connections, and Epstein had a close relationship with Robert Maxwell. The 59-year-old American journalist told the Times of Israel via Zoom call from her home in Hollywood, Florida. Brown keenly stresses the striking similarities between Jeffrey Epstein's death in August 2019 and Robert Maxwell's death in November 1991. Also, if you want to know how fucking deep that well goes, by the way, Robert Maxwell is connected to Jamal Khashoggi, and also Jamal Khashoggi is connected to Mohammed bin Salman. I believe the boat that Robert Maxwell was killed on was later, I think later sold to Jamal Khashoggi. Was that the right? Was that? Anyway, the 68-year-old British media mogul was said to have drowned after falling from his luxurious yacht. the Lady Ghislaine, near the Canary Islands. Spanish police insisted no foul play was suspected in Maxwell's death, but rumors about how exactly Maxwell died have never gone away. One theory points to a possible suicide. Another claims Maxwell was assassinated by the Israeli Mossad intelligence agency for which he was secretly working. Maxwell is buried on Jerusalem's Mount of Olives. Many members of the Israeli intelligence community attended his funeral. So did Yitzhak Shamir, Israel's then prime minister. Shamir eulogized the British tycoon for the political connections he brought to Israel during the 1980s and for the money he invested in it. 2 years ago, while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, 66-year-old American financier Epstein was found hanging in his cell in a Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. Since then, numerous theories have swirled about Epstein's true cause of death, making the leap from conspiracy fodder into the cultural mainstream. Why would Epstein give up before he even got to court? Brown asks. She also points to a number of other murky details. Epstein breaking 3 bones in his neck before he died. The fact that the 2 prison guards who were supposed to be keeping a watchful eye on Epstein in his Manhattan jail cell mysteriously fell asleep at the same time. Also, the footage. There is no footage in that time frame, mysteriously. Only in that time frame. There's footage before, there's footage after, just no footage of Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious case of suicide. Maybe he's a shy boy who planned it out and he didn't want to kill himself in front of the cameras. Perhaps. There's also more stuff because the previous cell he was in, he was put next to some psychopathic cop who I believe beat his ass too. It just defies common sense, Brown says. And why are U.S. authorities not making the information they do know about Epstein's death public? One chapter in Brown's book. Yeah, Epstein openly said he was terrified that his cellmate might literally kill him. The psychopathic cop. Yeah, Officer Tartaglione. A wonderful figure. Didn't he like literally fucking hide? He killed a bunch of people, ex-cop, who killed a bunch of people and then buried the bodies so shittily that like the hands were sticking out from the ground. Yeah, he killed a bunch of drug dealers. Yeah. Minor part, little cameo. A cop who killed at least 4 people as a drug ring enforcer had access to Epstein, found him after the first suicide attempt, gasping on the floor, and sometimes shared his cell. Just fan service Easter eggs. Yep. Wait, drug dealers or kids dealing drugs? No, drug dealers that he was working with, that he fucking killed. Like brutally. Why he looked like Kevin James? He looks like Kevin James on Anavar. Yes, he was an enforcer. He wasn't like actually just like a full-blown cop that hated drug dealers or some shit. No, it wasn't some extra weed money kind. It was like, you know, I don't know if they were cartel. I don't remember, but I think it was the Italian mob maybe. Anyway, yeah, one chapter in Brown's latest book argues the complex relationship Jeffrey Epstein had with the Maxwell family may provide further answers. The history shows back to the mid-'80s when Epstein allegedly began helping Robert Maxwell hide money in numerous offshore bank accounts. Maxwell, a self-made billionaire, was born Jan Ludwig Heimann Benjamin Hawk into a poor Yiddish-speaking Orthodox Jewish family in Czechoslovakia in 1923. Maxwell lost both of his parents in the Holocaust and later made his fortune in the book publishing and newspaper industries. He went on to become a parliamentary representative of Britain's Labour Party, but the final years of Maxwell's life were plagued by financial trouble and earned him the nickname the Crook of the Century. Maxwell defaulted on $2 billion worth of loans and subsequently raided millions of pounds from his company's retirement fund, even stealing from his own staff's pensions and shares in Britain's Mirror Group as he refused to face the inevitable bankruptcy. There's a lot of other stuff that Robert Maxwell did as he was a Mossad operative, but I doubt that the fucking Times of Israel will be detailing those those actions, I suspect. Yeah, he was also a part of the OSS initially. Yes, he owned the Mirror and the New York Post, I believe. Yeah. Tetris. He was the one who tried to buy Tetris from the USSR. Following Robert Maxwell's death 3 decades ago, Epstein became an important figure for certain members of the Maxwell family. Who were then left bankrupt and riddled with debt. Brown knows, for instance, that Epstein attended an event at New York's Plaza Hotel at which the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research paid tribute to Robert Maxwell. The author also speculates that Epstein may have even offered financial assistance to Robert Maxwell's wife, Elizabeth, when she became a widow. Epstein then became romantically involved with Elizabeth and Robert Maxwell's ninth child, Ghislaine. Known to be her father's favorite child and his most trusted confidant, Ghislaine Maxwell may have been aware of the many secrets her father took to the grave relating to his controversial political, financial, and espionage life. Anyway. In Soviet Russia, people commit suicide by stabbing themselves in the back 50 times. In democratic America, okay, they do that in America too. Look at the famous incident of that one lady who stabbed herself in the back of the head 32 times. And then current governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, hid the case or did not prosecute the case because the person who was most likely responsible for the murder of the individual that we're talking about, his father was a donor and a friend to Josh Shapiro. That case is reopened, yeah. Anyway, it was not public knowledge that Epstein had 4 of his accomplices named in a secret plea agreement received immunity from all federal criminal charges until Brown's explosive expose published 3 years ago. That's the names I would like to know. Yeah. Who were the other people that got permanent immunity? When the story broke, it led the federal prosecutors in New York to open a fresh criminal investigation, which resulted in Epstein being subsequently arrested and charged in the summer of 2019. It also led to Alexander Acosta resigning as labor secretary in the Trump administration in July 2019. I wonder why that happened. Hey, remember Trump administration labor secretary Alexander Acosta? Weird. Crucially, Brown's story explained how Acosta had helped cut the dodgy deal with Epstein's legal team back in 2008 when he was a federal prosecutor in Miami. Brown knows that Epstein's vast fortune, then estimated to be approximately $500 million, enabled him to hire a so-called legal dream team, which included lawyers such as Kenneth Starr, Alan Dershowitz, with the necessary skills, political connections, and aggressive tactics to make sure he could get immunity. Dershowitz has his own political connections and knows a lot of different people in the U.S. criminal justice system, says Brown, but he's going to be watching Maxwell's forthcoming court case closely to see who she names on what information she really has. Why do you think Ghislaine is not speaking out against the corrupt, powerful people? Is it because she's scared she will be Epstein? Yeah, I mean, she didn't get killed. That's all you need to know. She's just doing her time, you know? Other high-profile political figures named in Brown's book accused of participating in Epstein's international sex trafficking ring include allegations against Israel's 10th Prime Minister, Ehud Barak. Brown says all the accused have a right to be innocent until proven guilty, though she stresses, given the complex history of Epstein case and the cover-ups involved, these allegations need to be urgently investigated. The FBI, the U.S. federal authorities, and law enforcement authorities in Europe should be looking at the financial and social connections Epstein had with all these people, says Brown. Epstein had a whole group of people helping him carry out these crimes. Epstein did not do this alone, she says. There were plenty of people that either knew about what Epstein was doing or even participated in what he was doing. So, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to watch Drewski tonight? It might be too late. Anyway. Yeah, Steve Bannon was on the emergency podcast, but before we do that, Drewski premieres in 20 minutes? Okay, then I'll watch it. I'll watch it when it comes out. Hamas releases bodies of 4 hostages as first phase of Gaza ceasefire nears end. Okay.
One of Israel's ceasefire with Hamas is now done.
I gotta pee.
Hamas released the bodies of 4 more hostages overnight, and Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Now, there are new challenges ahead. It is still uncertain that the ceasefire will move to a second stage. Deborah Pata has more.
In stark contrast to previous handovers, there was no Hamas propaganda spectacle. Instead, a somber Red Cross convoy bearing the remains of 4 Israeli men, the eldest, an 86-year-old grandfather. In return, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners to emotional reunions in Gaza. This is the last exchange of the 6-week Gaza truce, which ends on Saturday. Talks to iron out details of a second phase have not yet begun. At stake, the release of the remaining hostages alive or dead, and who will control post-war Gaza.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
President Trump has floated the idea of relocating the territory's more than 2 million Palestinians. Critics have condemned this as nothing more than ethnic cleansing. An AI-generated video posted on Trump's Truth Social showed Gaza transformed into an exotic beachside resort, complete with a gold statue of the president. The White House says it did not create the video, but described the president as a visionary who wants the U.S. involved in rebuilding Gaza. Palestinians who've endured more than 15 months of war had this to say after watching the video.
Where is Trump?
If Trump wants us to leave, he's dreaming. We will stay here and die here. From makeshift.
That's crazy work. Making them watch that AI video is crazy work, dude. They're like, hey, as you are sitting atop your bombed out apartment complex, take a look at what the fucking American president is saying about what he wants to do to you.
Tents to bombed out buildings. Palestinians say this is their home. There are 59 hostages still captive in Gaza since the October 7 terror attack. Israel says 35 of them are dead. Their families and those of the living are desperate for negotiations to succeed. Gail?
Deborah Pata reporting from Tel Aviv. We thank you.
And now to some breaking news.
Hamas gave the bodies to Egypt, by the way, and it's in Egypt's course now. The same Egypt that Israel plans to kill 10 million Egyptians, that same one. Dude, why do you keep saying Israel wants to kill 10 million Egyptians? This chatter has literally not stopped saying, hey, 10 million. Have you heard of Israel's plan to kill 10 million Egyptians? It got leaked less than a week ago. He has not stopped saying this for like weeks now. I don't even understand. Israel leaked military plans to kill 10 million Egyptians, and I've been wondering if you heard of it or not. It's why Egypt has been harsh on Israel. No, I don't think Israel is going to kill 10 million Egyptians. Like, what? They leaked plans. Oh, dude. He's referring to Israel's threat to bomb the dam on the Nile. Yes, I know he's referring to that. He's also mentioned it. I just don't think that they're going to do that. Like, I feel like that would not be in their best interest. Egypt is a security partner for Israel. Blowing up the dam on the river Nile would be destabilizing and not helpful for their own ambitions in the region. Anyway, getting back to the hellish nightmare of American reality, pro-Palestinian demonstrations held at Barnard College, City College in New York City.
There's a tense situation unfolding outside City College in Upper Manhattan.
Dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators are on the move after earlier refusing to leave the area. Derek Waller is live near 141st Street in combo with the very latest. Derek, what is happening now?
Christine, a lot going on. These protesters were actually just here a couple minutes ago and actually just made their way west up Convent. And behind me, you see they've got these barricades here. Police down the block here at City College basically trying to keep these protesters from coming back. This was a tense situation. Take a look at this video shot really just a few moments ago. This is what it looked like as police clashed with those demonstrators. We saw at least one person even get arrested. It's unclear what led to that specific arrest, but the protest started actually at Barnard College and then continued here. This pro-Palestinian group is upset with Barnard administrators who expelled 2 students, police sources say, distributed hateful flyers during a class about Israel. And so Barnard is refusing to bring those students back into classes. Now, I can tell you again right now, those protesters have moved west away from where we're standing, unsure where they were headed. But the situation here has remained largely peaceful, but it was incredibly tense for some time. Reporting live here by City College, Derek Waller, CBS News, New York.
Okay, Derek, thank you. And also the governor having to cancel an event there at City College tonight due to this situation there. And of course, this all does come as we continue to wait to hear if students who assaulted that Barnard public safety worker last night and took control of a building will be disciplined.
Lisa Rosner has more on what's led up to all of this campus unrest.
Thursday, outside the entrance to Barnard College, police warned.
Yeah, show us the scary materials. I would love to see what these scary materials they were posting. They never show it. Even with like all of the campus encampments, they would literally pan to like someone saying like Zionists are fascists or something. And they would pan to that and be like, see, look at this terrifying image on college campuses. Look at what the children are doing. You know?
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators to stop blocking.
Because this was the material. Wait, let me see this. Any claims about Barnard College that they didn't promise student amnesty or a live video from the inside Millbank with faculty confirming amnesty for students? Wait, let me see the pamphlet. Chatter, where the fuck did you send this to me? Where's the pamphlet? PDF of Epstein files have been released. Chatter, it has been released for fucking decades, okay? For a goddamn decade. It's not new. Colombia wants you to forget what we built together. What is public safety protecting from? To liberate our country, to have dignity, to have respect, to have our mere human rights is something as essential as life. Ghassan Kanafani. Unbelievable levels of anti-Semitic terrorism happening on these fucking college campuses. I don't think that this was it, though. There's got to be another one. That says Colombia, though. They show it? Where? Where do they show the scary pamphlets? In the CBS video?
Pedestrian traffic and get off the sidewalk.
I know Barnard is a part of Colombia. What the fuck are you talking about? I've literally interviewed students from the Columbia encampment.
This comes after Wednesday night when a group staged a sit-in inside Millbank Hall for nearly 7 hours. The Transport Workers Union says a 41-year-old security guard at the entrance was pushed and shoved during their stampede into the building. Student Shoshana Afzian was already inside.
It was frightening. I think they should have called NYPD in the second it got violent.
Barnard said the masked protesters left after the school sent final written notice that it would be forced to consider additional necessary measures. Among the protesters' demands that the school...
Wait, this is the scary pamphlet? Students, faculty, and staff and workers at Columbia University and all people of conscience demand immediate reserve... Yeah, we've already read these demands yesterday. Ain't no fucking way that was the pamphlet. Wait, this is the pamphlet? I'm done. Get the fuck out of here. Colombia cannot tolerate this kind of behavior. I'm done. I'm done. I can't eat cheese anymore. Me either. It's the psychological trauma that I withstood from seeing the scariest pamphlet of all time. Wanted posters accusing university affiliates displayed throughout campus. What is this? November 13th, 2024? No, this isn't what you're talking about. This is entirely separate. Chatter, this is literally Campus Times from Rochester, New York. Look what CBS shows at 2:37.
School dropped the expulsions of 2 students who police sources say last month disrupted an Israeli studies class.
No. Oh, just crush the Star of David. Context, no context. Yeah. Crush. What could this word be under here? Maybe they're saying crush Jewish people. Maybe that's what they're saying. How are you supposed to criticize the state of Israel that's doing a fucking genocide? They got the goddamn Star of David on there. What are you supposed to do? Nope. Sorry. That's anti-Semitic. I can't believe you're criticizing the state of Israel. That is the Jewish state, okay?
Class and
Do
distributed
they pan
these
down?
flyers,
No, they don't pan down.
which the NYPD deemed a bias incident.
Burn Zionism to the ground.
Which the NYPD deemed a bias incident.
You have posters that talk about Intifada and stamping on the Jewish star, and wars escalate. This all could have been avoided if Bryant had just enforced its rules.
We approached.
Dude, Colombia is literally deporting fucking students, okay? Expelling American students for criticizing the state of Israel. And these guys over here are like, nope, that's really fucked up. Yeah, we can't criticize Saudi Arabia or the Taliban-led Afghanistan because they have the Shahada on their flags. Yeah, nope, can't do that. Can't fucking do that. God forbid. I mean, dude, Mecca is there. Excuse me. How dare you criticize Saudi Arabia? The holiest place on the planet for Muslims is in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the singular most important place on the planet for Islam. How dare you? How dare you criticize Saudi Arabia? No, they should get more weapons. They should get nukes. We should give them nukes. If you say they shouldn't get nukes, you're Islamophobic. If it's a real poster, it's pretty dumb to add the Star of David. Israel's not a representative of Judaism. Yeah, it's the fucking Israeli flag, chatter. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you think that means when it says crush Zionism and it's the fucking UN boot? You jest, but people are gonna unironically agree with that Saudi take. Yeah, in a couple years when they finish the charm offensive. Once Saudi Arabia finishes its charm offensive, that will unironically be the take. They'll be like, dude, this is Islamophobia. Excuse me. America is a Judeo-Islamic Christian nation. Only the Saudi style of Islam, though. Just kidding. That'll never happen. Come on. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay.
Multiple student demonstrators, but none of them would talk on camera and told us to send an email.
The students are protesting a genocide non-violently, and they're being viciously suppressed under the false excuse of anti-Semitism when opposing Israel is not anti-Semitism.
And the purpose of that sit-in was to demand the reinstatement of 2 expelled students who challenged the professor of that class who was promoting, the standpoint of Israel.
A meeting between school administrators and some demonstrators was tentatively set for 1 p.m. Thursday, but there's no word yet.
Yeah, to contextualize, it would be like if the Flyers distributor saying crush Nazism and featured a swastika under a boot, and the news ran with the framing, anti-Hindu hate crime posters were distributed on a college campus. Yeah. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous. I think Mohammed El Kurd has an interesting take on this. She said Jews because that's how they define themselves. Mistranslating this implies that stating the obvious is somehow problematic. It's not her fault that the self-proclaimed Jewish state is committing genocide. The crime is the genocide, not the language. Of course, the Telegraph is doing this in bad faith, hence making out jihad to be its own scary word, and not simply a word that means struggle. But in Palestine and in Israeli discourse, that's how both people refer to themselves and each other. Arabs and Jews. And there's a lot to be said about the many ironies in such reductive language, e.g., some Israeli soldiers are Muslim, some Mizrahi Jews are Arab, etc. But pretending that it is somehow scandalous that a woman from the region would refer to things by their colloquial names is beyond absurd. It's willful misinterpretation. Khalas. Yeah. This is BBC removed references to Jews and jihad in Gaza documentary. That's what they were saying. Ay, ay, ay. I don't want to look at fucking Ethan Klein's family members and what the fuck they're saying on Twitter. I don't give a shit. He actually speaks to Amy Goodman about this and explains it very well. Check it out. Yeah, I mean, he wrote this article on Mondo Wise. Jewish settlers stole my house. It's not my fault that they're Jewish. That's what Mohammed El Kurd wrote in September 26, 2023. Palestinians are told the words we use dwarf the decades of violence enacted against us by the self-proclaimed Jewish state. A drone is one thing, but a trope is unacceptable. No more. Like the interpretation from the region and the actual like anti-Israel sentiment and the language utilized when talking about Israel, referring to Israel as Jewish people in the region, directly comes from the fact that Israel says they're doing this for Judaism. Okay? When you're fucking stamping the Star of David on Palestinian prisoners' faces, when you're literally using tanks, to fucking to draw the Star of David on destroyed Palestinian homes on a lot that used to have Palestinian apartment complexes, when you're fucking putting up in the beginning of Hanukkah, putting up the fucking menorah, a ginormous menorah in the midst of your genocide without feeling a sense of shame at all about this false association with Judaism, yeah, of course people are going to be like, well, yeah, they're doing this and they're saying they're doing this for Judaism. That's why I've routinely brought up the difference between someone spraying a Star of David outside of a Jewish person's apartment in France, right? Versus someone spray painting a Star of David outside of a Palestinian home in the West Bank. Spray painting a Star of David outside of a Jewish person's home in France is most likely an anti-Semitic hate crime. Spray painting a Star of David outside of a Palestinian's house in the West Bank means they're going to firebomb your house. That settler terrorists are going to come and firebomb your house. Okay? That's what that means. Context fucking matters. The notion that the most powerful military in the fucking region is actually just a little guy, that's constantly victimized, that's constantly scared, and that's why they keep dominating every other country in the fucking region and killing tens of thousands of fucking people in the region. They're just a little guy, and everyone actually hates them because they're anti-Semitic. They learned anti-Semitism from reading Mein Kampf. Is fucking stupid. That's why I keep saying over and over again, whenever the Israeli president, for example, would come out with an annotated copy of Mein Kampf to be like, see, we have found this in the Hamas terror baby's bedroom. Okay? When they say shit like that, that's for the Western audience, because Westerners are dumb fucks who can't even contextualize the position that Israel occupies in the region. Okay? You think a Palestinian person needs to learn to hate Jewish people, or the state of Israel, which represents itself as the representative of Judaism? That's why, famously, the assassinated a Palestinian academic who Refat al-Arar, who was killed alongside his fucking family after Barry Weiss put a hit out on him. Piece of shit Barry Weiss, who was literally defending people throwing up the Sig Heil recently on the Free Press, another fucking Peter Thiel funded institution. Okay? Refat al-Arar famously talked about how the first time he went to America was the first time he met a Jewish person that didn't fucking despise him. He didn't even know that there were anti-Zionist Jews. Okay? Because he grew up in fucking Palestine. He grew up in Gaza. But Americans living fat in their goddamn comfortable existence cannot comprehend this. They think, oh no, people are getting radicalized in Gaza in the same way that their dipshit fucking neighbor got radicalized because they did too much online forum browsing, okay? That's what they think. They're so stupid. And many Americans cannot conceptualize this. They just can't understand it. They think that like fucking people in Gaza are learning to be anti-Semitic because Israel falsely associates itself with Judaism and figures that belong to Judaism as is doing untold amounts of cruelty and fucking violence and you know, blowing up the schools or whatever. They're learning it at school. They have to be taught. It's pure projection. You know where that kind of hatred and dehumanization has to be taught? When you are the settler colonial entity. That's where it has to be taught. That's why Palestinians have to be sheltered from the Israeli public at every fucking turn. Because if they were to recognize the humanity of Palestinians, many more people would probably immediately go, holy shit, we can't kill these people. What the fuck are you doing? It's projection. Israel teaches its own citizens that you must hate the Palestinian. You must hate the Arab. Because Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. It is fascist, okay? It is inherently a fascist ideology. That's it. Yeah. I was born and lived most of my life in Gaza under the Israeli occupation and siege, and this work by Jewish people is important and matters to us. I never met a Jew who didn't want to harm, shoot at, beat, or prevent me from traveling until I was 36 years of age. Israel is not all the Jews. And more Jews shoulder responsibility to prevent Israel from abusing Judaism and genociding us in the name of the world Jewry, like Muslims and Arabs stood firmly against ISIS that was abusing Islam and killing people in the name of Islam. Look at all these anti-Semites, by the way. You notice all these anti-Semitic Jews? Yeah. Ethan Klein called them tokens before. Oh my God. On that note, the Drewski Could Have Been Love episode 3 stud check is live. What? It's like those videos in the 2000s where they go to Arab countries and the citizens are like, we don't hate Americans, we hate America. Many Arabs in those videos were smart enough to discern the difference between American people and American imperialism. But can you really get angry at them for hating Americans too when our country has devastated theirs? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Which side does he support? He Muslim or something? 1 minute until Drewski's Could Have Been Love episode 3 stud check comes out. Yeah. Rafat Al-Rar, before he got assassinated, said, if I get killed by Israel bombs or my family's harmed, I blame Barry Weiss and her likes. Many maniacal Israeli soldiers already bombing Gaza take these lies and smear seriously, and they act upon them. Send me your address. We're going to wipe you out in Gaza. When we get to Gaza, I personally will rape, raw dog your old mother. I'm going to expenade your mom, wife, and child rectum in front of your... You're a pure Nazi, and you will end up exactly like them, rest assured. I hope you die soon. He did. Israel killed him and his family, by the way. After Barry Weiss said, here's Rafat Al-Rar joking about whether or not an Israeli baby burned alive in an oven was cooked with or without baking powder. Yeah, he was making fun of your fucking lies. Okay? But hey, in that moment, without context, it looks quite anti-Semitic, right? A baby was found in an oven, baked to death by Hamas terrorists. A fucking lie. This was just bullshit. That was not real at all. Remember all those lies that people were telling all the time in the early month of October? Every single fucking day. Every single fucking day. They were just like babies were thrown in ovens. Babies were lit on fire with kerosene. Yeah. All fucking bullshit. Joe Biden, the president of the United States of America, literally said he saw it. Okay?
Hey, you don't like this for real.
Get up!
Anyway, now we're moving on to fun shit.
And you have to go to the club, sir.
I'm so mad. Fucking ruined my mood. Jesus Christ.
But I'm cute to you. I don't think nobody topping that.
Cheers to that.
Who the f is it? Where the f you at? Tell him, come on, it's time to go. He in there, Uber.
This is my man.
He went out with a white.
We can't compete with that.
Get the f out of my room. Meatball, go check his side room.
I'm picky myself. I ain't kissed nobody here yet.
I feel like the Gaza issue is going to be a permanent block to any kind of broad economic populist movement in the U.S. because all the left talks about it anymore. Nobody talks about Medicare for all. Hey, dumbass. The Gaza issue literally ties everything together. It's too hard for you to fucking comprehend. Okay? The unlimited amount of resources that we give to Israel so that it can continue doing a fucking genocide is perhaps one of the greatest left populist fucking takes that you could have. Idiot. Oh, man. The civil rights issue is really getting in the way of fucking... advancing the progressive cause here. Just let black people live separate but equal, dumb fuck.
Okay, that mean that pH balance up. No, it ain't.
Yeah, it's just too much. Back up.
Don't play with me. You cheat on me, I'm gonna you up. You look real good. Baby, stop. I done seen your all through that motherfucking skirt. Your is so fat, fool.
Her breath hot. She's spitting on me.
But I'm telling you, on your
Spit
birthday.
right on my mouth just now. Oh, yeah,
my bad.
Yeah, we're gonna talk this way now.
You got me
Yeah, they're going to the club. For chatters who didn't see the end of episode 2.
I gotta put my head out the window so I can breathe. It's too much. Back up.
Drewski, I caught your motherfucking phone. That's how you do me out there.
It could have been love. It could have been
my fucking man.
It could have been love.
Be a review that you can me move. Hey, if your not 8 or 9, don't fucking play with me.
At this point in the competition, you don't really know exactly what all the girls are looking for. Do they really want the man? Do they want the money? Do they just want to be a side chick? Are they here to actually find love with some of the other contestants?
Hey, you wearing that dress now?
Baby, I can still pop it out. Don't play with me.
T Grizz.
Baby,
Daddy Yankee and T Grizz.
I'm gonna do me.
You know, she was in her girl era last night. She in her woman era. She trying to, you know, come to her as a woman. You know how that go, you know. But tomorrow she'll be back as a man, so we'll see what happens. I'll talk to her when she's back.
I think Dr. Umar's in this
She'll
episode.
understand more. You know, bro talk is a different type of vibe, so. chill with that fire, man. I only got one head.
Not too close. Hey, not too close to my man. Not too close.
They got Bambi the motherfucking goat on the motherfucking mic. Me been 10 in this bitch, you know?
Where my pretty bitches at? Throw it back, make some noise. Make it clap for a rich. We don't do it, boy. If I want it, he gon' eat it.
I got cute, put my little heels on, and you know, we went out and partied.
We got that baby done. Done.
I was on the bar dancing. I did not mingle.
I'm just in pain. I ain't come to play. Flexing out that money.
Okay, this guy. This guy's trying to fuck
Two little
Nugget,
funyuns
dude.
over here, the two little minions. They over here on top of the table turning up. CJ, that's my little elf. He my little elf helper. He getting a little too busy with one of my women. I don't like that. I don't care if y'all the same little fun size. I'm not with that.
I wouldn't give CJ a chance.
Personally, I don't share.
Now, I want to kiss you so bad. Want to kiss?
Let me get a few more shots.
So I'm getting a couple shots in, you know, I'm vibing with the guys, man. I look across the club, I'm like, hold on, it's country. You giving out your number, you twerking on dudes.
That wasn't, I don't see anybody. I'm not trying to put two out of control. Look, I want you to know that. I want you to know that about me.
Who the f is that? Who the f is that?
Honest to God, I do not know their name. We're hanging out, it's really chill. No one's even here.
It's like time and time again, I give you a chance and you ruin it every time. I'm not the type of
Oh my God, she's throwing it back for random people.
The second time, you gotta go. You said you don't even like black dudes. You told me I was the only black dude you could f with.
Because bitches be lying, bro. They not here for just Drewski, bro. Like, come on, for real, be serious. Y'all ain't here for Drewski. Y'all trying to get the money and skid on them. Like, how is you here and you don't like the nigga for real? That's stupid as a
Cheers to that.
Why you saying that with Drewski? Who is that BBL ass?
So the thing about old girl, she was interested in me. She came to me.
She said she wanted to. Come on now. Why is Drewski talking to another girl over there? Who the f is it? Who that? Who the f is it? Watch ass BBL. Get the f out of here. That shit is bad. He's still talking to her. Still talking to her. Hold on. Hold on. What? In my head, I'm just thinking, oh, like, good thing I came. I was like, oh, no.
Y'all came over here deep.
No, but look. Hey. He's watching you. That's how you do it.
They coming over here like, ooh, who you talking to? Who you like, hey, back up, man.
Y'all girl out of control. She out of control. Chicken.
Bambi is out her f***ing mind.
Suck that on their back and make that asshole clap.
I'm not repeating that.
The level of embarrassment is ridiculous. You are naked. Your skirt is inside out. You're barefoot. Drewski, if we don't work out, baby, I promise I'm going to
Man, this is embarrassing, huh?
Very much so. He cut our mic off. He cut our mic off.
So Bambi, you gonna have to learn your lesson, drunk or not, because I know you gonna come back here and tell me, oh, I was drunk.
Drewski told us I don't know how to act in public, but you don't know how to act in public.
Peace out. Show's over.
Hello.
No, where he go?
He gone?
No,
Where he go?
He's not dumb. He not dumb.
Where he go? He not that damn dumb.
Check the bud. Y'all let him, cause y'all on the mic doing that. Y'all got women.
About you, bitch.
Y'all worry about the mic too much. Juice got the dough. Come on, man. That's why I'm telling you. That's why he like the stud now. Y'all on the too busy talking on the mic. Don't ran them off.
Why the fuck he at though?
It's y'all fault, man. All that sucking from the back and eating food and all that.
You gonna suck him on the back, making his so cloud? You ain't leaving with another
it's
bitch.
On y'all find him. I'm standing here. Yes, I was upset.
Tell him,
I had went out the door. I know why he loved, because Bambi keep talking about sucking from the back. That man don't want to hear that. He almost threw up. And then she got on the mic and said he left the club. Yes, I went outside and I told him to find him.
No. Don't walk with me. He running from you, bitch. Don't come with me.
I gotta take Kai out.
Barefoot, chicken bone hanging this way, sauce hanging this way. I adapt to my surroundings. Shit stupid as fuck, embarrassing as fuck. And tell them hoes, come on, it's time to go.
Y'all go find him. Y'all
I
did
am going
it.
back in the class.
Ah, nah, he in that Uber.
That's the problem.
He in that Uber, ain't he?
Hey, look at you, man. You on the mic. Somebody sucking from the back. He left with another person.
I didn't call you the Moet Queen. That's crazy.
For years, I've been popping shit. Every Monday, I be in Magic City.
Oh.
I give me 1,000 a month, get my little Moet. Throw money on the girls. I'm known for that.
Yeah.
But I ain't never keep no image shit. Showing off and just, I was having a good time. I was having fun, but it's like I ain't never built nothing off of that, and I kind of wish I would have. Cause I spent a lot. I spent over $1 million on clubs. Not that I'm proud. I'm not proud of that. That's horrible. It is what it is.
This is my man. I'm not here for them.
Wait, what?
I'm here for him.
How you doing? I'm coming
What?
to you with a hot, juicy, sensual.
What did I just... Him leaving with a random girl not on the show is so fucking funny. Wait, did he just bring a new contestant onto the show? What is happening?
From a friend of a friend.
Bro, I thought they were eliminating contestants, not adding new ones.
15 minutes. For an erection your partner will never forget.
He got like 15.
Picture yourself poolside while she's lathering lotion all over you, rubbing oil on your stomach, legs, and arms. Rose Sparks are individually packaged for discreet on-the-go use. Traditional pills take up to 60 minutes to work.
What the
Rose Sparks dissolves under your tongue to work fast. And with Rose Sparks, it can last up to 36 hours. You'll be ready when the mood is right. Connect with the provider today. Find out if Rose Sparks is right for you. If prescribed, new sexual health patients get...
Look, I'm not gonna say it. I'm too white to say it, but the name of Rose Parks is a little crazy. Okay? I am definitely too white to point this out, but it just feels like a wild name for a sex pill, a Viagra subsidiary.
He went out with a
bitch!
He went out with a white bitch.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not worried. We can't compete with that.
She
We can't compete with that.
suck his
Can't compete with that.
top. She finna suck his top, and none of us got it but her. Oh my life, we was lit as hell in the club. I ain't gonna lie, we were lit. But then when we came back, it was hell hot water because of that bitch was in our house.
Bay 30 has 4 BBLs. Just met Drewski at the club.
Oh, what's up, y'all? Hi. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
God.
Why the f you here?
Christ.
What you mean, why am I here? My introduction to the house was ghetto as Those bitches, they ain't even asked my name. They didn't give a how I got here, why I got here. They was mad.
You brought a bitch to the house. What's wrong with you?
How would they not? Why would they not be mad?
Excuse me, fake booty. Fake booty, how old are you?
Fake booty is wild. Look at you.
Wait, did this bitch just come from Drewski room?
Bitch? You just called me a bitch? I did.
This the lady from
What?
the bar.
What's all the animosity for? I came down here on some cool shit. Why?
That's like a stranger breaking in, like you almost got beat the f up. But everybody else was on her ass. Everybody was on her ass. Oh, this is my thing. Y'all gonna let Drewski bring another bitch in this house?
Bambi did not like this.
You going home.
Oh.
You going home tomorrow.
If y'all feel threatened by me, y'all shouldn't attack me. Y'all should get in with me.
Did y'all audition?
Hell no.
So why you here?
What you mean, why am I here? Why y'all all here?
Cause we're here for our man.
I come to get my man.
Hold on, let me show you why I'm here.
Bitch, why the do you got Drewski's name tatted on you? Are you dumb? That man ain't even here with you. Y'all literally disrespectful as and then y'all wonder how the I got in here. I got in here because y'all have no manners. You're like from a zoo or something.
I said, yeah, you got a room by yourself? But do you know we fought every day to be in his house?
Oh, shit.
Ain't it right?
This shit cute, ain't it?
Why the is everybody coming in my room now?
He's so cute, girl.
Did you fuck my man in that bed?
And then they try to invade my room like that shit was their room. What's wrong with them?
This our room. You can take a shit. Meatball, go take a shit. This our room.
What the
Make sure she don't do shit though, Ma. I'm taking my shit. Y'all gonna make sure she don't do shit to me while I'm taking my shit.
Go shit, bro. Drewski gave me this room, so everybody needs to get the out of this room if Drewski didn't give it to you.
We got 4 bitches to this motherfucker. What up?
Never. Get the out of my room then, bitch. Get out of my room.
The new girl came in the house and tried to play with me, but not Nugget. Check that.
Now with the bumpy.
My name is Juicy.
Y'all even fucking tell me y'all names,
I got a
but y'all
big
wanna be in
booty.
here.
Yeah.
Y'all been in here. Y'all was playing. We been in here, but Drewski ain't give me this shit. Yeah, I got out of character when it got in my room, cause it's like, why the are y'all in my room? That's supposed to be my safe place. I don't give a look at your stomach. I don't give a
Everybody looking at her like, bitch, you not finna touch this little bitch. You not finna touch shorty. Like, why are you trying to fight a little baby?
And you know, I told her I got 3 kids. You know, I'm all woman.
This shit real. This shit real.
Get the
I got 3 C-sections. I don't give a about that shit.
This is my room. Get the out of my room. Not gonna lie. I'ma see her in the morning. Get the out of my room.
Skin tone Bambi, I see chocolate, real eye candy. Hit her with the sweet talk, she wanting me to speak more. Look at all that ass, how you carrying the meatballs? It's hard to
As the days have passed, some ladies have not made it, while others have just arrived.
always been a demon, and it could have been love, but you out here creeping.
Oh, I love it when you walk like that. I can't lie, I want that all day, man. It could have been you, it could have been me, it could have been LOV. It could have been love. It could have been. It could have been.
Oh, Daddy went my tongue flashing.
What the f y'all doing up there?
Could have been love.
Looking at you. Little sexy chocolate.
I really was gonna be on some petty shit and tell them bitches they can't get no breakfast. And soon they try to eat my breakfast, I was gonna slide that shit in the trash. But I told them I was gonna let them eat because I wasn't gonna be like that. Everybody said my food was delicious also. So, yeah.
How will the old and new mix? Will there be immediate friendship? Or will it be a competitive bloodbath in the name of Drewski's heart? Only time will tell.
What's up? It's about time.
Trying to put that glitter on, didn't it?
Always. I stay shining.
Hell yeah. Dating-wise, what all have you gone through in the dating world being in Atlanta? I know you know it's a little crazy. There's all type of shit going on.
Hey, what they say is pee in the pool. They pee
There's a
in the
new
pool.
lady at it, but TT does not care, okay?
I need some clear water.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I feel that.
I done had stalkers. I done.
Stalkers?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that coochie good. They start talking about stalking. See, I ain't never had no girl stalk me yet.
That's good.
Yeah, I guess it ain't that good yet. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think stalking comes from people
No, that
having
stalking come from good coochie and good. It don't come from shit else but that. And that's the only reason some motherfucker gonna keep trying to follow your ass around. I tell you right now, it'll come from shit else.
Oh, I love it when you walk like that. I can't lie.
It's well known that Drewski has a weird fetish for women who seem unattainable. Some call them studs. In fact, I too call them that. So today at the Could Have Been Love Estate, we've invited literally the #1 stud in the world, Young M.A., to find out if our ladies can man up.
Cutie with the booty, but I had to leave alone. She was trying to get with Drewski. Never been a goofy, always been a demon, and it could have been love, but you out here creeping.
I literally walked out and I was like, okay, are they gonna make us run? Like, what the f are we about to do? And then I see Young M.A. and I'm like, what the f? Is this a date?
What you doing here, huh? You don't look like Drewski type. I mean, well, you do, but you don't look like Drewski your type.
No, not even that. We out here looking for love.
Oh, you looking for love?
Yeah, we're looking for love. But at the same time, though, we also gotta see.
This is a grandmaster lesbian.
The right one.
Yeah, cause not even gonna lie. Shit,
She's
I don't even
competitive.
know, man. You know that. Most people know that.
I don't know that.
They both are.
You right?
You sure you don't mess with men? Cause you here.
You right?
I'm
But that's what
kinda
we're here to
confused.
see. That's what we're here
Are
to
you
see.
trying to test to see if you kind of got that feeling?
Not gonna lie, yeah.
I think Daddy Yankee's still trying to find herself. I don't feel like she's a full-blown stud. Like, she's not straight, real right.
Yeah, she looked like she was more confused than I was. She was like, do you even like boys? And I'm like, not gonna lie, we about to find out today.
So why Drewski, though?
It's just something different. And he out here looking for love. the same as me, and he like what he sees and shit, I'm gonna go for it.
So that's like he your type, low key?
He's handsome.
Yeah. So you kind of like feel yourself kind of liking him.
She has to convince
You
herself.
seem like you feel away just now.
Hell yeah, because what the f? Think about it like this. He got all of these girls in his house fighting for his love, right? And we all think we got a chance, and then he brings a bitch home. Like what the f? That we never met before. So it's like, that's a little messy.
It's a possibility she might be here for Drewski. She felt the way about him bringing the girl back to the crib.
Age don't matter to me, because clearly people
Age
don't.
ain't nothing but a number.
People don't know how old I am
Age
until I
ain't
say
nothing but a
something
number.
anyway. Because I'm turned the up.
What your friends be saying when they be seeing you? They be like, oh, she out there with that young nigga.
Always.
Yeah, out there with that young bull.
Yeah, but they know.
They know we gonna put it down. They know we gonna lay that motherfucker down. We gonna lay that pipe. Hey, young bull gonna lay this pipe. Tell her shut the up. But also, like, you also gotta find a young nigga that's wise, man. That's what it's really about. It don't always be about, sometimes people be wise beyond their years, you know what I mean? And I feel like I'm one of those people that's wise beyond my years, to the point where I feel like I could match your energy. You know what I'm saying?
I think
but that's up to you. That's up to you. I don't know,
I'm here for
I ain't
you.
the type to judge or try to, get in between that, but that's how I feel.
We was at a party together a couple years ago. I made eye contact with you, but you ain't make eye contact with me. And that made me feel some type of way.
We could have made a connection. I ain't know that. I ain't know that.
Be on my body.
But I ain't know that, though.
I know. Well, I bet you did.
What I was doing? What you remember what I was doing?
You walking around, laughing, smiling, talking shit, slapping fives with motherfuckers. Same shit I was doing.
Oh, you got that lingo. You got that old head lingo, slapping fives.
That is what you was doing.
Shucking and jiving.
Have you ever dated a dude? Like,
I've never dated a dude for real. Like in high school, I had little flings and shit. Grown, nah. But that's what we're here for, you know?
Oh, so you
Just
have
test
an
it out
interest?
a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just riding the wave, baby. She thinks I'm lying. I'm getting tired of this shit. For real.
So I heard you wore a dress yesterday?
Yeah, I wore a dress yesterday. I'm pretty comfortable with myself.
So what you label yourself as? Like,
I feel like I could switch it up. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I dress masculine, you know, but I ain't scared to, pop it out a little bit sometimes.
Appreciate
you.
For sure. Already.
All right.
They trying to hold for dear life, trying not to say the wrong shit.
I kind of like remove myself from that type of
You
energy.
ain't wrong. I ain't
And you
feeling
gotta
the vibe.
stand on business. Let them know.
I've been
Like, shit,
standing on business. I've been standing on bitches.
Yeah.
The hard way. That's why my voice raspy. Because I'm like, shut the f up, sit down. You talk too much.
Okay, TT. TT, you got it, TT. Straight up. Hey, you good, son. You good. All right, we're gonna chop it up.
You start working on the matching tattoos. I'm gonna find me a piece of
Just
skin.
figure out what we're
I'm gonna
gonna
clear
do.
me out. I'm gonna let you pick the piece of skin you wanna put it on.
Put it on that pig skin back there. Yeah.
What's up?
T-Grid.
What up?
What's up, young man? Young man, she a leader of the stud, I'm telling you. So I got to meet her. Can't no other stud in the world tell me nothing right now. So I'm feeling good, y'all.
What's up, though? What you doing here?
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, young man. I've been doing this stud thing for years, man, and
she knows.
I'm just trying to live within my means right now. So it been expensive with these girls. I don't lose too much money, so shoot. Finna see what it is. Redrewski. Try it out.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it been a little, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
I got these big old titties. You don't think a man looking at, man, there's a lot going on in the world.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what you said.
It just been expensive, man. Look like you got it.
Oh, so you just trying to get the little money on?
No, ain't not the money. I still, you know what I'm saying? It's more than just the money. Like, you being the head of the household, they want you to do everything. Don't be
really
equal.
trying to like fuck with Drewski for real?
I try to fuck with Drewski for real.
Cap.
I'm for real.
Cap.
I'm with Drewski for real, man.
Cap.
I wish young men understand it ain't about the money. It's about saving.
I love her.
I'm living
I love
not in my
T-Grizz.
means with these females. I get with Drewski, go half and half. If somebody come to the door and I'm scared, Drewski can go down. It's a lot that come with this, man. I don't get frustrated trying to get my feelings out.
So why She's the Drewski best.
Hey, Jake, he remind me of me. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Like, I ain't gonna just do no, I ain't gonna just shortchange it. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And Drewski, I feel like he be the right one. He remind me of me, funny. You know, he cute.
So out of like all this time, you don't deal with dudes, and Drewski just the one.
Drewski the one.
That's cap.
For real.
What up? That's good. What the hell y'all been doing?
Oh my gosh.
I don't trust her.
She's talking about, oh my gosh.
I don't trust her at
Literally.
all. She's also not even remotely
What happened last
stud.
night?
What is up with this new girl? She said that she wasn't
She's
here
the
for
best
you,
one.
so why
Yeah,
is
she's
she
the
here?
hottest one. That's
met her at
all
the
it is.
club.
That's why.
I just
And
stopped, like,
crazy.
yo, you should be
I've
on
seen
the
her
show. You
before.
might as well,
Me and her been around.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yo, you know everything.
Yeah, me and her been around. I know where she at. She know me. She did. She know me.
That's crazy.
She know me. She was like, I've seen you. I'm like, yeah, you know who I am, bitch, and I see what you do. I know what you do. 360, you a 360 ass bitch, and I'm not.
What that mean? What is 360? Like
You
she
just
always
want, you
with
like,
another
she
nigga?
knows, she just do she like showing that booty, and she feel like that booty get her where it need to go, and that's just not that. Like, you don't gotta have all that to, you feel me? Like, if you didn't have the butt, are you still gonna be like that?
Yeah, but you was chilling last night. I feel like everybody else was like wild and going
They
around,
were rowdy,
trying
they
to
were
give their
rowdy.
number out and shit.
Yeah, that shit was fun. So what y'all was talking about up here? What's the vibe?
We were talking about last night. Yeah.
How I walked in the club with my dress
We were
on
talking
and
about
all.
how everybody ass was out.
Yeah, how we was shaking.
Look, your whole ass was out. I was
That's
dancing.
what I-
the
that's what I
She
said.
was out too. No, when she say your
What I
ass
kept
out,
doing
she
is-
mean like literally everything was out versus ours
Naked.
like you could see a little, you know what I'm saying? You could see some
our
cheeks,
cheek or something.
but like we could see your type shit.
I had to do the 10 cap on her ass.
I don't think my coochie was out.
Get your ass down.
You know when you was getting up on that bar stool and you was leaning like this? You like this, you like
It was
in front of the bar? Yeah, your whole lips out and shit.
Bitch, you was in position.
Oh my gosh, country.
Yeah, bitch, shake that ass. Hey.
I told her last night, I said, you're going home tomorrow.
What you look for in a dude?
I look for a guy that's not always serious. I look for one that is faithful, that has great communication.
So how you know I'm faithful? What if I cheated in my last relationship? How you know?
Hopefully, I would just pray for the best that you wouldn't cheat on me.
Okay.
So what are the here for? This is my question, Drewski. What is the here for? Like, do you really with them, or are you trying to see if they can on the bitches?
Nah, man. You know, sometimes I just be wanting to see. You know, like, and you also gave that vibe too. Like, I couldn't tell if you was a stud at first.
Oh
you know,
my
you
gosh.
came into the audition with like a bandana.
I did.
And a couple other shit. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna call her switcheroo, cause I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know.
One thing about Young M.A., if you speak real, she gonna mess with you. I wasn't gonna play with Young M.A. a real live thug. Like, I felt like if I don't respect this lady, I don't know what was gonna happen to me at that table. So I was just really trying to keep my composure and just stay doing what I supposed to do, to be honest. But now I got to practice on doing all that sex stuff. I got to ease into that.
Oh my God, bro.
That ain't gonna be
That's
easy.
crazy.
I
You're
gotta
not
ease.
serious, bro.
I'm saying I gotta ease. I ain't saying I gotta ease it. I'm saying like it gotta be practice. Like I ain't gonna say I'm gonna do it right the first time. But when we get some girls in the room, I think we'll be a perfect match. We gonna have fun, me and Juicy. I think so.
I'd be here for Drewski, low key, cause she kinda had like a whole explanation too on how like their relationship was gonna be, how they was gonna do it. Oh, you want Drewski for real? Like,
I think he cute and he got a smile.
I think he cute too. Damn.
And he got that little belly when it's cold. You can just ease up under it. Man,
You got a little belly too.
I
though.
do.
What
I ain't
y'all
gonna lie. You
do
see
with
how
that?
I'm saying?
How y'all gonna do that?
I'm just gonna lift that bitch. We're gonna have to slide.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
Oh my
we do
God.
Two guys. We're gonna bump bellies. I don't know.
Like, nah, that's not it.
He knows what he wants. He voiced that he likes studs, right? So he make me feel like I can be myself. Like, even women don't know it. Them people in the house don't even know if they gay or straight.
Bump bellies.
At least Drewski know what he wants, and that's why I f with him. Women don't even know what they
At least
want.
I respect that you opened up to it. You straightforward with it.
Yeah, I'm straightforward with it.
That's tough. That's real tough.
So if I was a fan, I know this, would you talk to me? Like, just
Nah.
Why? I ain't your type.
You just not my type.
But I'm cute to you. Like if I walk past you.
You ain't ugly.
Okay.
You sturdy. Like, you sturdy.
I feel good.
You Drewski type.
Okay. You make
Say
me
no
feel
more.
good. Hey, nice to meet you too.
Already.
I'm winning. Come on now. I got cute from Young M.A. She ain't telling no studs that.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Grizzly kind of shocked me. It's like, all right, you know, this one might be kind of believable. You know what I mean? And then when I started talking to her, she became like a little sweetheart. Like she turned
She
from
is.
like
She is a
grizzly
sweetheart. That's
bear
why I
to
like her.
A little teddy bear.
That's why I
don't
like
think
her.
nobody topping that.
What's like an initial turn off for you?
That's
like, it
why
could be
she's my
freaky, it could be
favorite.
Whatever. Like, what's your?
Young
automatic
MA
no.
likes femmes. Yeah.
My automatic no, maybe entertaining them too f***ing much in front of me, or
Yeah.
just telling me and them the same thing.
Like you just saying everything I want to hear, man. I want to know for real.
I really don't. Are you a f***ing type on the first night? Because that's not me, Drewski.
Yeah,
and I really don't want you to.
Who said I do that?
Okay, I was just making
I haven't
sure.
tried up nobody yet.
No, I'm dead ass intimate though. Like
Nah,
I'm the type.
I'm the type. I gotta lead with a kiss first, and then.
Right.
You know,
so you gonna leave with
we
a kiss from me
gradually-
today?
Yeah. If you
Okay.
want.
Yeah. Did you kiss any of
them?
them?
No.
Don't lie to me.
I haven't kissed no girl
Okay.
in this shit yet.
Okay.
Meatball or
Look at you,
T-Grizz? No, I like T-Grizz more than
yeah,
Meatball.
I want
But I like Meatball too.
Damn, he better make me pull that tongue out.
What the fuck? Hey, yo!
All right, outside.
Bro, that's cheating.
Yeah, no, we ain't. No,
But
we
I'm
ain't.
just
I'm not
intimate,
even
like,
that type
I'm
of guy. Like we
I
don't
care
have to
about
go-
kisses. I care about stuff like
Yeah,
that. Cause
like,
I don't know. Like
I'm not
just
a f on the first night type of dude.
Right.
Either. Unless you.
Okay, that's
No.
a lie.
I just like I don't know. Like I want you to.
Nah,
love my
I'm
personality.
100%.
This is like my
I'm
motto.
not into that.
My motto is
100%.
personality, not my pussy.
100%. Unless you. Now, if you change your mind, I don't.
Right. Okay.
Protected. It would be protected.
Okay.
But if you change your mind, it's all up to you. I'm not on that though. I personally would not indulge.
Good.
I get on that bridge and I get to look up and I see his younger Mayo, my heart get to beating mad fast.
Eric confused me. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't know what to get out of Eric. And I was confused even more because she got a boy name. So what you doing here?
I'm here for Drewski.
Oh.
Yeah.
You like Drewski?
Nope.
Yeah. I don't know him like that, you know, I wanna spend more time with him so I can get to know him, but personality, funny, his style.
So you like dudes and girls type?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. So you like both ways?
Bisexual, yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Yeah. I dress feminine sometimes, just depending on the vibe, how I'm feeling.
But you look mad feminine. And then your name, Eric. Like, that was a whole confused situation for me. I ain't gonna lie, I don't really know too much to say about Eric. Erica? Like, what I don't know. I'm gonna keep it a beat, no disrespect. But I don't really know how to even describe.
Cause I be seeing you with all the bad bitches on your gram, and I'm like, who are
Yeah,
these
no,
bitches,
that's
Drewski?
that
You
just.
be on them?
Nah,
Okay.
that's acquaintance.
Okay,
Those are like, you know,
okay.
like, yeah, that's like if I go to the club, see them out, whatever.
Okay.
You know, honestly, I'm actually like a laser-focused business guy. For real,
Right.
for real. I'm not even on that. You can't be going around telling everybody
I'm not
kids.
telling nobody.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
saying.
is.
I promise you, I'm
about
not.
to- yeah, you can't be doing
I'm
that.
gonna say
man.
we had a great talk.
Yeah, you say you're gonna say we headed.
We had a great talk.
Oh, had, not head.
No.
Nothing about
I'm
head,
from
nothing about
Baltimore.
no
You know
kiss,
the accent
nothing.
be for pulling through sometimes.
Yeah, not head. Ain't no, I'm not doing no head, no nothing. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm, like I said, I'm not into that. All right, so go back in there, baby.
Okay,
Play
I'm gonna
chords,
play like this.
Yeah, like nothing.
All right.
Let's just act normal.
Can't wait to
All
see
right,
you later.
all right. Yo, she fine, bro. She switch it up like with the stud. Damn. She got that little man. I like switcheroo, man. I like it.
Sister.
What's going on?
Girl, nobody know but me and Drewski kissed in the car today.
Wait, you and Drewski what?
Kissed in the car today.
Switcheroo gang locked in. Y'all are y'all just like y'all just like the crowd favorite, dude. Yeah, she's
You're not gonna
hot.
say nothing, right?
Nope.
Okay, good.
That's what's that.
Good.
It smells good in here.
Yeah, a little some of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you had a good time last night?
Yeah, something like that. So what exactly like you look for in a dude? Like, I know they told me you never dated a white dude.
I haven't.
You've only dated black dudes your whole life?
Correct. But my family black.
Oh shit, that's why. Oh, so you can say nigga.
No,
Oh no.
that's never an
All right,
option.
my bad. Yeah.
never
I thought
okay.
you were saying you got a
No,
percentage.
I'm just saying, like, my sister mixed, my stepdad black, my
Oh,
family black.
okay,
like,
okay.
Yeah, so, like,
You're
it's
not
just-
saying you got a percentage in your skin.
No,
Oh,
no, I
okay.
have Puerto Rican in me,
Oh, okay.
but I'm white.
Everybody say they Puerto Rican now, man. What?
No, really. My dad's grandma is like from Puerto Rico, only speaks Spanish.
Oh, okay.
So I know a lot of Spanish, but
Yeah.
you feel me?
Yeah, that's where you got that culo then.
No, that's the gym.
Oh,
That's
that's
called
the
the
gym,
gym.
my bad.
My top two is face and smile.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna look at your build.
Yeah.
That's
Build is
physical.
crazy.
You feel- well,
I respect that.
Hey, don't act like you don't look at
I'm
a
just making
female
sure.
bill.
I'm making sure I check off. I'm thinking about all these things.
Okay, you check off.
Okay.
I'll kiss, but like, no part of me wants to sit there and make out for 5-10 minutes. That's so overboard.
You're right.
I'm very picky on who I kiss.
Yes,
I'm very picky in general, but definitely who I kiss.
Yeah.
That's like,
I ain't
you know
kissed
what I'm
nobody
saying?
here yet. I'm picky myself.
Fucking liar.
Yeah, that's a lie.
He's lying.
It's just too much for me. Kissing is like that
You don't
next
know what
level.
they've been
Exactly.
doing.
Exactly.
I
you don't know
need to
people's
be
personal
locked in
hygiene.
to be kissing you like that.
Exactly. You don't know people's personal hygiene. There's all type of other shit going on. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been seeing some personal hygiene issues here.
Yeah.
And
Is
I'm
that
like,
not Yo, I went into Bambi room. It's kind of like a daycare in there a little bit. She might be taking bird baths.
Like, how you going? Like, take care of him.
I'm a giver, you know what I'm saying? So and I feel like he the same way. So
But what if he the opposite? Like, what if he not with all that? He like, yo, you do everything. I'm just gonna go get this bag, but I need you to be the one cooking, cleaning.
Shit change. So that might be my role for right now.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Eric can't be trusted. I can't trust that. It's hard to kind of like put a finger on that.
Yeah, I need somebody to look clean.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Do I
you're
look
not about to
clean
be
to
next. Yeah, you always look clean. I'm not about to be next to somebody who not looking
I ain't got no bumps.
up to par. No, it ain't the face that's the problem. It's the
Yeah,
body.
it's the body,
You
yeah.
get bumps on your body, you not clean. I don't care what you say.
If you got them boils down by them private parts,
Hey,
you got them
it's
little
more
boils.
hair.
Yeah.
It is.
Niggas love to say that's a hair bump, don't they?
Yeah.
Love to say it's a hair bump. No, that's a boil.
No.
That is a boiled egg down there.
It's some
It's ready
egg
to
is
eat.
crazy.
It's a boiled
Yeah,
egg.
it's some shit
Yeah,
down
some
there.
girls get in. With girls, it's even worse because y'all have.
They blame it on shaving and stuff though. Like it's an ingrown. I'm like, no. When you got 30, something wrong.
Yeah.
And that's why you should get laser. I got laser. I don't gotta worry about that shit.
Oh, you got laser?
Shit. Yes.
Oh, you Caillou down there. You bald.
Yeah, I'm not playing
You bald
around.
like Caillou.
No.
Okay, bald like Caillou. All right, bet.
Like Caillou,
All right. I'm with that. I like that. Okay, that gave you a point.
So, I'm trying to do my little scroll. I'm thinking Drewski out there. So, I'm trying to make this little ass little jiggle a bit. And I seen a little hairline, light skin tattoos. I'm like, hold on. All right, I'm getting a little closer. I'm like, oh, fuck. All right, goddamn, all right. So now I gotta be a little, I can't be a little, I gotta be, you feel me?
Let's go. What's up? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I like her too.
What's going on?
Man, my nigga, what's good with you? I got you right here. Hey, Dad, what's up? Damn, man, trying to get, trying to get this thing, you know what I'm saying? Trying to work my little ones, tooskies, feel me?
Keep going ahead, man.
Shit, same shit, trying to work my little ones, you feel me? Facts.
Trying to get that bag.
Facts, that. I want the bag and I want my man, like what? Like, me, him, and my bitch can run off in the sunset, like what? What's the problem?
Cause I'm confused a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, nothing like that, you feel me? But yeah, you know what's going.
Okay. How you get that name?
Him and
They're having
Where
a
you get that
stud
name from?
off.
Him?
Yeah, it's Young
Drew
M.A.
gave it to me.
Wow.
You might be a girl, but I feel the him in you. I was like, okay, I feel that. I can take that. I can take that.
Okay.
I can take that.
She might be
That's what I
winning
like
too,
about
which is
her.
crazy to
At the
say.
end of the day, you're a nurse.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you know what they say about nurses?
Yes. What'd they say?
They
They say a whole lot about nurses.
they
So what
say,
you heard?
They say y'all got that good coochie now. They don't give you the job without it. They said that's one of the things y'all gotta get up the party. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
I like a nurse. You keep me healthy. You keep me clean. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
we're gonna keep shit going the right
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Is he
So
gonna
you
kiss her
rockin'
too?
with Drewski?
You
I
lip
like
hungry
cool.
harlot.
You're a real nigga.
You like funny?
Not no funny acting ass nigga, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Them type of like, I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to touch on your and stuff, even though I will.
I don't think Himothy was being her true self with me. She sounded like she was trying to think about what to say before she said the wrong thing. What about it's other girls in here, right?
Ain't nothing.
No, John?
Ain't that.
Now you ain't got your eye on type shit?
Ain't that.
I know you ain't looking for Drewski, bro.
Ain't nothing. Drew the best looking shit, no funny shit.
Wow, that's crazy.
You gonna see, I'm here for one purpose. The bag and Drew, you feel me?
That bag first.
Bag first.
Bag first.
Bag first. You rich already, bitch. You ain't gotta do nothing. You can sit at home and collect your 401ks and your retirement plan and shit, bitch. I need that 50. You know what I'm saying? Need that 50.
She was cool, but she ain't give no excitement. Like nothing was like, like Like she was trying to keep it safe.
I think young M.A. was just a little intimidated at the mere sight of another stud.
These hoes nasty. These hoes like, oh my God, babe, I just, yeah. You know,
Lip hungry harlot is wild? No. It's real.
We just made young M.A. This bitch gonna be like, yo, my nigga, what you doing here? I said, you know what I'm doing here. Like, bitch, I ain't never had no dick in my life.
I have 3 BBLs and one. I have technically 4. My last one.
I can't believe she's there still.
I had to pay for it. I can't blame nobody but myself. Like I look like a sex doll to these guys. Right. They see me and
they're having a white girl coalition here. Like, this is scary stuff.
So bad.
What?
Huh?
Both of ours are done.
I can't even tell. That's what I want though. I don't want you to be able to tell that I have them if I get them.
3 white girls and 4 BBLs.
I just want you to make them look like I'm supposed to have them.
Are your nipples always hard? That's probably the only call out.
Wait, were they before? See, mine aren't. Mine have been normal.
Like, show me your nipple. Like, I'm not trying to be weird. Just show me.
Right here?
Like.
You want to go outside?
That's so much. That's so much ass, bro. That is so much ass. Dude, that level of ass is like, I don't know. I feel like that's medical malpractice kinds of ass. Like you go to the doctor and he does the 4th BBL after the 2nd BBL, the doctor's just like, you really want another one? Like, speak for yourself. No, I can't handle all that ass. I don't know what I would do with all that ass. It's too much.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, she got the Subway punch card for the ass.
I do it on the court, off the court, on the field, off the field. I do it on the app or off the app. More or less 6 for 6 every time. I'm that guy. Sign up using code Drewski. Place your first $5 lineup.
Yes, she has medically too much ass.
That's code Drewski to get $50 instantly when you place your first $5 lineup. Prize picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Switcheroo. Pretty little John right there. She got her own little style. I mean, a little tomboy, sexy. Almost like loving basketball type vibes. So I know you gotta get the bag.
For sure.
Yeah, like hello.
For sure.
Come on, man. You pretty.
To kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely kill 2 birds.
Young M.A.'s about to steal her.
It is.
Yeah.
Young M.A.'s about to steal her from Drewski.
Where we going?
What up?
Where we going,
Going a little around the block,
Oh shit, I forgot about Nina.
Name the typical guy that you would date, for real.
The typical guy I date?
Yeah, a typical guy you fucked with in the past.
First of all, they gotta be funny as fuck. I need to be
checked
funny.
off that.
You checked out that.
Yeah, we checked that out.
I need them to be a presence, you feel me?
Yeah.
You gotta walk into the place and be like, yo, I'm that bitch.
Yeah. I feel, well, that nigga. Well,
right.
You can't say that, but yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm that guy.
Something like that.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
You feel me?
But pretty much that's like your typical, they got to stand on business is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay. What's your biggest turn
Nina is a tryhard in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm a virgin.
You a what?
I'm a virgin.
Oh,
Yep.
So if you, like, you know, you win this love with Drewski,
I don't
you
agree.
Get that bag, like, what you plan on doing?
I see why you would think that,
with Drewski,
though.
I plan on getting, like, married.
I can't say that because, you know,
Deadass,
she hangs out with Jason.
I don't have, like, casual
So I
sex.
disagree. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with you.
Ain't no way.
I don't do stuff like that. Like, I just know what I want for real.
She one of those ones that make it sound good. You know, she try to use her little pretty face.
And I'm just in that time where I want to get with somebody for a long ass time and get married, have kids, just have a family.
But what if he ain't ready for that?
Then, I mean, I will wait. It's cool. I'm still 24, so.
Oh, you young.
Yeah.
So you gonna wait?
Yeah. That's not a problem.
She was jacking that shit here for Drewski.
Don't disrespect Nina. I love her. I didn't disrespect her.
I feel
Chat
like she
did.
feel
I said
like
I don't
I'm gay
agree.
or something. I feel like all of the gay girls here think I'm freaking gay.
So you gonna put your dreams to the side?
Definitely not.
Drewski ain't ready.
Oh shit,
Definitely
she
not.
has Rick
Maybe
Owens
like
on.
the dream of like that relationship, but not like my dreams. And
Right.
what
She
my
has Rick
aspirations
Owens
are.
on, chat.
I'm not about to just sit at home though and be boring.
You gotta go hard.
I am going hard.
You gotta, you know what I mean? He said you look like a boy. I mean, he do like studs for some weird reason.
Not you looking at my titties.
I'm
Maybe
not
you gotta be a
stud,
little
though.
more studdish.
Oh, absolutely not.
I don't know.
She did kind of test me a little bit, but not too bad.
Drewski, watch out for that one. She's pretty, but she's sneaky.
Why are you a virgin?
Why am I a
Explain
virgin?
why, yes.
I'm picky as
Okay.
I'm very
picky.
It had to have occurred at some point.
Listen. Okay, I'll tell you this.
You had the opportunity.
He had the opportunity. It was close. In the middle of it, I said, yo, bro, I'm not feeling it. Get the fuck off me. Respectfully, I pat him on the back.
So would you rather have a girl?
No.
You would not. You don't like girls at all.
I swear to God, they think I'm gay in this house.
Yeah. Are you waiting till marriage?
No.
What the f is the holdup?
No, the holdup is I'm picky as shit. If a guy I feel like,
Like the smallest thing could just turn you off.
Smallest thing, turn me off. Bye, bitch. Gotta go. Nope.
I think she's ace.
Okay, so the got to be a certain size.
Certain size.
What
personality
size?
Gotta be on
Size
point.
wise, what we talking?
Like a 7'8".
7'8". With your hands, kind of measure that.
Like 7'8".
What?
Damn, I don't know. Let me see. Turn it.
Right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right here, like the screen.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Wait, what?
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Pills. Pop a couple pills.
Yeah, you're right. It's OD on the pills. Oh, yo, you know what I heard? If you tie some weights to your...
That ended the conversation with Drewski. Look at his face after that. He wasn't even faking.
Oh my God. What's up?
Drewski has a small dick confirmed. Bro, she said 7'8" and then showed a 12er, okay?
I'm just chilling, man.
Chatters act like they know what a 7-inch or 8-inch penis looks like.
Like you, like what type? Like what do you mean?
Why you laughing?
I ain't gonna lie, like girls like you, like, you know. If I was definitely given the choice between Young and May and Drewski,
You like my type?
Yeah, like how, depending on how you look.
I believe
like,
that
I don't
she's
like
a virgin,
you know what I'm saying? Like a regular bitch, she gotta be like a stud or a or, you know what I'm saying? So,
Okay. Because I heard there's some little funny looking studs in there. Type, you know what I mean?
They looking good.
That was the first thing I was gonna ask you. Can you cook Chinese food?
I can cook
Can you cook?
the best Chinese food.
No way.
You ain't even know. You ain't
Your
even know
family
Chinese
own a
food.
restaurant, don't they?
Nope, they own a hair salon.
I knew it was one of them.
They gotta be one of that shit.
You were gonna say nail salon, but
Uh-huh.
I knew it was one
Or
of them.
laundromat, that's it.
Yeah, I knew.
Either one of them
I
shits.
could have told you, yeah.
Listen, fried rice, steak, salmon, all that shit. I'm talking shrimp, dumplings, everything. You ever had rock shrimp before?
Yeah, rock shrimp tempura. Yeah.
Oh, nah,
yeah.
mine is better than that. That's some Japanese shit.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
That's some Japanese shit.
Okay.
This is Chinese shit we talking about.
Okay. All right, good talking to you, man. Good talking.
Appreciate you.
All right, bet. Hold
I'll
it
see you.
down.
All right, bye.
Yeah, that girl's out her f***ing mind, bro. She is f***ing delusional. What the f***?
Hey.
Mom! 妈咪，我跟你讲啊，发疯了！我跟你讲啊，yo，我今天看到个明星，是我最喜欢的明星，我快要疯掉了。
So you here for Drewski?
I'm here for Drewski.
You don't even know his name.
Hey, I'm here for Drewski.
Uh-huh.
I'm here for love and the money.
And the money.
Yeah.
What about the money and love?
Whatever comes with it.
That's respectfully.
Respectfully, I'm with it, yeah.
So y'all had some time together yet?
Yeah.
What y'all did? Nah, not you blushing.
We was dancing in the club, dancing on the bus. I don't know. We had a good time. He a vibe.
Okay. He funny type
he
dude.
definitely my type in real life. Like that's.
Oh, that's your type.
I can see me with him.
Okay. Tell y'all both funny though. I ain't gonna
Yes.
lie. So that's gonna be a movie. I ain't gonna cap. All right, sure. I ain't gonna lie. I rock with you.
Okay.
I rock with you. Yeah, just get your bag, man.
For sure.
Get your bag. Rock out. You're.
Appreciate
already,
you, bro.
already.
To have a sit down with Young and May and she approved me, I mean, it's real nigga shit, you hear me? Like,
Gotta pay for vacation. Oh, she black and knees, my little Asian persuasion. She fancy, skin tone Bambi. I see chocolate.
What is the lyrics, bro? What is the lyrics of the song?
Nice to meet you too. What's going on?
Nice shit.
It's Liddy in here.
ooh.
What's up, mama?
Good, give me a hug.
What up, love?
I'm a lady.
What up? Y'all gotta cook for me too, though.
Kaya,
I mean, he feeding y'all.
Kaya literally thinks she owns this
fat ass
entire
hungry, you
house.
gotta eat.
Like she'll just
Listen, y'all
stand right
keeping
where my
y'all
chair
shit
is
together.
and
Y'all
not
clean,
move.
Keeping it clean in here?
Yeah.
Shit. Shit. What's going on
Blasian
over
persuasion.
here, oh,
Move.
Nah, it's this one. Yeah, see? Ah, that's crazy.
Place.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Ah, that's nasty.
Place.
Look, juice with no top on it. Oodles and noodles. Right here, some chips in the
Could
cut.
have been love. Could have been me.
How you know this my room?
Why I look like this? How you and Drewski? I know Drewski a dirty nigga too.
We ain't got no drawers. There's like little tiny drawers.
But they shit alright though.
This me
over
right
there.
here.
Like they kept it together.
Yeah,
You like you was in here like this.
Y'all trying to figure out shit to wear, you feel me?
Let me see this bathroom though.
I think like this is universal. I mean, these guys are studs, but like this is also universal for hot girl shit too. To be fair.
This shit got bugs in it.
That's cause they be holding the window open all night. It be bugs in the bed. Get out of here. Hold that damn door closed. There won't be no bugs in here. I got it good in here. You don't see no dirty panties though.
My nigga. Good luck. It's just a lot of shittiness going on in there, and I'm confused because it's like a bunch of females, so the hygiene is kind of a little wishy-washy. Yo.
What's up?
What's up? What's up? Where the bathroom at? I want to use the main bathroom. Right here?
No, damn.
You can't get out.
Say open.
Open.
Please. Say
Open.
please.
Huh?
Say please.
The doorknob was off the door. She wasn't trying to let me out the bathroom. Like, talking about say please on some weird shit. Hell no. I'll go out this fucking window. Damn, ain't no window. All right, please, please, please. They almost hit my ass.
Sorry.
Why the hell you got popcorn chips and shit in the bathroom? Garbage, that's nasty. It's like how you eating in there and you taking a pee or a shit at the same time. That's crazy, that's disgusting.
What the fuck? What am I supposed to do?
That's Drewski fat ass. Gotta be, bro. Where Drewski at?
I don't know. I've been looking for him all day.
Why does she run the house
He
now?
just left me in here.
Down.
What's up? Turn around.
I live
So
with
you
a
want
messy
the
hot
meatball
girl
booty.
too.
She got like 2 meatballs in the back of her ass, feel me?
What's that supposed to
You got a big booty.
Meatball booty? Sounds crazy.
Oh, God, I mean, it's thick back there.
Mm-hmm.
Meatballs is thick.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I heard you, y'all met at the club last night.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought you back in front of all the girls?
Yeah. They was pissed off.
Man, y'all ain't fight, no, I ain't fight. They ain't like come at you, nothing?
They tried to kick me out the room.
Word?
Yeah.
And once you stood your ground?
This is my room! Get the out of my room! I mean, they set my bags outside. Like, 9 of them was in the bed. Like, they was doing a lot.
But you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
That's tough. So y'all was doing like the nasty last night or something? She wasn't really talking about nothing though. You know what I mean? Like, she seemed like she was just like a one-night stand for Drewski. So what's up, you really rock with him? Like,
I fuck with him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You see a future with him? How? He not even here.
He be doing the most and I be doing the fucking most. He gonna come back.
Bro, how is she the fucking? How is she like a whole ass contestant now?
I'm telling you,
Like,
some of them sturdy, I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie, but it was one room that was crazy.
They had dirty drawers in there?
Yeah, it was dirty drawers in the
Yeah, I'm
bathroom.
gonna have to go check that out, man.
Yeah, macaroni and cheese.
Oh, for real?
Mm-hmm. Oodles and noodles and half a sandwich.
Somebody overflowed the toilet yesterday, so we gotta do some disciplining about that as well. I don't know what we're gonna
We
do
need
about that.
Dr. Umar, dude.
What it smell like? The smell in there was.
I thought this episode would have featured Dr.
Yeah.
Umar.
I know
We
what
need
room that
him.
was. I know.
Yeah, ass and feet.
It was like a soup type smell, a mixture of both ass feet.
It was like in between the toes.
Yeah.
Smell behind the ear.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like a wet smell.
Yeah.
Foot ass. I know who that is. How you feel about all the studs that's in the program?
None of them ain't really.
Yeah, they not.
Yeah, bro.
But see, that's why I brought you in, because I know you would know. That's why I ain't, you got to bring the king of studs to this motherfucker to let that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. They still
all-
kind of like on the other side of the fence too.
Yeah. Oh,
So
they playing both. See,
Yeah,
that's what I like.
yeah.
That's what I wanted.
That's
That's
what I'm
kind of what I
saying.
wanted.
I'm giving you-
But
yeah,
not all
so
of
you
them
sturdy.
is like that.
All
Not
of
all. All of them. Like,
Yeah, nobody real right.
Nobody's standing on business.
Nah.
Okay.
They definitely all swinging on the other side.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you,
That's
you,
what I.
you
That's
kinda
kind
getting
of
up in there.
that's kind of what I want. That's kind of what I want.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
sure.
but I like that you checked them on that.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you
Not
never
all
know.
of them. No, all of
You
them.
can't judge a book by its cover, and I do agree that they did give signs. A couple of them was twerking at the club last night and shit. So
Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
one had a dress on.
we got to make sure everybody's standing on business. I'm glad all my studs is up to par and that they doing what they supposed
they
to be doing.
findling.
Yeah, they being findled with.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, you in there, bro.
All right, we'll talk. We'll
I ain't
talk.
gonna lie.
Appreciate that.
I'm
Yeah.
ready. Like I'm here honestly to tell you, just stop it, bro. Like that's really why I'm here. I'm telling you, leave the studs alone, bro. Leave the studs alone, bro. Just get you a nice little feminine female. Leave the studs, bro. No.
Somebody in this house treating that coochie like it smell like. I'm gonna tell her how it is, man. And we gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna go around, do room check around everybody's room. Cause somebody treating that coochie like around this mother meatball. I'm gonna keep real. Her pants sagging off her ass. She got 15-month-old Victoria's Secrets on, trying to hang on by the last little string limb. Get up! Somebody's room up there smell wet.
Not mine.
It ain't yours.
Oh, that's nasty.
Which room we talking about though?
We gonna get her some man drawers, man. Who put this TV on? Not supposed to be used on TV. Room check. Room check. You ain't got no drawers on the ground or nothing?
No, I don't have no drawers on the floor.
They told me it smelled like an aquarium in here. I'm telling you right now.
It wasn't this room. You got the wrong
We're
room.
not, yeah. All jokes aside, it smelled like tuna. I'm not one to judge. I do get, sometimes I get a little stench to myself. But this shit, we have gone past that.
And he just started checking, everybody's rooms and how their stuff was placed. And, when he went around to my stuff, he just dug like right there in my suitcase.
What's this right here? Why you got these?
Oh my God. No.
This ain't
Hell
yours?
no. Justin,
This
stop
ain't
playing
yours?
with me. That's not mine. I thought you was gonna find my vibrator. It's a vibrator. I brought a vibrator. That's my toy. I use it.
These ain't even, these are the biggest ones.
The vibrator, all me. I got my toy. That's why I was laughing. I thought you was
Right,
gonna.
I'm gonna go ahead and document condoms. I'm just
Good for you.
documenting.
No.
She could fit in a fucking Magnum condom. I don't know how to fuck.
Why I need condoms? And I'm here for you. Maybe we don't need them. Right?
Why they hanging these on the walls? Somebody took a shit in here? We got some residue up there on top right there.
Oh.
Residue. Look like a couple bed bugs up there on the top of that wall right there.
Bro, that's
That
not a
came out of
bed bug.
somebody's
It's a
bag.
cockroach.
I know a stink
think.
bug when I see one. That's a bunch of living there and smell like.
Is it a stink bug?
I need a f***ing razor, y'all.
You finna go talk to that f***ing racist ass nigga. He was a bad racist. Dr. Umar's a nigga. Dr. Umar's a nigga.
Oh!
Y'all went up there? Y'all don't want to be called
Next
to go
episode.
to that man is racist as
What the fuck?
His first question to me was racist as His last conversation was racist as like, shut the f up, nigga.
This is Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Black America's #1 psychologist.
On the next episode of Could Have Been Love. Ladies,
Nothing. We gotta wait
tonight
another week.
we're going back to school.
And we are here for oral sex education.
I'm 22. I can suck a It ain't nothing. She too old to be doing it.
Put them in the mud. We gonna see who wanna squabble.
No,
What
Dr.
skills,
Umar.
talents, attributes. You got a black man building an empire. We must build before we have love.
You right.
Otherwise, what we making love for? if we
Ain't nothing
built
wrong
none?
with a little bit of head. though.
Hell right.
That's TMI. That's TMI. Get rid of them damn weaves. Bring that nappy hair back. If I can't grab it, I can't have it.
It could have been.
Oh my God. Okay, next episode is gonna be fucking insane. All right. You plan on watching every Thursday? Yes, I do. That was incredible. But I think it would have been more incredible if Uno Mas. I can't. This is literally just released. Oh. We can't do Uno Mas por favor. There was 171,000 people watching the premiere. That is insane. 250,000 views in an hour. Oh my God. That is crazy. Play it again. No. And unfortunately, because we did Could Have Been Love, I can't do Kingdom Come because I'm tired. Use your cloud to get an advanced copy? Brother, what are you talking about? An advanced copy using my cloud? We just watched something with 170,000 people. I have nothing. I have no clout. Drewski has the clout. Okay? Y'all are crazy. Kaya's staring at you for the past 5 minutes because she knows. Because she knows it's now time for me to bid you adieu. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you all. We got some wild guests lined up for the weekend. Get excited for that. That is all for today. Peace. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.